What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 Fate Chapter 166. Dieter vs Jackal, defeat one of the 9 demon gates. Fire. Flame? How can it be flame? Brother Dieter can actually know the magic of fire. Wendy and Lucy were stunned. Watching Dieter use the flame magic that is as powerful as Natsu's, the whole person is in a state of love. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Brother Dieter's strength has always been a mystery. When I first saw him, he possessed a body magic that could grow bigger and smaller. It was unanimously believed that it was a gigantic magic that was exactly the same as that of President Makarov. It was only later that I found out that this magic seemed to be some kind of property that could turn the body into rubber. Then I saw the magic that can shatter everything, and it seems to have something to do with the vibration. Although magic is fascinated. But anyway, I know so many forms, who would have thought that this is not over yet. Today. Right now. Witnessed Brother Dieter's new magic again. This time the magic is easy to recognize, it belongs to flame magic. But this has never happened before. This makes them even more fascinated by Dieter, and how much magic is yet to be revealed. Sha Lulu, I don't think Natsu's status is guaranteed. He is the only one in the guild who uses fire very well. Now that Dieter is in place, Natsu may. Happy, also hesitated while looking at the roaring flames. Now Dieter's flames are obviously stronger than Natsu's. When talking about flame magic in the future, Dieter is probably the first thing that comes to mind. It's so mysterious, how does it feel like Dieter can do anything? Sha Lulu also grew her eyes and looked at Dieter, and she kept muttering in her heart, feeling that the power she showed from the first meeting to now is different. Simply omnipotent. Thanks to Tartaros, I didn't die when I punched it out. Dieter retracted the flame's fist, twisting his fingertips lightly to pick up a small flame, looking at the end of the gully blasted out by the fire fist. Jackal reappeared shortly after. The clothes on his body are already tattered, and there are many burnt spots on his body, although he is very embarrassed. But his physical strength is definitely not bad, and he has not lost his fighting power. Ah, that's amazing. Jackal looked down at the injury and laughed. With blue veins on his face, he muttered, "It's too strong, it doesn't look like a human." "So what do you do next?" Dieter raised an eyebrow. Dealing with these people, Dieter doesn't need to be taken seriously, he can kill them slowly. Jackal raised his arm. I found my arms trembling slightly. His face fused and he roared angrily. "How can a mere human let me know? But one of the 9 demon gates, CFBB. It's impossible." Jackal screamed in anger, his muscles exploded, and he instantly opened his tattered clothes. Full of looks. The whole person is no longer human, and turned into a werewolf walking upright. Advertisement, ah, Jackal roared in charge, and the ground under his feet was shattered by a huge force. The sharp wolf claws pierced into the palm of his hand, and rubbed his fist hard to hit Dieter's head, about to shatter his head. "Let me see your power." Dieter crossed his arms to block the front of his head, and bowed slightly in preparation for defense. Boom. At the moment of the collision, the explosion sounded suddenly. The surging force of the explosion pushed Dieter's body back a long distance. 2 plowed gaps extend from the ground. "You little human, don't even try to ride on our devil's head." Seeing that the blow didn't cause much damage, Jackal jumped into the air. He raised his right fist and smashed the unique head from the sky. The power and inertia of this blow is definitely stronger than the previous punch. However, even so, Dieter still disapproved of it, and put one hand on top of his head to resist the inertial fall. Boom. Ground crane crusher. The earth shook violently. The cracks crisscrossed like a spider web burst, extending endlessly in all directions. Dieter's body was instantly connected to the ground. Destroy humanity. Jackal found the right moment, the other hand became claw-like, and the sharp claws slashed towards the unique neck. The sharp feeling of tearing the space ushered in. Armed. Dieter understated the use of armed color to cover the body. The claws slid across Dieter's body, sending out sparks, and the claws left a light white mark on the armament color covering his body. But only so much. How come? Jackal laughed again when he saw his carefully planned plan, and couldn't keep his cool any longer. Call it impossible. White light wrapped around Dieter's fist. "It's my time to attack," Dieter said, roaring out of the power that had built up in his fist. A thud struck Jackal's body like thunder. The vibration that penetrated the body instantly acted on Jackal's body, and the eyes of Jackal, who turned into a werewolf in season, were bloodshot. Advertisement, cough cough. Blood spurted out. Jackal's body also flew upside down. It slammed on the ground like rolling, and lifted up layers of stones on the ground. The strength is not bad, the spell is also good, it's a pity that the gap between us is too big. Dieter pulled his body out of the ground. He patted the dust on his body and analyzed Jackal's state. Especially when you transform into a demon, your strength and speed have doubled. If you change to someone else, you might be really embarrassed by you, but it's just not enough to face me. Dieter swayed leisurely before Jackal. The latter staggered and grabbed his stomach and stood up, looking coldly at Dieter in front of him, as if he didn't agree with what he said. "Really, I didn't expect that it was the first time that I was defeated so thoroughly, so I'm not reconciled." Jackal slumped to the ground shaking his body. He put his hands on the ground and muttered to himself. Sudden. His tone was instantly gloomy, "But at least let me go to hell with these guys." A beam of light burst out from the ground. Soon the entire city was surrounded, as if something extremely dangerous was going on. How is this going? Is it? He wants to blow up the whole city. Lucy and the others immediately analyzed the results. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's too late, I'm the bomb myself, and I won't stop if I die. Ha ha ha, let's see you in hell. That jackal suddenly let out a piercing scream, and the piercing scream made Lucy and Wendy's faces pale. Since you can't ask anything, what's the point of your life? Blood dripped from Jackal's body to the ground. Boring trick. Dieter grumbled, reaching out to grab him in his palm, and a white light instantly enveloped Jackal's head. Under the strong ability of the shaking fruit, Jackal didn't even hold on for a few seconds before his brain was shattered alive and he died in front of his eyes. Dieter threw Jackal's body aside. Dieter said. Suddenly, he looked at Jackal who was on the ground, and hated him immensely. Find a spot in the shattered city ruins, sit down and wait. An infinite light blooms in his hands. I'll check out a few other places when Dieter wakes up. Ah, Jackal shouted arrogantly, wanting to see the terrified expression of the enemy who defeated him in front of him. But he found that he didn't move at all. Chapter 167. Melancholy, Sentimental Literary Girl. Liang Tianyue Sela. Brother Dieter has a contact crystal ball. We need to contact the guild, and by the way, bring Miccolo to let him tell the plan about this Tartaros. Lucy asked. Dieter, however, shook his head. Seeing this, Lucy and Happy walked towards the city, preparing to borrow the contact crystal in the city to inform the guild and capture Miccolo by the way. Demons and spells need to be reported. Ding, congratulations to the master for defeating Jackal, one of the 9 demon gates, and getting 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? The cute voice of the system assistant sounded in my mind. Add. Dieter agreed without hesitation. At the same time, the formation of the original arrangement also changed the route and decided to go elsewhere. Originally, Dieter planned to solve the matter here and go directly to find Mirajane and Erza, but what he didn't expect was that defeating the members of 9 demon gates will directly reward 10 points of skills, which can be added to the ability of level 1. That way he wouldn't be able to give up his enemies in Elfman and Lasana. After careful calculation, after fighting Tartaros, his fruit ability can be upgraded to full level again. Since there is such a fast opportunity, how can he give up? Ding. Successfully added points, the current, animals, fish and fruits, illusory beasts, Qinglong form, and the ability level is level 2. Add success. Dieter also felt another small increase in strength in his body. Although not much, it can make Dieter feel that his strength has improved a little again. Over there. Natsu quickly woke up and hurriedly looked around to find the enemy. Don't look for it, I have already eliminated it for you. Dieter quickly reminded. Dieter, why are you here? Lucy and Happy. Natsu was surprised. Dieter made Natsu understand after repeating the matter. That guy is really damn it, but I figured out how to deal with him. Natsu felt a pity. He's already figured out how to fix that kind of thing that explodes. It's a pity that the battle is over now, otherwise he will definitely be able to defeat that guy. Okay, now that you're awake, I'll leave, you can go back to the guild. Dieter got up. Disappears in place immediately after saying the last word to Natsu. Inside a room in a small remote village. No, I'm not breathing anymore. Elfman and Lasana were the personnel who came to guard Elder Yuli, but unfortunately they were a step behind, and Elder Yuli was no longer breathing. How come? Lasana felt very sorry. Elfman said, help me prepare the magic crystal for communication, I have to report to the guild. Lasana agreed, reaching for the crystal in her backpack. Elfman here, still examining the dead Elder Yuri's body, exclaimed, how did they kill him? No trauma to be seen. Sudden. Advertisement. The deceased Elder Yuli suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, Elfman was startled and exclaimed, Elder Yuli, you are still alive. I saw Elder Yuli stretched out his finger and aimed at the magic crystal for communication. Pung. The fingertips burst into light, instantly shattering the magic crystal. Lasana panicked. Elfman immediately reprimanded, what are you doing, using magic crystals for communication? However, after breaking the magic crystal, Elder Yuli fell to the ground again, as if he had died. What's up? What's up? Both of them felt very strange, and didn't understand what happened to the Elder Yuli just now. It's really not that easy to order the dead, sigh. Elfman and Lasana woke up immediately, stood up and looked at the woman reading in the back room. Who are you? What did you Yuko do to the elders? The two were wary. Sela looked down at the book, I gave him a ride to the underworld. Are you Tartaros? Elfman immediately guessed the woman's identity. Stories written by humans are so boring. Sela reached out and closed the book, gently placed it on the table and got up slowly. Twisted his body gracefully, let me write a story about a demon. She's coming, Lasana, Elfman reminded immediately. Lasana is serious. Sudden. Elfman's arm stretched out and unconsciously pinched Lisana's slender neck. Brother Elfman. Lasana looked at her brother inexplicably, not understanding the purpose of doing this at this time. What? Elfman was a little surprised, and suddenly his arms tightened. He hurriedly said, no, the body is out of control. Lasana. Okay, it hurts Lisana's pain. Advertisement, for flowers. Elfman saw his sister getting more and more pain, and immediately blushed and had a thick neck. Knowing all this is definitely what the woman in front of her did. He immediately roared, what have you done? Stop it now. Sela was unmoved. His lips parted lightly and he spit out a sentence. In the dictionary of the devil, there's no word for mercy. Elfman was in a hurry. Looking at Lasana, who had fallen into a coma, she roared. Damn it! Stop it! How dare you control my body? Tears welled up in his eyes. The roar had turned into a prayer. Lasana! Wake up, Lasana, please stop. Sila's eyes narrowed, looking at Elfman and asking, please? When humans beg the demons, they sell their souls to the demons. Are you going to sell me your souls? 0. Elfman burst into tears and was in great pain. He knew that he couldn't agree to this person's request, but now his sister's life was in his hands, and if he didn't agree, his sister might die. Boom. Whoa, the door was kicked open, and Dieter walked in leisurely with his hands behind his back. The latter cried, Brother Dieter, you are finally here. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I know, go to sleep first. Before Dieter could say anything, Elfman quickly replied, Dieter brother, this guy controls my body, I didn't hit Lasana. Lasana and Elfman collapsed to the ground, and Sila's control completely failed. Dieter smiled and patted Elfman on the shoulder. Especially the pair of horns on the head, with Sila's face, is like a melancholy and sentimental literary girl. Second. Then should we settle the matter that you bullied my brother and sister next? Suddenly his pupils shrank. Of course she also felt that momentum, but she never expected that there would be such a number one person among the mages. Sweeping unscrupulously at the Sayla in front of him, Sayla in human form is really pretty. Puff, Dieter narrowed his eyes, it's really not that simple. And Sayla looked at Dieter in surprise. Both Sayla and Elfman looked. The strong momentum erupted in an instant, and Elfman was instantly stunned. Dieter nodded, looking at Elfman. Chapter 168. Dieter vs Liang Tianyue Sayla, the command spell fails. This made Dieter want to grab the horn on her head and give her it. The story has to have an order, you have to order it, it's not up to you, Sayla said. Raise her delicate fingers at Dieter and use her spell to manipulate others. I order you to kill your brother, Sayla gave Dieter orders. Dieter, on the other hand, watched his body uncontrollably stretch towards the fainted Elfman. Sayla's command spell is to force control of people whose magic power is lower than hers. Dieter has no magic power in his body, he can only be regarded as an ordinary person, and it is very normal to control him. White glow wraps on the palm. Seeing that he was about to grab Elfman's neck, Dieter's hand stopped just a few centimeters away. Continue. Sayla sensed something odd and continued to give Dieter the order. But Dieter's body didn't move. The 857 command spell is really powerful, and it almost cost me a lot. Dieter murmured and retracted his arms, regaining his freedom to look at Sayla in front of him. How is it possible? You can break free from my control. Sayla was horrified. What is certain is that the person in front of him can be controlled by him, but he did not expect to break free. What does this mean? This man's magic is stronger than hers. But although Sayla couldn't perceive the man's magic power, what was certain was that the magic power should not be as good as hers, and the result was still broken. Then it means that this person has a terrible level of control over his body. But how is it possible? Controlling the manipulation of the body, what is this principle? Through magic. It's not right, it should involve motor nerves, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me. Dieter moves the body. Recalling the state of being controlled just now, first of all, the possibility of being controlled by magic in his body can be eliminated, because there is no magic in his body, so it should involve brain nerves and the like. It stands to reason that Dieter should not be able to resist, but he can shatter the order through the vibration of the shock fruit itself. In addition, the overlord color can also play a role in breaking free. The most important thing is that Dieter has absolute control over himself, and various physical enhancement abilities make him enough to resist the control of orders. Even if you are breaking free, I just want to see a cannibalism. Sayla reacts after losing her mind. She relied on the command spell, and since this person could break free, he had to think of another method. As he spoke, he controlled Lasana and Elfman, who fainted. The two people were manipulated to attack the unique, trying to force Dieter to do something to their own. Ha ha. Advertisement. Seeing two people attacking him, Dieter's body swayed slightly, and he was able to easily dodge the two people's attacks every time. To be honest, the strength of the two of them is really not enough. Even if I let them hit me casually, it can't cause any injury, so your wishful thinking is useless, Dieter replied. Lasana and Elfman are strong. But it depends on who is facing, and if it is someone else in the guild, you may really have to deal with it seriously. But Dieter's strength outstripped the two by an unknown number of times. In Dieter's eyes, their movements were slower than that of a child, and it was impossible to hit him. Humph. Sila's face was cold. Manipulate the two to look at each other. If that's the case, let them beat themselves. Bright Lasana Elfman and each other attack each other, ready to kill each other. You are playing with fire, Dieter sneered, his eyes suddenly suspicious. A supreme aura erupted in an instant, cracking the wooden floor under his feet in an instant. The roof is also overwhelmed. When it was destroyed by the physical damage of the overlord color, the sky instantly dimmed, and the weather like the end of the day enveloped the small village. Lasana and Elfman were also instantly shocked by this momentum. The control was also broken immediately, and he fell to the ground and fainted again. Sila's eyes widened in front of him. How can this momentum be so strong? Sila's body trembled slightly. At that moment, she seemed to see a more terrifying aura than Zareth, the author of the Book of Demons. That is a kind of eternal imposing manner that destroys the world. It gave people a kind of power like the wrath of a god, and she was shocked. The terrifying aura made her feel like she was bowing her head down, and the feeling made her not dare to provoke anger. Cracks appear in the mind. His eyes were no longer so dull, with a timid peripheral vision. The heartbeat accelerated slightly. I can't wait to get out of here and away from this terrifying man in front of me. Isn't that brave enough to be the 9 demon gates? Dieter took back the overlord color. His eyes were filled with disappointment, and he thought that these demons were enough to resist the shock of the overlord. Result. The bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment, and this Sila's performance is far from up to standard. Sayla was furious. Advertisement she was humiliated by the sadness she saw in Dieter's eyes. Recalling the series of performances just now was extremely angry. As a demon, he would be afraid of humans, and he was frightened by an aura that almost bowed his head to the court. This was a huge insult. It's okay to be angry, show your strength and let me play to the fullest. Dieter laughed. The tone and attitude of this speech was full of contempt. As a demon, I will never agree, free yourself. Sayla growled. The surging power erupted from the body, instantly destroying the entire wooden house. Lasana and Elfman's bodies are constantly rolling on the ground with powerful force blowing. Dieter couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He smiled and looked at Sayla, waiting for her to show her demonic stance. The body is not humanoid. The originally cute double horns on the head stood up and turned into ferocious sky-high horns. The legs that were full of temptation have disappeared, and they have turned into a pair of straight sharp swords, and the body is slightly suspended and never touched the ground. And at this moment, Sayla, who is in a demonic state, is covered with evil symbols. There is only one face that looks like a human. Go to hell. Sayla rushed up, waving those knife-like legs to the unique throat. So anxious 1.1? Dieter's arms were covered in armament colors, and the dark horns strengthened his defenses. Blast the fist and smash the tip of the leg together. Boom, smash. The strength of the two people is very strong, and the force caused by the collision will crack the earthquake. Dilapidated houses were even crushed. The roaring explosion sounded, and the figures of the two people were extremely fast, and every time they touched, they could splash in and out of fire. Dieter is happy. Since I have the ability to shake the fruit, I rarely fight with people close to me. Today, I rarely get excited and I can have a good time. The power of each punch is slowly increasing. Dieter enjoys melee combat. That bloody collision, the fist wind that set off made the adrenal hormones secrete extremely fast, which brought Dieter unprecedented comfort. Rumble. Another bang. Dieter's power has increased again. Chapter 169. Capture Sayla. This time Sayla was overturned. After 2 laps on the ground, he stood up awkwardly. Looking at the unique with an extremely solemn gaze, she said that she is different from human beings to have this kind of power, and her physical strength is actually much stronger than her as a demon. It makes her feel stressed. No, not only the pressure, but also a trace of fear, subconsciously thinking that if you continue, you may die. Take a deep breath. Sayla has always trusted her instincts, and it doesn't seem like a good thing to continue stalemate. Leave. Sayla is an activist, saying the retreat will never stop. He turned his head and fled far away, trying to escape. Fire punch. However, Dieter had long been wary of Sayla's escape, and when she saw her turn her head and walked away, she immediately threw a very hot fist. Roaring over Sayla's. The screams sounded, and Sayla was bathed in flames, the extremely high-temperature flames burning the demonized body. Sayla kept fleeing. Letting the flames burn her body, she still did not stop. Run away embarrassingly in the distance. 25. It would be too embarrassing to let you go just like that. Dieter muttered. The right fist wrapped in a white halo and burst out. Boom. The ground is broken and the ground is broken. The ground between the unique feet extending Sayla to the body was smashed, and the broken stones were all over the place, and Sayla was knocked down with one blow. PFFT. The moment Sayla ran away, she only felt a strong vibrational force coming from behind her, shrouding her in an instant. The body was instantly hit with internal injuries. His legs were weak and paralyzed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. She fell to the ground in embarrassment. Why are you running? You are a member of Tartaros, what a shame to run away. Dieter came. Looking at Sayla, who was still struggling to get up, who fell to the ground, inspected. What the hell do you want? If you want to kill it quickly. Advertisement. Sayla understands that today is a complete confession. Fortunately, even if he is killed, it is not completely death. This may be an opportunity. As long as you die here, you can go back. No. Dieter immediately shook his head, reached for the horns on her head, and took her back to where Lasana Elfman and Commodus were located. He smiled cheerfully and replied, I plan to take you to meet someone, but I just need to wait. Sayla frowned. Watching Dieter also felt very inexplicable in her heart. She really thought about dying now. However, this person's strength is beyond imagination, and perhaps investigating the clues may be able to give other demons some plans. Simply wait and see. Not much. Lasana and Elfman were both awake and slowly opened their eyes to look at the chaotic village. The village in front of them seemed to be empty all the year round. Houses in the village have collapsed. Several deep ravines on the ground extend into the distance, telling that a great war once happened here. Brother Dieter, Lasana and Elfman were relieved to see Dieter unscathed. Looking at the bound woman next to him, he also understood that Dieter had won this battle. Successfully imprisoned the enemy. Dieter nodded, glanced at the two, and then continued, "Since you are all right, then go back, I will take her to find other people. Tartaro's strength is much more complicated than imagined. When you go back, remember to tell the guild leader that Tartaros uses a different spell than magic. This woman's spell is an order, which can forcefully control people who are weaker than her, and at the same time can become a demon." Different. Both Lasana and Elfman looked at Sayla in surprise. Unexpectedly, Tartaros is not using magic. It is indeed a very surprising clue. Order? Force control? If this is the case, then the entire guild may only be controlled by a few people. Well, then we'll go back. Elfman knew that it was unnecessary to stay, and after a few words with Dieter, he left with Lasana. People go. Dieter reaches out and grabs Sayla and uses the moonstep to charge in Erza and Mirajane's direction. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the 9 Demon Gates demon. Liang Tianyue Sayla, for getting 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? The same sound as always. Dieter agreed to add points and successfully increased the ability of the dragon form to level 3. Advertisement at the same time, the physique, strength, endurance and so on are further improved. A gorgeous and extravagant castle building, snoring. The carved porcelain teapot exudes a fragrant aroma. After I retired, I started growing herbs, which are chamomile at home. Erza and Mirajane, the former speaker of the Magic Council, entertain Erza and Mirajane at their home. Then I'm welcome. Smell, it smells so good, this chamomile deserves to be called the apple of the earth. Mirajane and Erza were unguarded. He praised the tea that was poured by the former speaker himself, and was filled with emotion after tasting it. Crawford said, "Well, it's rare for you to come so far, so it may be a little off-putting for me to ask, but, how did you know my address?" Listen to this. Mirajane also put down the delicious tea in his hand and said, "Although it is rude to do so, it is urgent, and we use the guild's own intelligence network." Take a deep breath. Crawford said, "This way I can find my home address, which is supposed to be classified information _ I didn't expect it." Helplessly said, "Unfortunately, I don't know about this either." Crawford sighed. "I am also heartbroken to hear the sad news of my former colleagues." Graham 857 Lawford immediately smiled and waved. "I miss it so much," Crawford recalled. "I heard that for the next 7 years, you were all frozen and sealed." "I'm sorry," Erza apologized. Erza said earnestly, "We believe that to stop Tartaros, we must first destroy Fez. Now that the Senate is not functioning, I am very pleased that a guild with a strong sense of justice like you can stand up." Erza felt guilty. Seeing Erza, Mirajane seemed a little surprised. Crawford quickly explained, "It's not because this is classified information that I won't tell you. Although I am the former speaker, I don't have the authority to know this." "Oh, I forgot, it's Faith's business." Beck Crawford wanted to continue chatting. With a smile on his face, he said, "No, that, I have retired, and I will not pursue it, ha ha ha. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." After looking at Erza in armor, he also said modestly, "I remember you, I saw you in the Senate." Mirajane added, "So can you please tell us where it is?" Mirajane was too busy to stop. "Mr. Crawford, let's get down to business." Looking at the two people staring at each other, Crawford sighed with regret. He said, "I made you laugh." Chapter 170. Someone who is more evil than a demon. Erza was a little touched this time. How did they get the information that even the former speaker didn't know? Erza was surprised. Crawford scratched his head in confusion. It's really unthinkable. See, unable to get Fez's location. Mirajane changed her mind and continued to ask, "Then can you tell us which 3 former counselors are protecting Fez with life-body linkage magic? We will do our best to protect them." However, Crawford said again in a regretful tone, "I don't have the right to know that." Affection. Both Erza and Mirajane were puzzled. This question and 3 unknown things. Why Tartaros can know these things? Could it be that there is something wrong with the council? Neither had doubts about the former speaker. The Fez is a forgotten weapon, an upgraded weapon that cannot be revealed to the world. Therefore, it is protected by an ultimate method of concealment, and even the senator who becomes the key to the seal does not know that he is the key. Crawford tells, "I don't even know myself." Then, Tartaros is really going to kill all the former senators. Here comes the voice. Mirajane and Erza suddenly hid the table. He looked vigilantly in the direction outside the house, his complexion extremely rich. "Looks like they're here." The house was surrounded. Listening to footsteps, there were at least 20 people. The two quickly analyzed. Turning to face the outside of the house, he immediately said to Crawford, "Speaker, please go to the inner room." "Is it Ming Tartaros?" Crawford pretended to be frightened, his voice and body shaking appropriately. Pung, while Lala windows and doors were broken. A group of armored enemies broke through the window, wielding their weapons and slaying Mirajane and Erza. Mirajane and Erza are not vegetarian either. In an instant, he took out his weapon and turned into a head-on attack, and a collision would knock the person in front of him out of the house. After falling to the ground outside, Mirajane and Erza confronted him valiantly. "This is the first time fighting alongside you, Mira," Erza laughed. Mirajane responded, "Let them see the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild." Boom. Rip off, bang bang bang, fire punch. Advertisement. The two fought very vigorously, and a flame roared from the air. Over 10 enemies were instantly defeated. Dieter. Dieter, why are you here? Mirajane and Erza were both a little surprised. "You guys have been fooled. The former speaker is from Tartaros, otherwise, how could someone know about such an important matter as Fez? Dieter fell from the sky. After hearing the words, the two women were stunned. In an instant, he reacted, and just about to go to the trouble of the former speaker, his body swayed. Puff, puff, the two fell to the ground and fainted. Silly woman. Dieter shook his head speechlessly, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. See and hear the color activated, instantly senses the direction of the former speaker who is fleeing. Isn't it too slow to run now? Dieter looked in a certain direction, grabbing Selah who was bound with one hand, and immediately stretched the other into the dense forest in the distance. Caught. Dieter yanked and grabbed the ex-speaker who fled back. Lord Selah. The former speaker was shocked when he saw the person on Dieter's other hand, and at the same time sweat oozes from his forehead, and he sensed that something was wrong. Ah. Dieter looked at Crawford with a smirk. I said, take me to the place to contact Tartaros, I haven't officially met Tartaros yet. Crawford wanted to refuse, but seeing that Selah, who didn't plan to refute at all, had no choice but to accept his fate and lead the way. What are you up to? Selah asked in a panic. She thought that this person had some plan, but she didn't expect that he would come directly to arrest the former speaker, and even meet with Tartaros people. If she guessed correctly, it should be Kyoka, right? If Kyoka knew that she was captured, I'm afraid it wouldn't give her any good looks. You'll find out later. Dieter is not in a hurry to say that he intends to stimulate the people of Tartaros to see if these demons will be angry. To a room. Crawford fought the illustrious use of waste crystals to contact the gate to the underworld. Soon. Advertisement. The magic crystal in front of him fluctuated with electricity, and soon a person with a female face appeared on the crystal ball. Who are you? Kyoka saw Selah and Crawford at a glance, and immediately realized that something was wrong, and asked in a cold tone. Hello, dear Tartaros, I am a sorceress who killed Jackal by accident, and then I will kill the woman you like, Selah, and loyal subordinates, former speaker Crawford, in front of you. Know how you want to see them die. Dieter smiled, reaching for the two guys' throats. A pair of innocent smiles looked at the magic crystal. You want to die? Kyoka sullenly looked at Dieter's smiling face in the crystal. Extreme anger. It doesn't matter if Crawford is dead or not, but Selah is going to die. Even if she doesn't really die, she is still extremely angry, with endless thunder brewing in her heart, and she can't wait to swallow Dieter alive. Miss Kyoka, help me. Crawford was pale, and the huge body was shaking humiliatingly. He was terrified. Then I'll kill Crawford first, Dieter said. He would not forgive those who allegedly hurt Erza and Mirajane, and it was for this reason that Crawford sent the two girls to Tartaros to be tortured by Kyoka. He won't let this guy go. A white halo wrapped around his hands, slowly covering Crawford's head. Flavor. Kaka. The sound of bone crushing resounded in the palm of his hand. That Crawford's eyes widened and his mouth was wide open, the whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshots, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Qian Li Jiao. Ears, nose, mouth. Scarlet blood flowed out one after another, infecting his clothes. Dripping across the trembling body and dripping to the ground. Boom. Red and white things go in an instant. Crawford's head was crushed alive by Dieter, and the smell of blood filled the room. Blood splattered on Dieter's face and clothes. Then it's her time, or... Dieter threw Crawford's headless body aside, smiled and looked at Kyoka in the crystal ball. His voice sounded calmly. Devil. You are a devil. Kyoka was furious. Seeing Dieter laughing and Crawford pinching his head alive, his body suddenly felt cold. The appearance of this human being is simply more evil than the demons. Squeezing a person's head doesn't even show any emotion, yet he is so calm to kill another. Simply not human. Chapter 171. Terrified Kyoka and Selah. Selah was also terrified. She looked at Dieter in front of her with chills, and it was the first time she saw that this righteous wizard was able to do such cruel things. Pinch a person alive and not move at all. This guy is even scarier than a demon. How could such a number one figure in the righteous sorcerers guild? Afraid? Dieter laughed. You who are demons should be afraid of humans? Shocked. Both Selah and Kyoka were horrified. They looked at Unique with incredible eyes, wondering how he knew that he and others were demons. Tartaros. Dieter naturally noticed their expressions and said with a smile. The members of the 9 demon gates are all demons in the Book of Zareth, and your guild does not have a leader. In other words, the guild leader is still sleeping, so the vice guild leader Mard Gear is in charge, and the spells you use are just abilities created by Zareth. Are you planning to destroy the magic power on the entire continent to awaken end? Dieter spoke up. Every word was trampled like a girl facing red fruit. Make their plans clear. Who the hell are you? The people have never seen you. How can they only know our plan? Kyoka asked. She was angry though. But the big enemy, especially knowing that the enemy they planned was in front of them, didn't have time to worry too much about Selah. Force yourself to calm down. 857 to keep collecting clues. Dieter's eyes. The palm that was holding Selah slowly tightened. Ah, Selah screamed in pain, widened her eyes, opened her mouth and kept squirming her throat, making it harder to breathe. The face is even more ugly. You. Kyoka's face was sullen, looking at the unique eyes and wishing to swallow Huosi. This scream is really like the sound of heaven. Memories of Dieter. The state displayed at the moment has nothing to do with humans at all, it is more like an evil demon. Interested in joining Tartaros? You are very qualified. As long as you join us, then Selah and I belong to you. Kyoka offered to see Dieter's expression. Sayla opened her eyes wide and looked at Kyoka inside the crystal ball in disbelief, unable to believe that she would say such a thing. Ha ha ha, Dieter laughed wildly. Advertisement, it's such a big joke that the demon invited him to join Tartaros. It's really hard to believe, I'm not interested in demons. Brown. The palms converge again. Sayla's face in his hand was extremely ugly. At any time, he may be pinched to death in the palm of his hand because of the problem of room breathing. You kill it. Kyoka took a deep breath, staring calmly at Dieter and letting it go. Prepared for Sayla's death. Of course I want to kill, not only I want to kill her but even you. I will personally go to Tartaros and destroy the core of hell that you can resurrect, then I will kill all of you demons with my own hands, and finally kill Zareth. Dieter laughed. Startled again, Kyoka's face was extremely ugly. Not only do we know that the people of Tartaros are demons, but we also know that the key to our resurrection comes from the core of hell. Who are you? Are you also a demon created by Lord Zareth? Kyoka asked frantically. The secret that belongs to them is about to be finished, but she has no clue at all. I don't know where Dieter's secrets come from. The only possibility is that this person is also the same as them, also a devil. Boom. Dieter palms hard. Squeeze Sayla's head too. The body burned with raging flames, and the blood on the clothes and arms was burned off and rejuvenated. He said disdainfully, I'm not that kind of garbage creature, so stop gossip, we'll see you later. Dieter raised his arm and hit the magic crystal. Kyoka's voice finally came, very good, I'm waiting for you in Tartaros, I hope you really have the strength to challenge our Tartaros. Boom. The magic crystal explodes. Kyoka was also angry, especially when Dieter squeezed Sayla's head in front of him. I have already decided in my heart that when the time comes, I must let someone completely capture, CFBB, him. Let her torture herself again, to be a servant in eternal pain, torment day and night. Huh, Dieter breathed a sigh of relief. Turn around and leave the room where Tartaros was contacted and re-enter outside. After seeing Erza and Mirajane, he reached out and rolled them up into the bedroom in the house, waiting for them to wake up. Advertisement, ding. Congratulations to the master for killing the former speaker Crawford and gaining 1 skill point, please keep on working hard. Ding. Congratulations to the master for defeating several members of the Dark Guild, obtaining a total of 9 skill points. Do you want to add points? The system assistant in my mind rang at this time. Rewards for coming here to defeat a lot of enemies with a fire fist, as well as killing former speaker Crawford, etc. are also available at any time. All add up to only 10 points, which shows that whether it is the members of the Dark Guild or the former speaker Crawford is garbage. Far better than the reward for defeating a demon. No matter how little is meat, add more, Dieter murmured and asked the system assistant Xiaokai to help add some points. Strength feedback. The new ability has been upgraded to level 4, and the attributes that are fed back are no longer minor. There is a qualitative improvement. Especially after the ability to upgrade to level 4, Dieter can now enter the dragon form. Well known. The zoological devil fruit has 3 forms. They are human form, animal form, orc form. The human form is naturally Dieter. The animal form is the incarnation of a blue dragon, but it cannot be transformed at present. Plus that shape is kind of ugly. Stop shouting. Hey, Dieter, you're here too, by the way. Where are Erza and Mila, the former speakers from Tartaros, where are they? After the transformation, the strength will be greatly improved, but in the fairy tale world, the improvement of the dragon form is not as great as that of the dragon form. Mira, Erza. Natsu hurried forward, the last one is the dragon form. Natsu was relieved to hear that. It was Happy and Natsu who came. Dieter nodded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Probing towards the inside of the house, looking for a figure. Dieter also directly denied it, and would not open that form casually no matter what, Xiaolongren or something is too embarrassing. Dieter stepped out and waved to Natsu. Natsu said that Tartaros wouldn't know about Fez and the address of the former counselor if it wasn't for the tip-off from the former speaker, so the former speaker must be someone from Tartaros. Happy, explained. Before Dieter could fully appreciate the power of ascension, a familiar call sounded outside the house. He was really worried that Erza and Mira would be in danger. I already know, but Erza and Mila accidentally drank sleeping pills, which will still be sleeping. I have already dealt with the former speaker. Chapter 172. Take someone to the Tartaros kicking hall. Wait a minute, we'll go to Tartaros when they both wake up, Dieter said. Immediately, little stars bloomed in Natsu's eyes. He was eager to move, and he was very interested in things like kicking the gym. This slip, the fragrant tea is poured out, and Natsu and Happy sit across from Dieter. Erza and Mirajane still have some time to wake up, so they can only drink tea and wait for the 2 girls to wake up. The people in Tartaros are all demons in the Book of Zareth, all very powerful, and they use conjuration, a very magical power. Dieter took this opportunity to give Natsu and Happy a brief introduction about the Tartaros members. Aliens, those who don't use magic are heretics. Magic is the core force of this world. Natsu muttered angrily. Happy is also very agreeable. Take a deep breath. Dieter ignored the words of the 2, and sipped his teacup and recalled the membership structure of Tartaros. Be prepared to rank them in order to kill them. Dieter, Natsu, you are all here. Not long ago. Erza and Mirajane woke up from the back room and were relieved to see Dieter and Natsu sitting in the hall. They were really worried about what would happen. Ah, You guys finally woke up, now we can go to the gym? Natsu stood up and threw his fists into the air. Both Erza and Mirajane looked at Dieter in confusion. Dieter said, I already know Tartaro's lair, and I'm going to the gym when you wake up. Are you going? Erza stroked her white chin, thinking we'll nod. Yes. Mirajane refused. I won't go. Dieter gave me the address, I'll go back and contact the guild, and then we can attack together. That's it. Dieter didn't think there was any surprise. Mirajane herself was very powerful, but she wasn't someone who liked fighting. The location of Tartaros is quite special. It is a moving island in the positive direction. It will keep moving. I can tell you a few locations. When you go back, find Levi, and she will help deduce the trajectory. Dieter said he picked up a map and simply said a few locations from memory. And randomly predict a few passing locations. Advertisement. Okay. Then be careful on the road. After taking the map, Mirajane looked at the location on it and prepared to leave. Hey, you too. Dieter nodded, and Erza and Natsu watched Mirajane leave, and they were ready to go. Let's go too, as Dieter said. He stretched his arms around Erza's waist and rushed out of the room. Happy. Natsu also called, Happy, immediately, and this side flew up and followed closely behind. The 3-in-1 cat rushed towards Tartaro's lair. Within the guild. Sorry, we went to the former speaker's house, but Erza, Mira, Natsu and Happy are no longer there. Lucy reported the situation to the president. Wendy added, but 2 bodies were found there, one of the former speaker and the other of Tartaro's, and I couldn't trace them with my sense of smell. Elfman over there said, Brother Dieter arrested a Tartaro's man, and then I don't know where to go, but it's probably one of the 2 bodies Wendy and Lucy saw. Lasana said, Erza and Mila wouldn't be in danger if Brother Dieter went to the former speaker's side. The other members of the guild were also in trouble. The known candidates are now dead, leaving Dieter with some good news. Tartaros, is there any way to get their home base? President Makarov is in trouble. It would be great if Dieter had some clues. At this time. Mirajane, who was fast and furious, also came back from the outside. Miss Mira. Mira is back. Are you alone? Isn't Erza with you? Everyone was in a hurry. When she saw that only Mira was alone, she hurriedly asked. Mirajane said, Erza and I went to the house of the former speaker, but I didn't realize that the former speaker was from Tartaros, and took the opportunity to drug me and Erza into a daze. Luckily Dieter got there in time, otherwise we might have been caught by the Tartaros guys. The corpses that Lucy and Wendy saw should be the 2 people that Dieter killed, but I didn't expect that Lucy and Wendy would be a little slower to come back. Advertisement. After hearing Raj's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. Lasana also had a lingering fear. So do we, that Tartaros' people use command spells and can control people who are weaker than her. If Brother Dieter hadn't arrived in time, we might have been arrested. For flowers, Elfman nodded. Everyone in the guild breathed a sigh of relief, and now it seems that this is all due to Dieter's help. Makarov hurriedly said, Where did Mira, Dieter and Erza and Natsu go, and do you know Tartaro's address? Mirajane nodded, reaching for the map that Dieter had given her. Put it in front of Dumby to tell. Dieter should be a clue from the hands of Tartaros. According to Dieter, Tartaros is a mobile island in the air. He gave me a track of the island's movement, which he said would allow Levi to deduce it. And Dieter took Natsu and Erza to Tartaros to play first. We can move faster and try to keep up with them. Leave it to me. I'll calculate the enemy's movement path. Levi patted the table and immediately took the map and started to check it. He sighed with emotion. No wonder Dieter went to the kicking hall first. This map was drawn too carefully, and it was impossible to judge their positions without careful inference. I'm so envious of these geniuses. Their strength has improved too fast. Thinking of this, Makarov murmured. It's time for them to go their separate ways, just after this Tartaros is over. These little guys have grown up thoroughly and become the most reliable family members. I think Dieter was a cute little guy back then. Not only him but Erza and Natsu were all kids. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There are also different opinions on Dieter and others going to the gym. Waiting for more detailed clues from Levi, and the others were sighed. Among them, Gajeel was the most angry and said angrily, Damn it, the kicking hall didn't even bring me. Levi, hurry up, I want to go too. Kick the gym. It's a pity that the strength doesn't allow it, otherwise I'll go too. Very good, as long as there's an address then we can lock their location and let them know the price of hurting our family. And Makarov continued to listen to Mirajane explain some of what Dieter had said to her. There's nothing wrong with Dieter and Erza's kicks. Gajeel is so annoying, I'm working on it, Levi retorted. Yeah, after so many years in the blink of an eye, Dieter's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was surprised. Makarov was full of joy. Chapter 173. Invade the Tartaros' lair. Air. A square mobile island, close at hand. Dieter took the moving island that Erza and Natsu soon saw in the distance. Is that Tartaros' lair? That's great, Happy, is over, be sure to beat them this time. Hey. Happy, agreed, and a sprint dashed past Dieter and Erza, falling from the air and smashing the ground into the interior. The enemies who hurt Lagosas come out quickly. Natsu fell to the ground and shouted. In front of him, he happened to pass by a chubby demon monster wearing a flat helmet with armor nailed to his shoulders, with a diamond-shaped iron, and a crutch with the guild's crest in his hand. I was a little sluggish when I saw Natsu rushing in and the big hole smashed in the top of my head. In an instant, he called out, "Intruders! Tartaros actually has intruders. How much will it cost to repair the damaged outer wall?" 857. Natsu glared at it and asked, "Are you the devil of Tartaros?" Franmalth swept over Natsu, resting on the badge on his shoulder for a moment, and said, "Oh, so it's the fairy tale man. How dare you invade Tartaros?" "What is an invasion? We're here to kick the gym. Do you understand the kick?" Dieter arrived late with Erza, watching the guy in front of him correct him. "Kick the gym? Oops, how much will we lose by coming to the gym? How much?" Franmalth said with a grin. Natsu clenched his fists and rushed forward. "Rory is so noisy." Research. Wow, Lala. Franmalth was knocked down instantly, and his round body rolled very far. "You dare to beat me? How much is this crime worth?" 1,000 of your souls. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** an instant, the arm suddenly became very long and grabbed towards Natsu. The body is elongated, like Dieter's ability. Natsu was surprised. Dieter cupped his forehead and complained, "Idiot, it's impossible to think about it." "Be careful," Erza also reminded in time. Hearing this, Natsu hurriedly stopped, and after shaking his body a little, he avoided his arms. Link. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, he heard Franmalth's voice, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and his body jerked a little bit strangely. What happened? The power was taken away. Natsu's body swayed back and forth, and the frailty of his body made him feel more empty than ever. Musket, Dieter raised his arms, his palms curled up like a pistol. A group of flames shot out instantly at the fingertips. Advertisement Ga Monument. The small flame shot like a pistol bullet and hit the stretched arm in an instant. Oh, Franmalth was in pain, and the arm linked to Natsu immediately retracted, and the entire arm was retracted immediately. Nice job, Dieter. Natsu's strength was instantly withdrawn, and he charged out with his feet on the ground. Attack Franmalth. Fire dragons. His palms turned into claws, and he rushed in front of Franmalth and grabbed its big eyes, and the flames burst out instantly. Grip. Boom, explosion remembered that Franmalth suffered to the end. Ah, it screamed again and again, rubbed the scars on its face and roared. Idiot, the price has risen to 2,000 souls. Erza was a little surprised. Squeezing his chin, being attacked by Natsu's flames at such a close distance, this guy has nothing to do. This is also the first time Erza has seen the true strength of the Tartaros members. It's so strong. Franmalth, enough, at this time. A person walked up from behind, and with his appearance, the surrounding air also decreased a lot. Everyone also looked over. Looking at this person somehow made Natsu and Erza feel familiar. Here, leave it to me. You should hurry up and complete the task given to you by Lord Kyoka, Silver said. Franmalth immediately respected. Okay, Lord Yin, I'll leave it to you here. I'll complete the formalities as soon as possible. Break. Happy. Shivered, exhaling a breath of cold air and shivering. The surrounding temperature has dropped quite a bit. This guy looks a lot more powerful than the previous one, and it seems that he can't watch the show. Okay, it's cold, Natsu with the advent of Silver. Erza and Natsu couldn't help but concentrate, realizing that this person might not be so easy to deal with. It's amazing, it's a bit crazy to dare to talk big and face us alone, Dieter said. The eyes are constantly circulating on the silver body. According to the setting of the devil in the devil fruit, the silver in front of him is likely to restrain him. Of course, Dieter didn't have any fear, because his strength was enough to ignore the demon slayer, but he just cared a little about this kind of person. Is it you who melted the ice in the Sun Village? Silver asked. Advertisement Natsu asked warily, is it you who froze it? The atmosphere is solemn. Suddenly Yin Han smiled and scratched his head. Iya. Thank you so much, I'm so sorry for being like this all the time. It seems that I had a little misunderstanding that I froze the village. You. Both Natsu and Erza found the man in front of him very talkative. You always smell like someone I know, Natsu muttered. Gray. Suddenly Erza spoke. When needed. Yin, who was still pleasant at first, suddenly changed his face greatly, and he reached out and froze all the people present. Don't mention that dirty name to me. Yin's tone was very cold, and his eyes did not fluctuate. Taste, Pung. Dieter was also frozen, but unfortunately the ice was shattered in an instant. You. Yin's eyes were a little surprised, and Dieter said something different when he looked at Dieter from freezing. He was able to break his ice, this guy, research and hang. Natsu and Erza were alert, with their weapons out and ready to fight. Then Natsu and Happy were unblocked in the same way. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Dieter came out again, wiggling his neck with a dangerous smile on his face. Devil Slayer. Dieter applauds with interest. 1.1 is amazing, my Lord Yin. Do you not recognize your own species, or is it because you are controlled by others? Bright. Quadruple A, do you want to die? Dieter said. Cold again, you guy. That ice is exactly the same as it was in Sun Village. Yin said without showing weakness. I said, don't give me that dirty name. Silver's face was very cold, and before Dieter could finish speaking, he was frozen again. Listen to this. Dieter put his hand on Erza's shoulder, and the white halo penetrated into the ice crystals, thawing Erza from the frozen state. Clap clap. Chapter 174. Fighting hard. You guys are watching, don't run around, it's still quite dangerous here, I'll have a good time with this guy first. Dieter stops Erza and Natsu. Stand up and move your arms. Call. Fiery red flames and pure white halo covered both hands. The power belonging to Sakura was instantly aroused. The Overlord color entanglement is also attached to the body, and the knowledge color is open to the greatest extent. Dieter decided to go all out. Numerous abilities were released, and the entire island began to tremble. The stone bricks under Dieter's feet began to crack, and the stone bricks that split into pieces were being crushed by a terrible momentum. The walls, the ground, and the surrounding air are extremely heavy. What a terrifying aura! Silver was surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying aura, stronger than any Tartaros. This kind of person has never been known before. Fire, flame, it looks delicious. When Natsu saw the flame in Dieter's hand, his saliva was drooling, and he rushed to eat the flame. That 25 flame was very attractive to him. Is this Dieter's true power? The air is shaking and it's hard to breathe. Erza felt a deep depression in her heart. The air seems to have become very scarce, and the beating of the heart can't help but be much heavier. Because of your status, I won't kill you, but you should fall down temporarily. Considering Silver's identity as Gray's father, Dieter didn't plan to kill him directly, but he still had to fight for skill points. There are also 2 freezes that must be done for justice. Quick. Where? Silver eyes narrowed. This speed is simply unheard of for him. The naked eye cannot lock the target at all. Frozen. But Yin knew that he had to act, otherwise he would be at a loss. Frozen Hang appears and condenses into ice around the Silver. At the same time, the human-shaped ice sculpture appeared in front of him, but the speed at which it appeared was less than a second before it shattered again. Can't, cold, so strong. Silver was shocked. His hands quickly blocked him, and he knew that there was no way to resolve it in such a short period of time. Just fight hard. The body is tense, and the surging magic power wraps the body. Earthquake, hum. Advertisement Dieter punches when he sells. The white halo crashed down, hitting Yin's arms with a single blow, and the space burst. Cracks extend. Boom, the entire island shook violently. The slow-moving island exploded in an instant, and the house where Dieter and others were still in ruins. There are tens of meters of deep pits on the ground. In the middle, Dieter stared coldly at the Silver under his feet, his face full of disappointment. It's so disappointing, I thought you could resist a blow from me anyway, but is that all you can do? Dieter said coldly. Looking at the broken arms of Yin's feet and the body that was constantly coughing up blood and twitching, he was also speechless. One blow destroys both Silver arms. The skin is open and the flesh is left, leaving the bones attached to the torso. Liu Ying's action made the vibrational force pour into his body, and even the internal organs with Silver were injured to varying degrees. Cough cough, you are really amazing, you are the most. Cough cough, the most powerful person I have ever met. Yin had nothing to say, and he didn't expect to be crippled by this blow. It can be difficult to recover from this situation. Looking at the ruined place, I want to ask for mercy, at least I want to meet Gray. Kill. Go ahead and beat Tartaros, kill it in. The sound of fighting in the distance sounded, it was reinforcements from Fairy Tale. You just hide, Gray will come right now. Dieter reached out and grabbed the Silver, which had no resistance, and threw it towards an inconspicuous corner. Dieter, Erza was surprised. This is the enemy. According to Dieter's character, he actually let him go? Silver Fullbuster, Gray's father, there's no need to kill him, just slaughter him, Dieter replied. Immediately, both Natsu and Erza were a little surprised. Glancing at Silver, he didn't say anything, even though it was Gray's father that really couldn't be killed. Begin. Go. Destroy Tartaros. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Dieter disappeared immediately after saying the last sentence, and went to look for other enemies. Run fast. Natsu muttered, but he didn't stop too much, turned around and rushed towards other places. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to come to the kicking hall without even seeing the enemy? Erza is a collection of people who return in guild. Ding. Defeat Tartaros, absolute 0 silver, reward 10 skill points, do you want to add points? Add. Still get 10 points as usual, Dieter directly adds points. Now that the form of the blue dragon is level 5, if you defeat 5 more guys, you will be able to reach the full level, and then you will be able to turn into a blue dragon and fight with Akulonoia. Who will you meet next? Advertisement Dieter kind of looks forward to his next opponents, and it would be great if all of them could come out and fight him. But it's obviously unlikely. Wow, yo, the sound of the scepter hitting the ground. In the corner in front of him, there was a demon with a staff like a tree spirit, whose guild badge was engraved on his forehead. Wearing a checkered robe. The footsteps of the young and middle-aged are the bells resounding through hell, and the radiance of magic is the breath of Venus, awakening the earth. The fairy boy who fell to the underworld, turn into bones and wander in purgatory. Dieter looked very strange. Looking at the guy who sang poetry when he appeared, he couldn't complain. This kind of person is really hard to answer. It sounds good to recite poetry, please continue your performance. Dieter stood and patted his head for him to continue. Silence. 870 keys poetry was obviously limited, and Dieter couldn't continue to recite it at his urging. It seems that, you are also exhausted, do pa. Dieter twisted his neck and charged towards Keys. Pung. Contact with one click. Dieter's pure power slammed into Keys' staff. Pung hang. Hang 2 broken in an instant, as a necromancer, melee combat itself is his weakness. Not to mention that with a person with super physical strength like Dieter, the staff couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds and then broke with a bang. And the unique fist continues to advance aggressively. Fist dangling. On Key's body. His body flew out in an instant, the remaining ruins were also smashed, and the rubble covered him together. There is also a lot of gravel on the flight route. Take your chance and absorb it. Sudden. An arm sticks out from the corner of the side and grabs at Dieter. Fire punch. Dieter's left fist was immediately thrown out, and the fiery flames roared towards the arm. Ah, it's so cool, it's so cool. The owner of the arm, Franmalth, rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames of his arm bones. That's fine, I'll take care of 2 guys at once. 1 on 2 didn't give Dieter any sense of crisis. Rather more excited. The spells of these demons were too monotonous for him. Chapter 175. Defeat the demon, one of the 4th 9 demon gates. Just a little attention is enough to destroy these demons with all your strength. Damn it, since that's the case, then I'll let you see the most powerful soul in my collection, and I'll definitely defeat you. Franmalth stood up angrily. The chubby body saying these vicious words simply doesn't match his body shape. Please start your show. Dieter nodded in disapproval, looked at him quietly, and went to look for that keys. Why the guy didn't come to help. Come out, President Hades, Franmalth roared, his body bursting with endless light. At the moment, the strong airflow lifted the gravel on the ground, the stones in the ruins were blown violently, and a large number of stones were overwhelmed and overturned from the ground. He instantly became the president of the Grimoire Heart Guild, Hades. And yet? Dieter asked with a raised eyebrow, it seems that you haven't experienced the horror of President Hades. Well, let me tell you ignorant and stupid humans, listen up, the president of Hades is Grimoire Heart, the president of the most powerful dark guild. He is a genius wizard who is too addicted to the depths of darkness. 7 years ago, I accidentally got his body while searching for Mr. Zarif. Franmalth said eloquently, like a child showing off his toys to adults. Even Dieter couldn't help but fold his forehead as he listened. Hades is just a piece of shit, absorbing his soul, then you're a piece of shit, what's the use of talking too much, Dieter said. Clenched fists and rushed up. The feet were ejected with force, the stone bricks on the ground burst with a bang, and dust was everywhere. Dieter's figure disappeared in place. Trash? What qualifications do you have as a human to say President Hades, ignorant human? Franmalth nursed patient rebuttal. He also clenched his fist and rushed towards Dieter, intending to use his strength to teach Dieter a lesson. No matter what, this magic power is indeed genuine. This is the magic power of those who are close to the abyss of grinding road. Boom. Crashed. The sun and the moon are dull. The ground of the ruins exploded, and a terrifying roar like a world-destroying thunder could be heard. The power of 2 people is released. An energy explosion like an upside-down bowl rises. The gravel that overturned the earth formed a deep pit, like a pit smashed by a meteorite falling from the sky. Ouch. The strength is not bad. Dieter twisted the rear end, kicked Franmalth, who had become President Hades, and slammed into the ground before complimenting. There are still very few people who can punch him head-on. Advertisement. Even though it was just a punch of physical strength, it was enough to get his praise. Ah, you have never experienced the power of President Hades. Franmalth roared, and wrapped Hades' magical chains in both hands towards Dieter. The tip of the chain is even more razor-sharp. Once it is wrapped around, it will be stabbed into the body by the sharp thorns, and when it is freed, a lot of blood clots may be pulled out. End the fight. Instead of retreating, Dieter rushed forward, facing the 2 magic chains, ignoring the attack and approaching Franmalth. For the so-called thorns even turned a blind eye. Oops. You've been fooled. Sudden. Franmalth's electric attack instantly transformed into his arms. The 5 fingers of both hands are open, and the inside is concave into a claw shape. Apparently the previous magic chain was a deceptive scheme, and his real purpose was to capture Dieter and absorb his soul. In this way, you can obtain a unique full body skill. Pity. Franmalth definitely underestimated uniqueness. When those hands touched Dieter's body, a smile on his face had already imagined the powerful power after absorbing Dieter's soul. At this time, instead of grabbing Dieter, those hands passed through him directly. Where it passes through the body is a crimson flame. Dieter elementalized. Just as he was about to be caught, Dieter's elementalization into the flames caught Franmalth empty. How is that possible? How did your body turn into flames? Why go through the body? You are not human, Franmalth yelled. It was shocking to see the hands pass through the body unimpeded. Can't believe this scene in front of me. Yes, Dieter's plan was not to fight those arms at all, but to rush straight in front of Franmalth and give him a fatal blow. Come on. Dieter murmured. Fire punch. Flames wrapped his fists, and the fiery temperature was oncoming, and Dieter threw a punch. Flames are like pillars. The boiling red flames blasted out. Advertisement burning like hellfire, it devoured Franmalth. The impact is undiminished. After submerging the enemy, it continued to move forward, and the powerful impact destroyed walls one after another. Even the non-combustible stone bricks and land were burned by flames at this moment. Ah, Franmalth's tragic cry, a mournful roar. Burned to ashes with deep unwillingness and anger. Boom boom, the flames of destruction destroyed many houses and buildings throughout the island, and the site was full of dilapidated ruins surrounded by flames. The interior of the dilapidated island is in disarray. Destroyed buildings, rubble all over the earth, fire everywhere. Dieter kills a Tartaros member again with a mighty strike. 4. Dieter took a deep breath, and after killing Sayla, Jackal and defeating Franmalth again, there are still 5 demons left waiting for him to kill. Ding. Kill Franmalth, get 10 skill points, whether to add points. Add. Gain skill points again, and at the same time increase the fish, fruit, blue dragon, form to level 6. After scanning everyone in the guild, I found that Wendy seemed to be gone. The other members of the guild, Qian Zhao's, also have their own opponents, and they don't need to do anything for the time being. Going to grab Erza or someone else's opponent now is somewhat inappropriate. Dieter thought. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Dieter said. Seeing and hearing were used at the same time, and instantly enveloped the island, and soon found Erza and Kyoka fighting together. Dieter quickly decided on his next goal. The body flickered instantly, and Navy 6 form, and Moonstep, were used in combination. Quickly left the island and rushed towards Wendy's side. This battle itself is a battle between the guild and Tartaros. It is not suitable for him to solve all of them, so let them practice their skills. The distance is not too far, but you can rush over. I hope Wendy hasn't encountered the enemy yet. Then who will be next? By the way, Wendy should be looking for Faith. There is a demon somewhere. Anyway, there is still a long time before the destruction of magic. Just wait a little longer, and go deal with the demon on Wendy's side by the way. Natsu once again fights the resurrected Jackal, Wendy. It also requires 40 skill points to distance from the dragon. Chapter 176. Thunder, Ming. 8. Poison Hemlock Valley Big Cave. Wendy then walked to the damp and dark valley with Sha Lulu, who had lost her strength. We don't even know what Fez looks like or size. How do we find it? The vision was blocked, and it was impossible to see what was in front of him. Don't panic. Concentrate on feeling the magic. Sha Lulu accompanied Wendy. Wendy took a deep breath. The air here is so fresh. Sha Lulu replied, because of the low temperature and high humidity. At this time, Wendy felt her legs itch and looked down. Whoa, 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 suddenly seeing a naughty little bug crawling up her legs, Wendy was startled immediately. Buzz, the sound of the dense flapping of wings sounded. No I saw a dense number of flying insects rushing towards my face, and Wendy shook her body in a panic, making Sha Lulu in her arms feel sick for a while. She complained. There are many bugs in places with high humidity. Wendy had a tear in her eyes and looked very loving. Holding a small fist to cheer for himself, I know. Keep going. On the wall above Wendy's head, an octopus-like shadow hangs upside down. Muttered. What, just so small? What a joke, Kyoka guy, how can this be enough to fill your stomach? Wendy and Sha Lulu were shocked. The reaction was very quick and turned around, and saw a demon's face head on. The demon is one of the 9 demon gates, the boy Che Easel. Easel roared, how dare you force me such a lousy job? He banged at Wendy. Boom, the ground was dusty. Wendy's reaction was equally dissatisfied, her body quickly retreated, and she temporarily distanced herself from Easel. Tartaros? That's the guy who started 5th, Wendy hurriedly asked. That Easel wasn't going to introduce herself at all. Seeing that he missed a hit, he rushed up again, and was bound to kill Wendy at the fastest speed. Wendy was a little embarrassed to dodge the attack again. While retreating, he said, what should I do? Now is not the time to fight him. Sha Lulu also persuaded, let's run. He is not an opponent you can solve alone. Boom boom boom. Easel was chasing after him, even Wendy couldn't get rid of him no matter how fast he escaped. I can't escape, I can only bite the bullet, Wendy said. Advertisement reaching out and putting Sha Lulu in a safe place, she turned her head and waved her hand, and a magic circle appeared out of thin air. All attribute resistance increased. God's crown. Whole body, physical enhancement, Knight of God. Double attack. Double defense. Double speed, additional. Dao magic is attached to the body, and Wendy's aspects have been greatly improved. The body sinks and the mouth bulges. Take a deep breath, roar of the dragon. Roar and spit. The magic of the sky was released in an instant, tearing the air and destroying the earth, rushing towards Easel. Naturally, Easel couldn't be hit. The one who jumped up and came to Wendy. Haha, are you acting so foolishly? You are so foolish, is it really okay? Dragon's claws. Not to be outdone, Wendy raised her leg and kicked Easel's head. That Easel was not wrong at all, and he faced it straight up. Boom. The soles of the feet and the head touched together, and a gust of wind was instantly set off. But Easel was unscathed. Wow, the 5 swords in the world, Onimaru. Easel held the knife with both hands, and crossed it left and right in front of him to release the attack. Wendy, get out of the way, Sha Lulu quickly reminded. But Wendy hasn't been able to reflect this, and can only watch the attack play out. Here it is. Here, the blue arc jumps. A man with a mace jumped up behind Easel. Thunder. Ming. 8. Gua. He swings his mace. The mace was wrapped with a blue thunder spectacle, and it fell with a bang. Boom. Unprecedented explosions. The mace fell from the sky and hit Easel's head, instantly hitting it to the ground. The earth is broken, falling stones in the valley. From the depths, many bats panicked and fled the valley in a hurry. The explosion shattered the stones on the ground. The strong wind they carried pushed Wendy and Lulu to the ground several times, lying on the ground to cover their faces to defend against the flying stones. When the strong wind dissipated, only then did Wendy and Lulu see clearly what happened just now. Advertisement: a handsome man was holding a monstrous stone mace that was pitch black all over. Holding the mace in one hand and carrying it on his shoulder, there is a kind of wild and violent beauty. Ask for flowers, brother Dieter. Dieter? Wendy and Lulu immediately put on bright and happy smiles after seeing the man's face clearly, lying on the ground cheering. That's right, it was Dieter. And the mace in his hand was modified from a stone pillar when it came, and it was painted black, but he covered it with armed color to prolong its service life. Aren't you hurt? Dieter left the fallen easel and came to Wendy to check her physical condition up and down. Fine, you came too soon. Wendy would be hurt if you were late. The two little guys were busy talking, and after seeing acquaintances, they turned into chattering little dolls and complained about this place. Dieter listened carefully, nodding in response from time to time. Damn it, who dared to hit me? Behind. Easel, who was dazed by the blow, shook his head and got up from the ground. Several tentacles on his body hit the ground, venting his anger at this moment. So what if I beat you, and I kill you? Does it make you proud of bullying our guild's cute little girl? Dieter retorted. That Easel in its fury, staring, arms crossed in front of him again. 5 swords in the world Shuzu won, when needed. A slashing wave that was stronger than the cross slash that had been issued earlier slashed over. Chopping waves are unprecedentedly powerful. A layer of ground was lifted, and the turbulent waves stabbed, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Do not. Dieter reached out and grabbed Wendy and Lulu and rushed deeper into the valley. The purpose of this trip is to destroy Fez. Dieter was not in a hurry to defeat this man, and sent Wendy and Lulu to Faith first, and then waited for the battle. Ha ha ha. You can't escape. Easel thought that Dieter was not his opponent and fled, and immediately followed closely behind. 4 arms keep slashing and trying to slow Dieter's speed. Dieter, can't you beat that demon? Lulu held Dieter's arm and was puzzled. Why did she run away? The most powerful person in the guild should be Dieter. Why would it be better to run away and just deal with the opponent? Brother Dieter. Wendy is also very curious. She has never doubted the unique power, just feels a little strange. 2nd. Chapter 177. There are still 3 people left to transform into a dragon. Don't worry, the air here is good, and wait for a while. Dieter didn't say it clearly, he kept dodging strangely, letting the slashes be so intense that they couldn't hurt Dieter in the slightest. Listening to this, Lulu and Wendy don't ask any more questions. The air here is really fresh, and it's okay to wait a little longer. Soon. Dieter brought Wendy and Lulu to the bottom. There is a whole body of white jade column, the top of which is a group of faces, which seems to be shouting to the sky. This is Fez. Is this Fez? How can something so big be broken? Fez is high and needs to be activated or stopped here. Both Lulu and Wendy looked up. This huge thing exudes an ominous aura, making it unbearably timid. This is Fez. There are still 5 minutes left before the activation, and the concentration of magic particles, 8 or 7, at close range is extraordinary. It stinks. Easel, who was chasing a few people behind him, also stopped. Looking at the huge Fez weapon in front of him, his face was filled with disgust. Randomly hung up a wild laugh again. However, this magic particle can destroy magic, take away all the magic power on the continent, and our spell will rule the world. But until then, I'll tear you to pieces. Easel rushed over, waving 4 arms to cut out the sharp edges, tearing the space and slashing past. You really think I can't beat you? Dieter was speechless, the fiery flames roaring. A fire fist burst out, and the extreme fiery temperature drowned the slash, and even burned out the few sharp slashes. 5 swords. Onimaru. Easel showed no signs of weakness, and crossed his arms as he watched the surging flames. Fires a cross-shaped slash that can cut through cave walls. That slash tore apart the flames and slashed at Dieter. Empty shock. Dieter's right fist was shrouded in white light and swung forward. The cracks in the space were extended, and the slashes rushed towards the slash like spider silk. The ground beneath his feet shattered. The smashing gravel was propelled by an invisible force, instantly shattering the cross-shaped blow, and continuing to extend it without compromising. 5 swords in the world. Shuzu won. Easel saw that the slash was shaken away, and he understood that the move was not enough to resist. Use the enhanced version of Onimaru immediately. A stronger slashing wave is coming, and Dieter is bound to be killed here. Advertisement: it seems to be hanging with power. The astonishing slashing wave meets the remaining power of the airshock, but the attack that should have been cut off failed, and the powerful airshock even easily cracked with the slashing wave. How can it be? Easel exclaimed, her body unhurriedly retreating, ready to avoid the edge for a while. But he still underestimated the unique attack. The spare energy in the empty space was chasing after him, making him understand that dodging is ineffective. The state thinks on the body. A more powerful force burst out. The 4 arms changed in an instant, from ordinary arms to 4 hilts, and other parts of the body were ironed, which improved their defense and attack power. Slash mode. My demon sword has become even sharper. Easel was excited, and waved his arm again. Demon sword Sanryu. Giant chopping wave is used. Dieter's empty shock could no longer maintain its smashing power, and was shattered by a stronger slash. Both disappeared. Ha ha ha, my spell can cut everything. Seeing that the attack was cut off, Ezel laughed wildly, and was quite satisfied with the power of this blow. I don't understand what you were happy about, Gaw. Dieter's body flashed instantly, and he came to the back of Ezel's head, holding up the stone mace covered in armed color. Stab, stab, the blue electric arc jumped on the mace, brewing endless thunder, and the power was enough to shatter everything. Break it to me. Ezel's response was not slow, and he wasn't surprised when he knew that Dieter came behind him in an instant, and the power on his body surged again. The slash that contained incomparably powerful condensed again. He swung out almost instantly, wanting to behead before Dieter. Thunder. Ming. 8. Gua. Thorn Lala. The mace carries the arc of thunder, buzzing like a sting. Swing the mace. A blue arc fell from the sky, boom. The two attacks collided instantly. The roar resounded in the canyon, and the echo echoed in the valley. The collision of energy shrouded the figures of the two people, and the spherical explosive energy wave crushed the ground. A broken body leapt out of the valley. That is Ezel's corpse, and his strength is extraordinary, but it depends on who you are compared to. In front of Dieter. Advertisement. No matter how powerful Ezel's slash is, it can't resist a single strike of thunder and gossip. Boom. His corpse smashed into pieces of boulders, and he continued to fly upside down without losing his strength. The rumbling sound of devastation could not be stopped. It disappears after the T-cover kung fu. He didn't know where he was hit by Dieter. But what is certain is that Ezel must die without a body, and can only return to the core of Tartaros to reshape his body. Well, that's not right either. Maybe the core of Kung Fu Hell has been destroyed by the people of the guild. Killing the boy Che Ezel of the first door of the 9 ghosts, get 10 skill points. Do you want to add points? The voice in his head told Dieter that Ezel died completely. Add it. Dieter agreed to add points and successfully stacked the level to level 7, one step closer to dragon transformation. There are still 3 more, it will be soon. Dieter is a little excited, just need to defeat 3 more Tartaros demons, and he can eat the black dragon when it appears. At that time, it will be necessary to use the eastern blue dragon to tear the western black dragon's several openings. Impressive. Brother Dieter is really strong, and if he smashed that demon out at once, I'm afraid it's impossible to survive. Sha Lulu and Wendy have little stars in their eyes. Seeing Dieter's incomparably excited eyes, the expression on his face exudes infinite happiness. Practice hard, and you will be so good. Dieter walked up to Wendy, reached out and messed with Wendy's little 1.1 nose and said gently. Wendy blushed instantly and lowered her head shyly. Hey. Don't mess around, man. Sha Lulu hurriedly reprimanded Dieter's rude behavior like a calf, without giving any face. It's okay, Sha Lulu. Wendy quickly appeased Sha Lulu and told her not to say such fierce words. And Dieter smiled. Crouching down and rubbing Carla's head, he also praised. Sha Lulu is also very cute, and she is very good at taking care of people. If she learns transformation magic, she must be a super cute girl. Immediately, Sha Lulu's face, who had always been stubborn, also had a blush on her face. Turning his head, Tsunere said, of course. His voice was also very coquettish, and he forgave Dieter's rude behavior very gracefully. Dieter smiled. Chapter 178, Dragon Slaying Profound Truth. Wait a moment, the countdown on Fez wakes up a few people. I don't have time to talk, let's destroy Faith. Dieter, just break it up, Sha Lulu said hurriedly. Wendy is also on the lookout. Dieter, however, turned around in front of Fifth lovingly, stroking the huge weapon and shaking his head. I could easily destroy it, but Wendy, are you really asking me to help? That should be your job, Dieter said. Sha Lulu and Wendy were stunned. They looked at each other and remained silent. Wendy said, Dieter is right, Lucy and Natsu have high hopes for me, helping me defend against the enemy who let me destroy Fez. Brother Dieter has already helped me too much, leave it to me to destroy Faith. Come on. Sha Lulu also knows that Wendy has always wanted to grow into a magician who is on her own. I also understand Dieter's painstaking efforts. At this time, he didn't say anything, cheered Wendy up, and at the same time had a little doubt in his heart about what he had foreseen. There is no reason why Dieter can't destroy it. Dragon 25. Wendy took a deep breath, used dragon slaying magic, and bulged her legs high, brewing magic with amazing power. Roar, dragon slayer magic use. The roaring attack blasted towards Fez. Boom. The explosion sounded, and the astonishingly powerful dragon-killing magic hit the huge pillar. But it didn't break as expected. How come? Looking at the intact Faith, Wendy's eyes narrowed. She tried her best to bring Faith any harm. 3 minutes left. Is this Fez really that hard? Sha Lulu also said differently. Looking at the time on it, I know that it is too late to think so much. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Dieter. It's too late, I can only let you do it. Wendy was paralyzed to the ground in frustration. At this moment, she is very self-blame, and the task given to her could not be completed, which made her very uncomfortable. Want to break it? Dieter walked behind Wendy, crouched down and put his hand on her hair. Advertisement, think, but I don't have enough strength to break it, I can only leave it to you, brother Dieter. Wendy was frustrated. Dieter, however, got up and looked at the huge Fez. Said, no, I believe that you can break it, the power of Dragon Slayer is infinite, as long as you have that belief, it is enough to destroy it, believe that you can. Wendy and Sha Lulu both looked at Dieter, surprised that he could say such a thing at this moment. Dieter didn't shy away from looking at both. He took a deep breath and said, "The air here is very fresh. The reason is that the magic barrier particles are relatively heavy. This is a very good opportunity for you, Wendy." Sha Lulu and Wendy both looked at Dieter curiously. "I don't understand why we talk about air at this juncture. What else is called opportunity? The power of dragon slaying magic lies in the power of the dragon." Dieter wakes up to both. Sha Lulu's eyes widened in an instant, and she said with ecstasy, "Yeah, the air here is fresh. As long as you eat the air, you can really increase your strength, and the power of the dragon may really be able to." After speaking, he looked at Dieter with even more admiration. "Yes. Only Natsu and Gajeel in the Fairy Tale Guild understand dragon-slaying magic. The latter has the face of a stranger who is not allowed to enter. Therefore, Wendy could not get the main effect and promotion method of dragon slayer magic. But, in the Fairy Tale Guild, there is a knowledgeable and powerful Dieter. Although he usually likes fishing, he is often absent. But I often see magic books reading, and I am very wise and understand the tempering of dragon-slaying magic, knowing that this moment is really a good opportunity. Can I really? Wendy is also just around the corner. The power of the dragon is the threshold of entry for all dragon slayers. Only the dragon slayer who can use the power of the dragon can be called the dragon slayer, and she has longed for it for a long time. But there has been no guidance. Of course, you have to believe that you can do it. The power of the dragon sounds very powerful, but Wendy, you have also worked very hard after joining the guild. In addition, the air quality here is enough for you to master the power of the dragon, so do it with confidence." Dieter gives encouragement. After hearing the words of encouragement, Wendy took a deep breath and decided to give it a try. Close your eyes and feel the freshness in the air. Soon open your mouth and start swallowing air. Sha Lulu immediately retreated to Dieter's side. She could feel the thinness of the surrounding air, especially the red and fresh air. Hum. Boom, advertisement. The power exploded, and the ground around Wendy's body was shattered by the powerful force. And her body was surrounded by power. Her blue hair instantly turned into cherry blossom pink, and small white wings appeared on her arms and wrists and on the ankles of her feet. And she has a pair of large white wings on her back. She has the power of the dragon. Wendy actually mastered the power of the dragon. Sha Lulu rejoiced. And Wendy also clearly felt a steady stream of power in his body, which was unprecedentedly powerful. Even if she is sure to let her go against Easel, she will beat the opponent. Wendy jumped into the air. Her hands are wrapped around a gust of wind, and everything in this space is under her control. Dragon slaying profound truth, the strong wind swept through and surrounded Wendy's figure, which was as powerful as a living goddess of war. Jiaopo Sky 870 where, boom, a raging tornado roared. The truly powerful force breaks open the hard surface of Fez and completely destroys it. I made it, Fez, it shouldn't be like this. At this time, Sha Lulu said, it's not impossible. Wendy and Sha Lulu were both dumbfounded. They never expected that Faith, who was destroyed, did not stop, and was still in the final countdown. What? Fez has been destroyed and the countdown has not stopped. Dieter pretended to be surprised. Wendy was ecstatic, and as the dragon power was used up, a burst of emptiness in her body fell to the ground. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Where did you hear these things? Wendy asked, immediately. Wendy and Sha Lulu also looked at the ruined Fez ruins, and the countdown continued. Dieter didn't speak behind him. In fact, seeing Wendy being so pitiful, he wanted to say that it would be useless to stop this. I couldn't stop it. Wendy blamed herself. Wendy looked at Sha Lulu a little curiously. There are also countless Fez on the continent. Right now, Faith is absorbing a large amount of magic particles. If these magic particles can be converted into other attributes and the magic circle can be destroyed by self-discipline, Faith should explode, Sha Lulu said. Even destroying Fez did not completely destroy Fez's launch program. Chapter 179. Dieter vs Tartaro's 6 Demons. Sha Lulu replied. With my ability to predict the future, I have foreseen the future that Faith did not activate. To be precise, I have found it. From the many possibilities in the future that Fez did not start was found. Talking. Sha Lulu walked to Faith and pointed at it. The future me seems to be moving the magic circle here like this. As long as I touch this text, Fifth will explode when I touch it. In other words, we too must die. Wendy froze. Sha Lulu said, Wendy, I can't predict the scope of the explosion, and I can't predict it, so please ask Brother Dieter to take you farther, and leave it to me here. What are you talking about, Sha Lulu? No way. Wendy struggled to get up to stop, but the after effects of using the power of the dragon made her feel powerless. Drop. Just when Sha Lulu and Wendy were talking. Dieter came to the front, reached out and clicked on the button, successfully triggering the self-discipline collapse, about to explode. What are you doing? Trigger now, we'll all die here. Both of them drank loudly. Dieter twitched his lips, grabbed Sha Lulu's clothes, and waved his hand to evoke Wendy, which flashed instantly. You two little guys don't take me too seriously. Anyway, buddy, I'm also the strongest in the guild. Although teleportation can be done, it's not a problem to leave here with a few flashes. Dieter murmured, his body quickly dodged away, and he came to a cliff 887 in a few flashes. Boom, 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 the explosion sounded in the valley, successfully organizing the release of Fez at the last moment. The magic on the continent is temporarily safe, Brother Dieter. Why didn't you say it earlier? You had to wait until Wendy was about to cry. Wendy rubbed the tears that hadn't spilled out of her eyes. On the other hand, Sha Lulu patted her waist a little angry and looked up at the tall dieter very unhappy. Ha ha ha, I see that your conversation is so warm and I don't want to disturb you. Dieter laughed. After looking at the location of the explosion, he murmured, then it's time for Fairy Tale to fight back. Wendy nodded sharply. However, her physical weakness made it impossible for her to continue fighting. Next, leave the battle to me. Wendy and Sha Lulu have a good rest here and return to the guild after recovering. I believe everything will recover by then, Dieter said. Wendy and Sha Lulu nodded vigorously. They know that the current state is not suitable for continuing to fight, so they will be very obedient. At the same time, he is also full of confidence in Dieter's strength. Advertisement: the strongest person in the guild is about to end this boring Tartaros, and it won't be long before everything will disappear. Sudden. A figure teleported to this place. Dieter turned his back to him. Wendy and Sha Lulu, please take care of you for a while, Mest. The person who came was Mest of the Senate. He looked at the detonated site and nodded. Yes, Mr. Dieter. Gah, disappear. Dieter left, leaving Mest and Wendy for a long time. The battlefield changes rapidly. Since the core of hell has not been destroyed, most of the demons have been reborn. The people of the guild each have their own opponents. Inside the palace, Kyoka knelt down on one knee and reported the situation. Pluto Lord Mardgear, the strength of the enemy is beyond our imagination. The Fez plan failed. Easel, Jackal, Franmalth, Sayla, etc. have all been wiped out, and now they have all been resurrected, but I'm afraid. On the throne, Mardgear propped his chin on the back of his hand, and said indifferently, the resurrected Sayla and the core of hell are also defeated. How could? Kyoka was stunned, and hurriedly said, right now, the only thing I can do is lead the president. That won't work. Before Kyoka could finish, Mardgear refused. He explained that the current magic power is not enough to wake up the president, and the magic power must be eliminated before End can be resurrected. Kyoka was puzzled. However, the Fez plan to eliminate magic power has failed. However, Mardgear smiled. You don't see the big picture yet, Kyoka. It was a chess piece, just a chess piece. Mardgear is the perfect strategist. Looking at the big picture, the collapse of Fez is just one pawn, and there is no problem at the moment. Soon, the magic of this world will be gone. Kyoka felt puzzled, and looked at CFBB. Doge Gear on the throne in a puzzled way, wanting to see some clues from his face. Humans of damn it, there's nothing wrong with the big picture, but I hate having people stain my yard, it's time to use Allegria. Mardgear said. He raised his fingers to his forehead. And at this moment, Warren is using chanting to talk to the people in the guild. Sudden. It's the Sorcerer's Guild. Fairy Tale, right? Mardgear interrupted. The people in the guild were instantly alert. Advertisement. Warren scolded. F*K off. Who are you? Why did you break into my thoughts? I am Mardgear, but you don't need to remember, because you have no tomorrow, Mardgear said. Boom. At the same time, all the people on the island only felt a tremor, and it seemed that something had changed on the island under their feet. What's the matter? The ground. The body was caught by something. What the hell is this? Why does it entangle us? What is this? It is about to be absorbed. Moment. The members of the guild were all entangled with strange substances, and their bodies were constantly being absorbed. All were not spared. This time, they almost wiped out their entire army. Kyoka over there also realized something and hurriedly said, Sir Mardgear, in this way, the soldiers of our guild will also. Yet Mardgear fearless, erosion, living sacrifice. Death and rebirth, despair and hope, a foolish race. The island of the underworld itself is a huge prison, a prison inside the body of a beast called Hades. Mardgear and the other surviving members walked slowly outside. Sudden. Mardgear, who started out, stopped. There was one. No, two escaped Allegria. In terms of probability, it's only about 1 in a billion. How lucky this is. It shouldn't be. How bad luck. Go kill those two people. Yes. Yes. Several still alive demons received orders and agreed to walk outside to kill those who were not swallowed. Inside the huge underworld beast, Dieter dangled in the huge monster with his hands behind his back, glancing at the devoured members and shaking his head. It's a pity that these people still need me to save you guys. Dieter mumbles. Find an open area and sit straight and stretch out and wait for the enemy. He believed that those people would come to find him first. Cuckoo. Not long after, footsteps sounded slowly, and members of the demons appeared in front of them. Dieter squinted at the many demons in front of him. 6 demons. Mardgear didn't show up. It seems that the 6 of you are enough to kill me, right? Dieter laughed. The 6 people in front of them are Torfuzar, Black Archbishop Keys, Absolute Zero Silver, Goddess of the Slave Planet Kyoka, and the resurrected Tempester and Jackal. Chapter 180. Overwhelm the demons, kill one person first. It was you who killed Sayla. Kyoka was the most angry. She watched the guy in front of her crush Sayla alive. The teeth were already itchy. I can't wait to peel Dieter alive, so that he has nowhere to regret it. You be **************** D. I will definitely detonate you this time. The second is Jackal, but he knows that the person in front of him will kill him, and the method is extremely cruel. Several people did not speak after that. But obviously the expression is not so serious. Maybe it's the reason that Dieter is only one person, and they are 6 demons. Boom. The Pluto beast was torn apart, and many demons widened their eyes. What happened? The Pluto beast was actually cut down. Could it be someone else? Wasn't she the one to deal with? The 6 demons in front of them all said different things. Looking at the violent shaking, the Pluto beast that fell from the sky couldn't believe it. Is Lucy being dealt with by Hades' marred gear? It's really hard for her, Dieter muttered. He thought that Hades would keep his identity and keep hiding. I just didn't expect that it was him who dealt with Lucy, and Lucy was also tortured severely. It looks like I don't have time to catch up with you guys. Dieter retracted his gaze and walked towards the 6 demons. In the first step, Dieter's whole body was covered with dark and reddish keratin. Overlord color entanglement, arm color covering, flowing cherry wrap. In the second step, the Pluto beast that fell from the sky vibrated violently again. Surging power leaked from Dieter's body. Eyes are red, seeing and smelling color continued to use. Superior. Kyoka understood that the person in front of him was by no means simple, and there was no thought of letting the demons follow one by one. Drink loudly. She bears the brunt of stripping Dieter's 5 senses. Mimi, the Tempester, then detonated a gust of wind through sound effects and rushed towards Dieter, who was deprived of his 5 senses. Go to hell. Jackal waved, detonating Dieter's body. The remaining few people did not shoot. In their opinion, Dieter could not survive this round of attacks. 5 senses peeling. Kind of interesting. Dieter was in a state of chaos, unable to hear, smell, see, touch, and taste invisible. Of course, the so-called stripping of the 5 senses under the perception of seeing, hearing, and color is just a joke. He could clearly feel the gust of wind and the explosion coming. That moment, Dieter's body sank slightly and the ground beneath his feet shattered. Pung. Hey. The body bounces away, bearing the brunt of the storm that wants to die. Advertisement, careful, that Kyoka immediately reminded the partner beside him. Tempester hurriedly dodged to the side, but his trajectory was nowhere to be seen under Dieter's sight. Just dodged aside, his face was just clasped by a palm. The impact of the ejection caused Tempester to lean back, and Dieter accidentally knocked one to the ground. Grab one. Dieter laughed, squatting down on one knee, only grabbing Tempester's head with one hand. Then solve one first. Empty shock. Dieter muttered to himself. A white halo wrapped around his palm, which exploded in an instant. Boom, the ability to shake the fruit was fully motivated, and the ground split into a deep groove at that moment. Fragmented and stretched out cobweb like cracks, the earth seems to have been cut down. Ha ha. Noah. Dark red blood dripped from Dieter's palm, and Storm, who had been caught first on the ground, still lost his head. Dead must not die. Damn it, one blow killed a member of our 9 demon gates. This guy. The strength is too terrifying. We are 9 demon gates, using Zerif's spells, and they were wiped out with a single blow of magic. How can it be? The remaining 5 members stood tall. Seeing the unique hearts that slowly got up, they couldn't help but clench together tightly. As demons, they felt fear for the first time. Use all your strength and never show mercy. This guy is much stronger than others. Kyoka gritted her teeth. The body burst out with strong power, and she showed a posture that belonged to the devil. Other demons were not to be outdone. Immediately release his own power, show the state of the devil, and burst out with strong strength. Ah. Dieter could clearly feel these powerful breaths in front of him. But he didn't respond to it. Devil? It's just a building ant that Dieter doesn't have evidence for. Even if 5 moth ants turn into grasshoppers, they still can't compare to giants. In the face of great strength, everything is illusory. Bring it on, for flowers. Dieter was playful and ejected to melee him. Smash. Smash. The bombing of fists and fists, the power of pure physique against each other. Dieter against 5 members alone. That ice, that explosion. That gushing flood and necromantic and pain-increasing enhancements. Advertisement. Dieter turned a blind eye. The power of the strong physique crushes the crowd. Even if you don't have 5 senses, even the slightest touch is piercing pain. They were all supported by Dieter's tenacious will. The destructive power of the shock fruit, the anti-strike ability of the rubber fruit. A raging flame that burns the fruit, the powerful restorative power of fauna fruits. These 4 abilities are used by Dieter with ease. Trick to burst. 5 enemies are also fearless. Dieter unilaterally crushed several people with his strength. This guy. Kyoka gritted her teeth, her face extremely ugly. Who are they? Demons of the dignified 9 demon gates. Even after showing the strength to win, he still can't defeat the enemy. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying guy. What a terrible guy, and it's too scary. Silver also looked ugly. He didn't have much of an impression of Dieter, but simply thought he was similar to the rest of Fairy Tail. Result. This confrontation made him hesitate. If it goes on like this, you may die. Boom boom, outside, the duel between Celestial Spirit King and Hades is also going on anxiously, and the battle between the two is terrifying. But this will also have to admit that the battle on Dieter's side is more fierce. Indeed, a simple physique can't smash the dilapidation. But I couldn't hold back the big hole with every blow. Dieter's strength is much stronger than that of the devil, and every blow is fully resisted by the 5 members. But the aftermath of the power of both sides exploded. The scene as terrifying as the end of the world. The ruin of the earth. The battle scene that was more than 3 or 5 meters deep into the ground. Both fully illustrate how fierce the battle between the two sides is. Boom boom boom. Another blasting power. Dieter's retreat stopped temporarily, and the flames were constantly entwining under his feet. Opposite. 5 were more or less injured, gasping to lock Dieter. See the endless fear in their eyes. Second, chapter 181. Akulonoia strikes again. No, we can't beat him at all, and now the core of hell is gone. If you die, you will really die. Jackal was worried. The Tempester's body was still covered with rubble, and Bloody told them that if they were dead, they were really dead. He is afraid. As a demon, he didn't want to die. A terrifying enemy, who fought with the 5 of us for so long, he didn't change, and each of us was injured. Torafuzar also began to hesitate. The same goes for others. Powerful enemies are not scary. What is scary is that after your physical strength is exhausted, the enemy is still alive and well after the spell is exhausted. Dieter's strength is beyond imagination. Continuing to fight only to die, it is better to avoid the edge and concentrate on executing their plans. Ha ha ha. It seems that the old friend's partner is also very reliable. Celestial Spirit King burst out laughing. He's clearly, 80-87, enough to get to Dieter's battle situation. And Pluto Mard Gear's face was gloomy, he was very unhappy, and the dignified demon was beaten to pieces by humans. And it's a 6-to-1 situation, that's what got killed. Mard Gear is very unhappy. You step back and let me come, Mard Gear said. He could see that Kyoka and the others were exhausted. Decided to do it myself. Do you think I'll let them live? Dieter laughed. The flames burned the sky, and he raised one hand above his head. The feet turned into a sea of fire. A huge flame like the sun was brewing overhead. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan, a sun-like fireball appeared. Dieter waved his hand away, and the huge fireball drowned the 5 people in Hades. Hurry up! Kyoka immediately reprimanded and dodged to the side. This big fireball must not be touched. Disappear. Dieter said coldly. The dazzling fireball exploded and the earth shattered. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters burst into flames, and the scalding flames sounded like a meteorite. Boom, the end is coming. Fireball overwhelms 5 members. The performance Celestial Spirit King and Hades stared here, and they could feel the temperature of the flames from a distance. Advertisement. Is this guy picking on the side? Pluto Mard Gear had a gloomy face, feeling very sad that the magic power disappeared. The fire blazed into the sky. It was as if the explosion of another sun was slowly disappearing. On the ground. The flames that can be seen everywhere continue to burn, and the range of 100 meters is shrouded in flames, which is as horrible as a catastrophe. Out of the flames figure. He has a handsome face with a light smile on his face. Behold the Celestial Spirit King and Hades duo. It's a pity that you are the only one who still has the power in Tartaros, Mard Gear. Dieter took the vial to collect Tempester's blood from his hand, and laughed. Ding. Destroying the Tempester of 9 demon gates will reward you with 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? Ding. Torafuzar, who destroys the dark underworld of the 9 demon gates, will be rewarded with 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? Ding. Destroy Goddess of the slave planet Kyoka of 9 demon gates, and reward 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? Ding. Defeat the Black Archbishop, Keys of 9 demon gates, and reward 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? Harvest. Jackal and Silver have been defeated before, so no skill points have been earned. But even so Dieter gained 40 skill points. Not only can the level be upgraded to the full level. You can also draw again. Top up first, Dieter thought to himself. At the same time, walk in the direction of Celestial Spirit King and Hades. With the addition of points, Dieter felt the strength in his body increased again. Celestial Spirit King, leave the battle to me, Dieter said. Celestial Spirit King nodded, that's fine. As he said that, he raised the sharp sword in his hand, and there were words in his mouth. The dream of starlight shining on all 88 stars, Galaxy Blade. Heard so. Hades sneered, attack in all directions, the summoner is nearby, do you even want to kill her? The light bloomed, and all those who were trapped were instantly liberated. Hades stared, you released Alegria. Celestial Spirit King replied with a smile. The light of the stars will dispel the erosion of darkness, and the responsibility of eliminating you is left to this little friend. Damn it. Pluto's face became more and more ugly, and they lost this battle too badly. Then it's just you and me. Dieter took over the position of Celestial Spirit King, looking at Mard Gear in front of him, feeling surging and forced to fight. Advertisement, Mard Gear is angry, let the humans feel my anger. Mard Gear waved. Many spines pierced from the ground around Dieter's body. But the thorn was crushed by the vibrations in the air before it could reach Dieter. It's useless. Show your demonic posture. Dieter, familiar with the surge of power in his body, confronted Hades. Interesting. Naturally, Hades would not be obedient, he waved again, and the thorns that he looked at continued to sweep towards the unique. It's useless. Dieter shattered the thorns and charged towards Hades. Get into a fight with him quickly. Pluto's power is very strong, several times stronger than other demons, so even Dieter can't help but take it seriously. Of course. If Dieter turns into a dragon man, it will be no problem to crush Mard Gear. But I want to wait and see if Zareth will show up. Today's unique strength should be enough to compete with Zeref or Akulonoia under the circumstances of full strength. The fighting here is fierce. The only opponents left were the half-dead Silver Keys in. Dieter was deliberately showing mercy to the two of them. Silver can enhance Gray's strength. That Keys is the one who controls the silver, and of course he can't kill it, and the only enemies still alive are the ordinary soldiers of Tartaros. There's also Minerva against Erza and a girl who can only go around in circles. Boom boom, not far away. 1.1 Natsu rushed forward from nowhere and attacked Marred Gear. Dieter, you're amazing. I've heard from Lucy, you wiped out most of Tartaros' enemies by yourself. Natsu rushed into the duel in one fell swoop, still in the mood to talk to Dieter, not taking Marred Gear in the slightest. You're here to grab. Dieter was speechless, and just after he was about to complain for a few words, he heard a strange voice. Softer than this voice, at the same time, Natsu also stopped attacking, and his face changed greatly when he heard the faint voice. I didn't expect him to come. I don't know if he came to pursue Lord Zeref or was attracted by powerful magic. Pluto Marred Gear was also surprised. The two enemies who swept across the front also slowly retreated, and it was pointless to continue fighting. The scarier guy has come. Chapter 182, The Third Dragon, Dongfang Qinglong appears one by one. Akulonoia, I didn't expect to come so soon, Dieter's eyebrows. With a strange expression on his face, Marred Gear, who was watching retreat, did not chase after him. The appearance of Akulonoia means that other enemies don't matter. The most urgent task is to be prepared, ready to look for an opportunity to transform at any time. Akulonoia. Natsu gritted his teeth, and the scene of Sirius Island came to mind. At the same time, all the guild members looked at the sky in horror. Puff puff. Natsu's heart aches in front of him. He knelt down violently and struggled while holding his heart, his body exuding an unparalleled warmth. I'd better retreat first, and it's better not to let people see if I transform into a blue dragon or something. Dieter muttered to himself after glancing at Natsu. Turn around and leave here, ready to take advantage of the situation to send the blood of the collected Tempester guy. Roar, boom. Akulonoia roared and spit out the dragon's breath, destroying the broken earth again. Numerous guild members immediately avoided. Looking at Akulonoia in the air, they were extremely frightened, and they all huddled together, praying constantly. It's Akulonoia is that. That's the 25. The one who blew Sirius Island away. Help the first generation. Countless people shouted in horror, and they cried out helplessly. The whole body of the Sirius group could not help shaking, and the scene of Sirius Island was replayed in their minds. They are terribly afraid. Roar, boom, destroy. This time, the dragon's breath directly destroyed the earth, and the terrifying gust of wind brought countless people's ruthless refrigerant. Puff puff. Natsu, Gajeel, Wendy, etc. Dragon Slayer's heart is pounding. They fell to their knees. Akulonoia swept across the earth and came to the sky, and the fiery dragon breath was about to roar. Below. Looks like the time has come. Sudden. Natsu heard a familiar voice and immediately looked around. Advertisement, Ignir. I believe you can beat End. How can there be Ignir's voice? Akulonoia, let me find a way. Light blooms. Natsu's stomach suddenly burst out with a strong light. Boom. The airwave overturned everything around him. Natsu screamed. A huge figure emerged from the sky, and the scarlet scales and explosive muscles shocked countless people. Having made you suffer all this time, Natsu, I've actually been inside you all the time. Ignir appears. It waved its dragon wings and set off a gust of wind to see the unbelievable look on Natsu's face. Now is not the time to tell you everything. I have to get rid of Akulonoia first. You have to live, Natsu. Ignir's voice echoed. Natsu stared at the familiar figure in the sky with his mouth open. He murmured, am I dreaming? Daddy, roar, hoo-hoo. The gust of wind swept through the sky, and the sound of the dragon's roar resounded in the sky. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the figure rushing towards the black dragon Akulonoia. They are shocked. There is actually another dragon. This dragon seems to be. This dragon turned out to be the one that protected us and went to fight Akulonoia. No, this is Aigunal Natsu's father, it turns out. They couldn't believe it, and they couldn't let go of it for a long time looking at the incomparable red dragon. The black dragon Akulonoia, fire dragon king Ignir. When the two fought, whether it was the collision or the aftermath, the people on the ground could not see anything in front of them. What a joke. Ignir. Natsu looked at the roar of the dragon who was familiar and could no longer be familiar in the air, and rushed up with flames churning under his feet. Air. And Aigunal ache of Akulonoia paints. Idiot, didn't I say wait for the explanation? Natsu climbed Aigunal's body. Tell me now, why did you suddenly disappear, and you're still inside me? Where are the dragons of Gajeel and Wendy? What happened on July 7th, 777? What? Boom. Advertisement. Ignir roared and spewed out raging flames, temporarily easing the current battle situation. Natsu, you're in the way. Ignir grabbed Natsu and scolded. Natsu complained, what is it to be in the way? Is this what I should say to someone I haven't seen in a long time? Aigunal said, didn't I tell you? I'll explain it to you later, go do your work. Where's the job? Natsu retorted. Ignir pinched Natsu and motioned him to look at the ground. Where's the person standing holding a book in his arms? That is the Book of End, go grab that book. Natsu complained, just let Dieter go for that kind of hour, he's good enough to deal with that guy. Aigunal said, He left just now, so only you can do this, and the guy is the mastermind of this riot. This alone is enough to become your reason for fighting, right? Natsu asked. What about the reward? Ignil's face was eccentric, as if he didn't expect Natsu to think of this. That's right, I work in a guild, Natsu said. I'll tell you everything you want to know, said Igunal. Make a deal. Go. Natsu? Okay, guild temporary shelter. Apothecary Pelusika watched the apocalyptic battle in the sky through the window of 887. It's really appalling. Dieter had already handed over the blood, and now he was sitting by the window watching the trembling of the two dragons in the air. At that time, the strong wind that was set off from time to time also blew the glass. Only those who have lost their loved ones can grow, and the fall of Igunal is an inevitable outcome. Besides, I can't beat the dragon. Looking at Belushika with strange eyes, he took a deep breath and sighed, so you old guys are hard to deal with. Quadruple A, you will soon see the distinctive and charming oriental blue dragon. Aren't you going to help? Palyushika asked. Igunal can't beat the black dragon Akulonoia, and he will probably die. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The third dragon, Dongfang Qinglong, debut. It was rare that Dieter didn't answer right away. No, then you. Silence, Dieter stretches. Dieter shrugged, his face indifferent. Dieter, however, shook his head. He got up and opened the door of the room, and asked in return, Ms. Belusika, have you ever seen the dragon in the east? Belusika didn't care about Dieter's name, but thought about it with interest. The dragon roars loudly. Belushika sneered. The unique power in your body is very powerful. Maybe the rest of the guild can't see it, but Makarov or I can see it. Chapter 183. Qinglong Dieter vs Black Dragon Akulonoia. Roar, chant. The dragon's roar was full of energy, and flew towards the sky with a strong provocation. Oriental Azure Dragon? Palyushika was also shocked to see Dieter turned into a weird blue dragon. Dragon? Qinglong. A slender body with cyan scales on his body, a azure dragon with 5 claws stepping on the sky? This. Belusika took a deep breath and said in shock, what an amazing boy. High in the distance. The black dragon Akulonoia and the fire dragon King Ignir also heard the sound of the dragon. Different from their dragon chants, this third sound of dragon roar is strange and has a unique sense of penetration. Unanimously, they looked behind them. The guild members who watched the battle below were very puzzled. Did I have an auditory hallucination just now? Why'd I feel like I heard the sound of other dragons? Macau scratched his head. Kababa next to him gave him a slap and immediately woke up. No auditory hallucinations, there are really other dragons. What's going on? Could it be that Gajil and their dragons have appeared? Kana wondered. The other members couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and looked into the distance. Even Natsu and others were puzzled. And, did the dragon appear? Is this dragon from Gajil? Or Wendy's? Or one of the two? Natsu wondered. Same. Gajil and the rest of the dragon slayers also had a hint of excitement. Looking forward to and a little scared looking into the distance. Everyone's eyes are locked on the east, wanting to see what dragon is about to appear. Far away, clouds appeared out of nowhere. Dieter took the leap and felt the changes in his body. Wind and thunder, don't Kaido's dragon also have these two attributes? Dieter wondered. Maybe because the world is different. Dieter feels that the attributes mastered by the dragon are wind and thunder, and he doesn't know whether it is castrated or enhanced. However, he could clearly feel the steady stream of power in his body. Roar, dragon roar again. The 100-meter-long Qinglong made a grand debut. In an instant, countless people's eyes widened. Is this really a dragon? How is it different from Akulonoia and Ignir and what I've seen? Advertisement. Why does this dragon feel like a long worm? What the hell, that body and head seem to be much stronger than what we've seen. This, they were stunned. Of course, they have seen dragons, but they have seen a dragon in the great demon fighting martial arts. But the dragon in front of them was completely different from what they had seen. I vaguely felt that the 100-meter-long dragon was more majestic. Without wings, stepping on the clouds and attacking, is this really what a dragon can do? Macau was stunned. Kaba was also shocked that the smoke from his mouth fell to the ground. The strangeness and shock in the eyes of countless people in the guild could not be concealed, it was simply unbelievable. This dragon as Gajil looked at the 100-meter blue dragon in the sky and raised his brows in love, as if in his impression there was no similarity between the dragon and the one in front of him. There's weirdness, there's definitely weirdness, this dragon. Rogue and Sting over there also said something different and watched Qinglong, who was coming from the clouds, and fell into deep thought. Same. Igunal and Akulonoia were also sluggish. Who are you? Of course, these two dragons have seen dragons in this form, but they have always remembered that there is such a dragon. I don't even know if they are friends or foes. Roar. And the black dragon Akulonoia has no time to gossip. Roaring and rushing towards Qinglong Dieter, looking for death, I will satisfy you. Dieter saw that the black dragon dared to take the initiative to ask for trouble, and immediately roared and fought towards the black dragon. For a time, Ignil became a spectator instead, and below. Erza was also a little strange to hear Qinglong's voice. The voice and the way of speaking are a little familiar, as if Erza was puzzled. Meanwhile Mirajane was lost in thought. Could it be that a dragon has slept all these years? She feels strange. The blue dragon Dieter in the sky doesn't know the brain circuits of the two girls. At this moment, he is constantly adapting to Yinglong's body. After all, this is the first time to use this form to fight, and it is somewhat unfamiliar. Fortunately, I quickly became familiar with it, and from being suppressed, it was suppressed. And what Ignil saw as the Fire Dragon King was even clearer, and he could clearly see that the Qinglong in front of him was never familiar to familiar. But even if you are not familiar with dragon-shaped combat, it has a strong defense. It's kind of awesome. Advertisement Ignir said that the Alablue Dragon's fighting ability is getting better and better. At the same time, knowing that this moment is an opportunity, Dieter immediately rushed to support the former Dieter and planned to work together to solve the Black Dragon Akulonoia. 071 and the Black Dragon Akulonoia will naturally not be captured. After the sharp claws tore a hole in Qinglong Dieter, he immediately brewed a dragon's breath roar in his mouth, wanting to destroy the new Qinglong in one fell swoop. Careful, Ignil quickly reminded. However, Qinglong Dieter was not afraid at all. Take care of yourself. The upper half of the hide is high and arched, and the bloody mouth is also open, and the supreme roar is also brewing during the period. Boom! Boom! The dragon breaths of the two exploded instantly. That moment, it was dark, and the space where the two were in was a distorted mess. The clouds were thick as if the end was coming. This Akulonoia was suppressed on dragon's breath. Ignil was really stunned. He had forgotten about the need to help fight, and at this moment, he was really startled when he saw the dragon breath of the two. The Black Dragon Akulonoia is the most powerful dragon. As a result, it was suppressed by the dragon breath of an unknown blue dragon. Who can believe this? Wow, who the hell are you? A dragon that has never appeared. You smell different too. The Black Dragon Akulonoia was taken aback. The dragon's breath just now was a very serious attack, but it didn't hurt the new dragon, but was suppressed on the dragon's breath. That breath is very powerful. Qian Jiao. It even feels like it can hurt him, which is the most surprising. I'll tell you when you're dead. Qinglong Dieter rushed forward again. The advantage of animal fruit is that it has a strong physical body and strong resilience, so he believes that the physical strength is enough to shake the Black Dragon Akulonoia. Looking for a dead tiger, hearing Dieter's arrogant words made Akulonoia even more angry. The killing intent that had been immersed for a long time became strong. If he rushed forward to fight with him, he was bound to tear up the Qinglong who provoked him alive. Dieter is not to be outdone. The 100-meter-long giant dragon twisted and struggled towards the Black Dragon Akulonoia. Both sides opened their bloody mouths and bit each other. Look closely and you'll find it. Dieter's recovery from the injuries he left on the Black Dragon Akulonoia was very slow. And the wounds left by the Black Dragon Akulonoia to Dieter are slowly recovering. Consuming each other, the winner must be the Blue Dragon, Dieter. Chapter 184. The Day of Parting. Roar. Seeing this, Ignil also knew that this was an opportunity, and immediately swept past and bit towards the Black Dragon. Stab, blood sprayed. Ignir, the Fire Dragon King, tore off one of the arms of the Black Dragon King Akulonoia. At the same time, Dieter and Black Dragon were knocked away. Ah! The Black Dragon Akulonoia roared, and opened his mouth to blow out a blow. Instantly penetrated Ignir's body. That moment, Ignir's body fell, and Qinglong Dieter's eyes widened, and his anger was burning with anger. Damn, neither of the two dragons took out the Black Dragon first. Dieter cursed and rushed to the Black Dragon again. However, this time, the Black Dragon did not entangle with Dieter for the first time, but instead flew away immediately with the help of the impact force. Escape? Shame, Lousy is going to hunt you down? Dieter roared and chased after the Black Dragon. It is a shame for him to give up such a rare opportunity. I originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Black Dragon, but I never thought it would be such a situation. The two dragons are gone. At this moment, everything on the ground is still going on slowly. Fez is still on. The person to start is Lammy with the slippery spell in Tartaros. 887 Fortunately, at the last critical moment, the dragons in Dragon Slayer reappeared, destroying all the Fez on the mainland so that the magic power on the mainland did not disappear. There will be many dragons gathered together, Grandini. Many dragon slayers looked at the dragon in front of them. It was everyone's courage, Ignir and that mysterious blue dragon who fought off Akulonoia. The other members of the guild also looked up. Dragon is actually on our side, so superior. Have you destroyed all the Fez? Really, it's amazing. That mysterious blue dragon is so powerful. Speaking of which, how sacred is that blue dragon? Who knows? The members all sighed and did not see too much sadness on their faces. Advertisement Grandini looked at Wendy tenderly. You really worked hard to destroy Faith. Wendy wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, because Carla is with me. There. Tai Long and Gajil looked at each other, neither of them said anything first. Are your eyes still that fierce? Crap. At the same time White Dragon and Shadow Dragon also talked to Rogue and Sting. CFBB, I did kill you. I also saw the Shadow Dragon die with my own eyes. Both of them felt very strange. The display in memory should not be wrong, but the two dragons in front of them still appeared. Bai Ying smiled. Erasing human memory is easy for us, even though Ignir once objected to doing so. Shadow Dragon added, at that time, we wanted to leave Dragonslayer with the memory and merit of killing dragons. However, death is not entirely a lie for us. Grandini recounts, we're actually dead, long ago by the dragon-slaying magic of Akulonoia, which siphoned off all the dragon's souls. Therefore, we hide in your body. In addition to preventing you from becoming a dragon and defeating Akulonoia, it is also to prolong our lives. Several dragon slayers were silent. They vaguely sensed some bad thoughts, maybe something is going to happen. Shadow Dragon said, "Once out of your body, we will not be able to go back. Today is the first and last time, let you see our power. Therefore, I hope you can understand the difficulty of our long absence." Speaking of which, the White Dragon sighed, "Even Iganye and the Blue Dragon have not been able to defeat Akulonoia. Although the Blue Dragon chases, I am afraid the result will not be too ideal. However, this is also Igunal's last strength before his death. Human beings, please don't hurt the dignity of the Fire Dragon King. No dragon could be as brave and loving as Ignir." There is sadness in the atmosphere. On the other end, Natsu knelt down in front of Ignil's body, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Dad, didn't you agree with me? Didn't you say that you will never leave me again? Don't say it doesn't count. I've been looking for you all the time. I've learned to write, my magic is getting better and better, I've made many friends, and I'm working hard. I have so much more to say to you, Ignir." Tartaros was defeated, but not many people are happy. A few dragons should disappear too. "I haven't told you everything yet, but the time has come to say goodbye. There will be various difficulties in the future, but you will be fine." "No, Grandini, don't go. Softer." The giant dragon whipped up a gust of wind and leapt like the sky. The remaining reverberation echoed in everyone's ears, like a gentle breeze blowing gently. "Humanity, strife and hatred are all memories of the past, and now we can advance and retreat together like this. Advertisement in the age of our dragons has come to an end. In the future, the creation of the future will depend on the power of human beings. We will follow the covenant between humans and dragons 400 years ago, the Magna Carta of Freedom. We dragons will continue to protect humans." Weeping. Slight choking sound. That broken heart echoed the screams of everything around. Tears of sadness were shed by the people who were crying and crying. Igunal. The corpse slowly disappeared, leaving only a few words left. "Natsu, don't cry. Think about it, what do you do when you're sad? I taught you that." "Okay, I know. Then try it and stand up. I will always be with you. It was like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future. Let me see how you grow and how you live." Tears fell silently. Natsu rubbed his fists and roared, swearing, enacting. "I want to live on, I want to get stronger, I'm going to defeat Akulonoia." Makarov whispered softly, "Yes, look to the future." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The wall not far behind, that is the power of life. Dieter leaned back pale, one arm drooping weakly. "Thanks for your hard work. In the end, it's still an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, showing weakness and yin. Fortunately no shame. His clothes were covered in blood, and he was seriously injured." "Did you run away?" Blood dripped thickly. An atmosphere of grief lingers above the once again destroyed fairy tale guild. Makarov looked at a group of children, their growth in his eyes. Makarov's voice was hoarse. "Ruins not far away. The serious injury didn't catch up. Akulonoia is not easy to deal with, not only the dragon form, he also has a physique that is immune to most magic. That Akulonoia was also forced to be severely injured, and his state was much worse than Dieter." Chapter 185. The Fairy Tale Guild is disbanded, everyone's arrangement. The Tartaros incident is over the past week. The battle with Hades left many scars on the guild members. Natsu's father, Ignir, dies. A final farewell to the dragons of the many dragonslayers. Lucis Aquarius key shatters. Dieter's injuries have not healed. Magnolia and the guild are devastated. Not only these, other cities are also messed up by the appearance of FEs. Fairy Tale ruins site. "President, won't you rebuild the guild this time?" Mirajane asked. The chairman pondered, "Well, the people in the town finally helped us rebuild it. That's how it feels again, really, cruel." The people in the guild were very sad. The Fairy Tale Guild kept appearing like this, and the old guild was smashed again. "It's not anyone's fault. Perhaps, this is the end of an era," Makarov said. Also on this day, he announced the disbandment of Fairy Tale. In a few days, most of the people in the guild have left, and they are looking for jobs to continue their lives. Still in ruins, since it could not be rebuilt, some children have come to play here. The former glory is gone. The three Mirajane sisters, Erza, Lucy, Wendy, and Carla have not left yet. "There are only a few of us left." Dieter sighed and looked at the blue sky, which fell apart for days. Lagosas took Thor with him to nowhere. Gray and Juvia left after learning that the guild was disbanded. It would take a year for Natsu and Happy to go back to practice, and the guild no longer exists. Lucy was curled up, her face ugly. Wendy, at this time. A girl jumped up from a distance, and when I looked at it, I found out that it was Sherry from the Scales of the Snake Princess. "Sharia." Advertisement. Wendy heard someone calling, and looked at it, and she was very different when she found out that it was a new friend. "What?" Sherry came to the front and pulled Wendy to start reminiscing. Not long after, Wendy asked curiously, "Sherry, why are you here? Are you here to work?" Sherry however shook his head. A look of sadness swept over everyone and asked, "Master Leon and Master Jura asked me to invite you to join our guild, and I also solemnly invite Wendy." Listen to this. Dieter and the others remained silent. After waiting for a while, Dieter smiled and looked over. "Go back and reply, thank them for their invitation, but I won't go, but you can follow Wendy's words." Erza nodded. "I'm not joining either. The same is true of the three Mirajane siblings." Lucy naturally wouldn't join in casually. Well, is Wendy coming? I still really hope Wendy can join our guild, Sherry nodded. Before coming, Lord Leon had told her that he might not join. Then me too. Wendy wanted to refuse. However, Dieter got up and came to Wendy, smiled and patted her little head. Join in, Fairy Tale has been disbanded, but aren't we going to live? We're going to leave in a few days. Instead of following us through hardship and suffering, it's better to join the scales of Snake Fairy. Sherry definitely wants to be with you, Dieter said. Wendy lowered her head and hesitated. Shalulu reassured, yeah Wendy, it's dangerous to go outside, why don't you join the guild? Sherry hurriedly said, come on Wendy, let's do a commissioned mission together, and it's definitely a very good idea to join our guild. Erza and the others also spoke softly. In the end, with tears in her eyes, Wendy bent down and bowed to several people to thank them. Thank you for taking care of me all the time. People go. Only a shadow remains. After a moment of silence, Dieter asked the crowd, where should we go next? Does Lucy have any ideas? Lucy replied, I don't want Fairy Tale to disband. Several people were silent. Soon Dieter laughed. Fairy Tale can't be disbanded, that is, Natsu is not here, if he is, even one person will not give up Fairy Tale. Now we should think about how we will spend the next 1 year. When Natsu comes back he will definitely be clamoring to reorganize the guild. Thinking of this, Erza and Mirajane couldn't help but feel relieved. Clearly agrees with Dieter's statement. Lucy was silent, thinking for a while before saying, I might be a reporter, just because I have someone I know. It's a very good wish, and I can also collect traces of other people in the guild. Dieter nodded. Lucy also asked, where are you going, brother Dieter? Advertisement. Both Erza and Mirajane looked at Dieter, and both women followed Dieter. For flowers, cough cough, Dieter coughed suddenly and violently. After covering his mouth and coughing, he spread out his hands, only to see a mass of black congestion in the palm of his hand. You don't know yet, that blue dragon is me, Dieter asked. Immediately, the eyes of the few people in front of them were widened, and some unexpectedly looked unique. They witnessed the final battle with their own eyes. Only he was not familiar with the origin of the mysterious blue dragon, and he was shocked to hear Dieter's words at this moment. Brother Dieter, is that blue dragon you? Is your body a dragon, or is it a dragon like Acrinia? That blue dragon turned out to be. Several people were surprised. They never thought that the dragon turned out to be Dieter. How should I put it, that dragon is a kind of magic that can be transformed into a dragon. It belongs to one of the lost magics, and I only learned it later. Dieter made an excuse. Then he smiled and replied, the last battle was actually not good for me. What Akulonoia mastered was the evil dragon slaying magic. When I was chasing it, he was injured by him. It may take half a year or a year to recover. Next is the last conservatism. Still a little uncomfortable, after all Dieter was going to be alone. Finally, before Dieter could speak, Erza took the initiative to shake his head, Mirajane, don't follow. After all, it's more troublesome for you to have a lot of people, so I'll just follow. Lucy was silent. Mirajane took the initiative to say, then we follow you? However, neither Erza nor Mirajane disagreed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Dieter smiled and shook his head, it's still a little careless, so some fancy herbs may be needed to heal the injury. Don't worry. Let's just keep in touch, a year will be over soon, Dieter reassured. So people need to investigate, Erza can contact Jelal to investigate. I feel that the mountains and rains are about to come. I am afraid that this continent will not be clean for a long time, and Zarif will not give us too much time to cultivate. And these herbs are all over the continent, so my next arrangement is definitely to cultivate and recuperate, so I think they should be separated. Mirajane and Erza agreed in Dieter's persuasion. Dieter sighed, shattered the blood in his hand and shook his head. No, you don't have to follow. According to my observation, Zarif also has other forces of his own. I will be healed and return as soon as possible. Chapter 186. The two ones who appeared in the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts, Mysterious People. 1 year after the war with Hades. Time passes by inadvertently, and the members of the original Fairy Tale Guild all disperse. Some still contact from time to time. Others disappear completely without a trace, like Dieter. At the beginning, there was news from time to time where I had seen Qinglong, but there was no news after that. Even Erza and Mirajane haven't been able to get in touch with Dieter for nearly half a year. X792, Capital. Crocus. Today is the last day of the Great Demon Fight, and the Fiore's #1 guild is about to be decided. The guild that made it to the finals was the leader of the Headless Horseman, who had an overwhelming advantage, led by Krisek. And their opponent is the Miracle Guild that has won the promotion after several reversals, the Tooth of the Poison Ghost. This time, the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts adopts a knockout system, so in the final, two guilds will directly compete for the first place. The host of the 887 live report enthusiastically explained the way of the final battle. On the high platform, Lucy crossed his chin with his hands crossed, ignoring his opponent with an almost dazed expression. Cool. Looks like another interesting report this time around, right, Lucy? Jason babbled frantically. Noticing that no one responded, he also looked to the side, wondering why Lucy was distracted at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, what did you say? Lucy quickly returned to the apologetic question. Jason pointed at his opponent on the court and shouted, look, this is the final, it's about to start. However, Lucy feebly said, it's just a farce. Krisek is indeed strong, but according to my records and observations, the members of Toxic Fang are actually stronger. I'm afraid each of them has almost twice the magic power of Krisek, but they have been hiding until now. Probably to increase the odds of the bet. The winner must be the Tooth of the Poison Ghost, and it will be a complete victory. Wow Lala, as Lucy's voice came to an end, the Tooth of the Poisonous Devil was truly sanctified and won, and as Lucy said, it was a complete victory. I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it, it's so surprising. Tooth of Poison wins, the odds are 100x, big upset. Fiore's #1 guild is Toxic Fang, fact report Chabati was surprised to announce. Jason was pleasantly surprised, Lucy is so amazing, you've got it right. Lucy sighed, alas. They are really strong, but these people can be called the #1 Fury. Sudden. Advertisement fact report Chabati's accident, oops, there's some commotion in the arena, it's a suspicious person in the arena. Looking at the man in the dark cloak, the man with the Tooth of the Poisonous Ghost said, what do you want to do? Intruder. Lucy's eyes widened, and at the same time he felt the powerful magic, this feeling. Such a powerful magic. Go and evacuate everyone. Jason was puzzled. Sudden. The violent magic power was vented, and the aftermath of that momentum blew everyone present pale. You are so bold, how dare you make trouble in the capital? Is this guy the black one in the recent rumors? How can it be? The man in the black cape covered his face, are you the #1 guild in Fury? The people of Poison Tooth were very upset by the way the man in the cape spoke. They all stared at him hostilely, I am the challenger. A fiery flame burst out of the fist, instantly igniting the entire venue. The earth, the air, the building, etc. are all melted. What's the matter? Heat. It's so hot. The heat is to melt the clothes, not to melt the whole venue. Inside the venue. The heat melted the mysterious man's hood, revealing his battered face. Natsu. Lucy's eyes widened suddenly, watching the mood of the people in the venue. Long time no see, Lucy, happy, sounded from behind. Lucy turned his head to look, happy, what's going on here? Oops, Natsu said he wanted to take on the winner of the contest no matter what, happy was helpless. In the field. Natsu screamed wildly, whoever it is, come on. Come and stop that guy. Go up, go up, go up and stop this guy, go up. A large number of mages rushed up. Natsu's fists are on fire, I'm on fire. Boom boom boom. The fiery temperature set the entire venue on fire. The arena was completely melted, and all the mages were brought down. There was no one in the entire venue that was his opponent, and no amount of opponents could stop him. Advertisement just when the farce was about to end. There was a stronger atmosphere in the auditorium of the venue. Natsu and Lucy and the others couldn't help but look over. A mysterious person appears again. With a mask with a strange pattern, the black clothes on his body wrap him tightly. This momentum seems to be stronger than Natsu. Live report Chabati did not forget his work even at this point, holding the microphone and continued. There's another guy. There's another guy with strength to fight. Who is this person? Off the field. Natsu was about to say hello to Lucy, and he looked over after feeling the momentum. His face was a little heavy, who are you? But soon he stopped thinking about it and grinned, whoever it is, let's fight, I'm on fire. Gah! The masked man in black flashed down. Attacked again in 0.1 seconds without leaking any magic. Just one punch. It was just the most common punch, and it fell with a bang. Boom, although Natsu was on guard, he was still hit by the punch, even though Natsu had his arms crossed in front of him. So who is he? Gajeel, Lagosas, Erza, Dieter, who could he be? Lucy is constantly sifting through the brain. I don't know, but I'm afraid the only people who are messing around in this place are the lawless people of Fairy Tale. The body instantly fell on the auditorium of the arena, and the broken stones exploded in all directions. Yes. There are very few people who can beat Natsu, especially only a few people who can suppress him after a year of training. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? It's so strong. Lucy's scalp was numb, and looking at the masked man in black 1.1 feet, his eyes widened, he only felt a biting horror. Lucy woke up suddenly, constantly judging who the masked man would be. It's so powerful, the masked man uses just one punch, just an ordinary punch to knock out the fire dragon Natsu. Punch Natsu out with a gust of wind. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Who could it be? The only people in the guild who can beat Natsu. Awesome. It's amazing. Mr. Yujima, can you see who it is? Happy. Watched the masked man guess, but that punch hit the arm like the impact of a giant dragon. Chapter 187. Reunion after 1 year, the fruit awakens. Pain. 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 Wow. Natsu stood up from the shattered stone ruins, rubbing his arms and screaming in pain. Staring strangely at the masked man in front of him, who the hell are you, Lagosas? Gajeel? Or Dieter? Masked man. Forget it, no matter who it is, as long as you beat you'll know. Natsu grinned. It ejected with a bang and attacked the masked man. The two fists wrapped the flame and twisted the space, burning the black clothes on the masked man and the mask on his face. The masked man in black shows no sign of weakness. With a clenched fist against Natsu's heavy punch, there was a humming sound like an explosion. The ground of the venue was affected by the giant force. Dao deep ditch ferociously extended from the battle between the two people. Whoa! The soldier's armor kept ringing. A large number of soldiers poured in from all directions, trying to arrest both sides fighting. Empty shock. The masked man whispered. A white halo shrouded his fist, and he threw a heavy punch. Space hanging fissure. Extends in front of your eyes. Natsu's pupils were tightly locked, and he quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, it's you? Eat me 25 note, fire dragon's roar. He laughed. A hot red flame was brewing in his mouth. The smashing earth roared and rushed, and the flames were enough to burn everything around. Yesterday. No matter how sharp Natsu's attack was, it couldn't cause any harm to the masked man. The air shock exploded. Destroy all the flames that are likely to spread elsewhere. Also inflicted minor injuries to Natsu. Don't move, you are already surrounded. The soldiers shouted for the two to stop. However, the figure of the masked man fluctuated and disappeared in the place of a burst of flames. Left alone, Natsu was surrounded. Damn it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Natsu wanted to flee the scene immediately, but how could those soldiers do what he wanted? Go all out and give Natsu a uniform, outside the kingdom. It can still be released. Advertisement seeing Natsu coming out safe and sound. Lucy also greeted unexpectedly. Natsu grinned. Lucy, are you watching the game alone? Happy was busy asking. Why didn't Fairy Tail compete? After hearing the words, Lucy also sighed. Well, so you don't know. Natsu and Happy are puzzled. Soon followed Lucy to a resting place in a square. Listen quietly to Lucy's story. Natsu pulled his face after listening. Fairy Tail disbanded. Happy has no love. Why? Lucy replied. The day after you left. Why are you disbanding? Where is the old man? I'm going to beat him up. No, I'm going to light his hair. Natsu got angry. Lucy said helplessly. The whereabouts of the president is unknown, and everyone has embarked on their own paths. I can't believe it, it doesn't matter if the guild is gone, Natsu said. Lucy laughed. Who knows? The old man didn't dare to say no to disbanding, and the battle in the underworld really made everyone physically and mentally tired. Dieter came from a distance. Reach out and remove the mask from your face. Brother Dieter. Long time no see, kiss. Dieter, I know it's you who fights me. Dieter. After seeing Dieter, Lucy and the others quickly greeted him. Dieter waved his hand. Yeah, long time no see. How did Lucy disconnect from Erza and Mirajane? They were quite worried when I contacted them 2 days ago. Lucy laughed safely. I want to gather everyone together, but so what? The guild has been disbanded, hasn't it? Silent. Dieter didn't speak this time either. Natsu immediately shouted. Hey. The old man wants to disband the guild. Why don't you object? Dieter, whether it's good for Lagosas or someone else to be the guild leader, don't you have any ideas? But Dieter shrugged. What's the objection? Gray and Juvia left after the guild was dissolved. Most of the other members didn't refuse, so a few people complained a little, but it was useless. Dieter sat down, looked at the sky and the arena in the distance and said nothing. Don't talk about this, go to my place to rest first, and if you have any ideas, we will talk about it tomorrow. Lucy greeted everyone with a pat on the face to cheer up. A few people followed Lucy's pace without any objection and walked towards the home where she lived now. Speaking of, where has Brother Dieter been in the past year? There has never been any news. Lucy asked boredly on the way. Both Natsu and Happy looked over curiously to hear about Dieter's adventures. A flash of memories flashed on Dieter's face. I have been to many places, including the sea, the desert, the wilderness, and other continents. I was still here in the first half of the year, but I went to other continents in the second half of the year, so I cut off contact. It took a few days to reconnect with Mirajane and Erza. Amazing. Other continents. Natsu was ecstatic. Advertisement. Happy hurriedly asked. Then Dieter, what about other continents? Is there a guild? After hearing this question, Dieter's expression was very solemn. The king of the continent next door is Zareth, the guy who founded a nation, Dieter said. Immediately, both Natsu and Lucy widened their eyes. As members of the Fairy Tail Guild, they immediately thought of many things. I also understand what this message means. A kingdom, people like Zareth. The Zareth will definitely start a war, and I'm afraid it will be a war between two continents. This news is not good for us, especially the premise of the dissolution of the guild. Danger. Absolutely a big danger. The deeds represented by the war between the two continents are absolutely serious. So we need to be ready in time, D-887 murmured. Everyone went back, and soon after a brief conversation, they rested. In the hall, Dieter was leaning against the window, watching Natsu sleeping very soundly and Lucy in the back room also immersed in his mind. Can I sign in? It should be fine for the great demon fighting in a year. Dieter summoned the system assistant in his heart. It's already late, do I need to draw a lottery? Little cutie replied. Come on. Full level. Speaking of my current strength, I'm afraid I don't have any fruit ability that needs to be added, Dieter muttered. Yes. Then look at his many skills. Ding, congratulations to the master for drawing the full superhuman gravity and fruit ability. Dieter agrees. Regarding the awakening of the devil fruit, this is the skill that has been successfully accomplished in the past year. Han. Others are not yet available. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hearing the movement on the floor, I saw Natsu and Happy walking towards Lucy's room. In no time, the system assistant, Kawaii, has successfully extracted a new ability. The ability of the animal fish and fruit blue dragon form has been awakened. Dieter muttered not to pay too much attention. The only pity is that only the animal system can be awakened at present. When you close your eyes and immerse yourself in your mind. Slightly different. Full level Navy 6 type, full level rubber fruit ability, full level 3 color domineering, full level burning fruit, full level shaking fruit ability, fish fruit, full level Qinglong form, awakening. Chapter 188. The Kidnapping Plan. The next day, there was a loud noise outside. Wake up the sleeping Lucy, and stumbled to the front of the window. What's the matter? It's so noisy. Looking outside through the window, I was surprised to find that a large number of soldiers were surrounded here. I'm not going to tell you that Natsu sneaked out last night and set fire to a tall building, much less that he did it on purpose, Dieter said next to him. Suddenly Lucy's scalp tingled. Natsu! Roaring woke Natsu, who was still sleeping. And Natsu woke up from his sleep with a yawn, and smiled when he heard the noise outside. Have you found this place so quickly? Lucy rolled his eyes and complained, what the hell are you doing? Natsu pulled Lucy out of the window without saying a word, and said with a smile, I lit the wolf smoke of Fairy Tale's resurrection. Ah, even if you want to revive Fairy Tale, you don't have to do this, Lucy complained and called out to Dieter in the house, Dieter, help me take the bag off the dresser in the bedroom. Dieter reached out to the bedroom, grabbed the bag and jumped out to follow Natsu on the ground. Chuli Village. The group came here after getting rid of the soldiers. Let's stay here tonight. Lucy took the lead in looking at the environment proposals in the village. This looks a little familiar. Natsu looked at the huge tower-shaped building in front of him and thought. Ah, this is not the clock tower that Natsu broke before. I didn't expect it to be fixed, Happy said. Dieter followed boringly. After scanning the environment of the village, he said, find a place to rest. A group of people came to a resting room. It's not easy to regroup Fairy Tale, especially when you don't know where the other members are, Dieter said. Lucy nodded, I've investigated everyone, but I still can't track everyone's whereabouts. What? I can't get in touch, how can I find it? Natsu complained immediately, scratching his ears and cheeks like a monkey and thinking hard. So we can only say go and find the members you know first, Lucy replied. Dieter touched his chin and replied, go southeast from this place to reach Margaret Town. Yes, that's the town where the scales of the Snake Princess is located, Lucy nodded. Suddenly, gold stars appeared in Natsu's eyes, advertisement. Leon and Sarah's guild, I just used them to practice my skills. Natsu couldn't wait to go. Hey, guess who in our guild is in the scales of Snake Princess? Lucy asked mysteriously. Dieter yawned and closed his eyes against the window. I don't know how the situation is over there, after all, a year has passed. Margaret Town. The Serpent Princess Scale Thanksgiving, as a guild with Saint Tanjura, is one of the best today. Therefore, the guild's Thanksgiving offering was also crowded. Next is what everyone has been waiting for. Our guild's proud angels, Sky Sisters, Sherry and Wendy. Members appear. The jaws of Natsu and Happy below were dropped in shock. Because Sherry and Wendy have a good relationship, and Sherry invited Wendy to join the guild back then, and we were all there, Lucy replied. On the stage, Wendy and Sherry also happily sang songs. Aroused the voices of the audience below, and they laughed enthusiastically. That guy. What are you doing? This lyrics is so brainwashing. Happy and Natsu, who have no musical talent, have no idea what the lyrics are about. Here is a unique feeling. In addition to Wendy, some people have joined other guilds. After all, everyone needs a good life. Well, yeah, a lot of wizards don't have much good jobs other than fighting, Lucy admitted. Natsu and Happy said they still couldn't hear the lyrics. The latter also looked around curiously. Speaking of which, haven't you seen Sha Lulu yet? At this time, I think it's almost time for you to come, Natsu, Lucy, and Tomcat. Oops, sorry, Happy. Natsu woke up and turned his head to look over. I saw a little girl with cat ears behind her, a little cute girl. I didn't expect Sha Lulu to learn to transform. Dieter scratched his head and muttered. Let's go. Wendy has already left. I will take you to the guild, Sha Lulu said. The scales of the Snake Princess Guild. Under the leadership of Sha Lulu, he successfully entered the guild. Buzz. Long time no see, how are you Wendy? Wendy was successfully seen inside the house. Advertisement, Natsu-san, Lucy-san, Dieter-san, and Happy. Wendy was also ecstatic when she saw the person. Natsu walked over and touched her head. Have you grown taller? Not completely unchanged, Wendy replied with a smile. Really? Natsu smiled, then beat Wendy and walked outside. Then, I'll take this person back. Dieter rolled his eyes. Just sit down in a random spot, and those who swept through the guild haven't found any other original guild members except Wendy here. After a while the farce over their ends. Several people sat down and chatted, and Natsu also explained his intentions. Bring everyone back together and reorganize the fairy tale, Wendy murmured. Lucy replied, well, the whereabouts of the guild leader have been unknown for the past year. I think it must have something to do with the mystery of the dissolution of the guild. Leon over there said, I heard that Mr. Makarov's disappearance is also a big problem in the Senate. Both Dieter and Natsu looked over. The Senate? Isn't the Senate dead? The reaction of the two also brought Lucy back to her senses. She said, by the way, you have been nesting in the ravine, so you don't know yet. Leon replied, if there is no Senate, the Sorcerer's Guild will not be able to function, so a year ago, the 10 major magicians gathered together and reformed the Senate, and Mr. Juro went there too. Originally, Mr. Makarov was supposed to be there, but he never showed up. I heard that the Senate was recruiting people. Qian Zhao. And Mr. Dieter was also being called, but you didn't show up for a while. Leon told Lucy and Dieter about the Senate. After hearing this, Dieter was really surprised. But after thinking about it, it makes perfect sense. In terms of strength and popularity, he is really not weak. Natsu stopped the conversation. Leave the old man's business aside, let's go, Wendy. Ah, Dieter sighed silently. He turned his head and stopped paying attention to the situation here. And Wendy hesitated and finally said, well, I am the sorceress of the scale of the Snake Princess, and I can't go with you. Shocked. Both Lucy and Natsu were very surprised. What's the matter with you, Wendy? Natsu demanded. Sha Lulu replied, this is my own decision. Please don't make it difficult for her. Why is it like this? Natsu was surprised. Leon over there finally understood why Dieter was sighing just now. Chapter 189. Take Wendy away, the next goal, Viper Hotel. Natsu, happy, and Lucy lay dead, sitting in their chairs with their eyes blank and speechless. This result is not too surprising. After all, everyone has rubbed off with the new guild for a year, and it is very difficult for them to leave unconditionally, Dieter said. Lucy worried, I don't know if other people have the same thoughts as Wendy. I won't give up, in that case, go kidnap her, Natsu said. No way, Lucy retorted. However, Dieter thought about it for 2 seconds and nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Ah! Lucy yelled at Dieter frantically, don't make trouble, brother Dieter. Boom, while chatting here, the roaring explosion sounded over there. Several people rushed out. I saw that the building of the Snake Princess Scale Guild was destroyed by a huge monster, and the residents fled in all directions. Leon and the others are directing the guild members. What happened? Natsu rushed over, watching the multitude of monsters busy asking questions. Leon replied. As you can see, the monsters suddenly came to the city. Monster. Why? On the other side, Wendy and Sherry also rushed to support from a distance. At the same time, he also replied, it's a member of the Sorcerer's Guild Snake Ghost. For many years, they have been incompatible with our guild, and they are competitors. I didn't expect it to be so cruel. Lucy gritted his teeth as he watched the ruined building. Sherry was angry, using monsters to attack us, the snake ghost really fell. They must be taking advantage of Mr. Biaolaw's absence, Wendy replied. They must have seen that my 887s were busy with the thank you festival and relaxed their vigilance. Leon waved his hand to freeze a monster. Yuka over there rushed over to say hello. Leon, this is just the vanguard. There is another large group from the west, at least 100,000. 100,000. Lucy's eyes widened. A group of people came to the tall building and saw various monsters in groups from outside constantly attacking the city. There are so many monsters blocking us, we can't get close at all. Yuka's hands were sweating, so many monsters couldn't break through to attack the members of the Snake Ghost. Go from heaven. I'm on fire, let's go, Happy. Sha Lulu took off and rushed out with Wendy. Meanwhile, Happy rushes out with Sherry. By the way, I jumped Natsu's foot. I'm sorry Natsu, we have to save the scales of the Snake Princess. People flew away. Natsu frantically looked at the distant, Happy, and Sherry could only get angry with grievances. The little thief who stole, Happy, I won't let you escape. Talking. Natsu rushed towards the monster group, knocking countless monsters all the way and rushing out of the city. It's interesting, let's try your new ability, Dieter smiled. His eyes swept over the people around him, and his body flew towards the outside of the city. Suspended above the monster group. Advertisement Lucy also noticed Dieter's current strength. I see. Dieter took a deep breath and raised his arms, palms facing the sky. Sudden. A fiery meteorite fell from the sky high in the sky. Flames burn around it, hit the monsters on the ground. My god, the meteorite has come. Did Dieter lure a meteorite? Is this really something that humans can do? Brother Dieter is really getting more and more unreasonable, and his strength is unimaginable. Meteorite fell from the sky. The meteorites that Dieter summons are not very large, so as to avoid destroying the earth. But even this meteorite is small, also enough to create a large area. The meteorite fell. The flame was burning like a meteor shower, and it went straight into the monster group. Boom, the meteorite killed thousands of monsters in an instant, and even smashed the path of the monster group into a huge pit. Cut off the earth alive. Isn't this going too far? That meteorite falling from the sky or something is somewhat inappropriate, Lucy complained. Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead. This unique strength has already surpassed that of the Holy One, but I have never seen a member of the Holy Ten who can return meteorites from the air. Monster. Ah, it's a humanoid monster. Yuka was surprised. The other people in the scales of Snake Princess also have a thorough understanding of Dieter's strength, and deeply sighed in their hearts. Well, it's fairy tale. It seems that the power, although it can pull meteors that are enough to destroy the continent, but don't try it. Look at the deep crater smashed by the meteorite. Dieter touched his chin to judge the power. In some senses, the ability of the gravity fruit seemed to be stronger than that of the Qinglong form. Of course, only for big moves. The rest are the monsters in the city. I'll go over there to see you guard the city. Dieter nodded to Leon. Rushed towards the location of the snakes and ghosts in the distance. Come here. The fighting in the area is over, and Natsu rushes to grab Sherry at breakneck speed, like an adult bullying a child. Facing the direction of the snake and ghost crowd. And in the upper left of Natsu there is a disgraced guy. This person is Blue Note, who met Sirius Island in the past. At this moment Blue Note stood stiffly on a scorched land. The wide mouth looked at Natsu in amazement. There was still a fiery flame in the air, thinking that Natsu had just hit Blue Note. CFBB, is it over? Since it is over, then let's go back. Dieter smacked his lips. Originally, he wanted to come over to see if he needed help, but now he understands that even if Natsu can't beat him, he can still beat this group of unworthy guys. Listen, a thief like you. Natsu preaches to Sherry, who stole, happy. And Dieter's mouth twitched. Natsu, you're a boy, and the little girls are naked. Are you trying to be a hooligan? Wendy noticed the scene immediately, and jumped up to cover Dieter's eyes with her hands. She called out to Sha Lulu with a blushing face, Sha Lulu, go and cover Natsu's eyes. You're so old, why are you still average, Wendy? Look at Sherry, Dieter muttered. Advertisement, oops, Dieter bro, don't make any comments. Wendy shyly acted coquettishly. Soon Sherry found something to cover his figure before the group went back to the city. Hey, why is there such a big hole here? This pit is so deep, but when we first came out, there was no such deep pit. Impressive. Wendy and the others were also shocked when they saw the pit that Dieter smashed. Looking at the deep pit full of corpses also whispered. It was a meteorite that fell, and a small meteorite fell from the sky, killing thousands of monsters, and I was there, Dieter said. Wendy was surprised by several people, but no one thought that the meteorite would be the big guy that Dieter brought down from the sky. Let's go. Dieter didn't have to say so clearly, and greeted people back in the city. Within the city, there are dilapidated city buildings left over from the war everywhere. The monsters seem to have all returned. Finally, I was saved. Thank you Natsu and the others this time. It's inevitable. Leon and his party breathed a sigh of relief. 100,000 monsters are enough to destroy the entire city, but fortunately they were stopped in time. I haven't had enough. Natsu sighed. Happy, reassured, you've made a lot of noise, Natsu. Lucy over there curiously swept through the crowd and found that he didn't see the person he was looking for, and hurriedly asked, where are Wendy and Sha Lulu? And Loki, who was summoned by Lucy, touched his chin and posed. Cozily, as long as 3 years later, she will be mine. Yuka answered Lucy's question, they said they'd talk alone. Everyone waited quietly. Dieter picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it towards the river not far away. A long time ago. Let me see. Immediately, Natsu and Happy gleamed in their eyes. The people of Snake Princess Scales went out to escort them. Could it be that? Wendy, how long are you going to cry? Sha Lulu said. Thank you for taking care of me for a long time. I really don't know what to say. I am too self-willed, Wendy thanked. Dieter smiled and asked, so where are we going next? The atmosphere of parting is always very heavy. Leaving the scales of the Snake Princess, Wendy cried all the way in grievance. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Dieter didn't like this kind of atmosphere. He leaned against the door and waited quietly. And Leon smiled. Didn't we already agree when you joined? We agreed to stay here until the fairy tale reorganization. Lucy took out some papers from her bag, which were all kinds of information she had collected in the past year. Going east from here, there is a village called Rainfall Village. I heard that the rain in that village has been falling non-stop, Lucy said. Wendy decided to leave here with Natsu and re-establish Fairy Tale. Dieter et al. Are about to say goodbye. Wendy choked up, but when Fairy Tale disbanded, everyone in Snake was very nice to me, and did I see you again? Chapter 190. The pattering heavy rain is falling, Rainfall Village. This is a very eccentric village, often experiencing drought conditions elsewhere. But here, the rain seems to be deliberately controlled, falling only within the confines of the village. It's a strange place, only, it's raining there. Lucy stood on the periphery of the village, watching the dark cloud that was caged by the village. Ning also muttered. Juvia wouldn't have been raining for no reason after she met Gray, so if Juvia was here something could have happened, Dieter said. Several people nodded and felt very reasonable. Go into the village together. There is absolutely no human breath. It seems that no one lives there. No, I smell Juvia. Go this way. A few people moved forward, and Natsu's keen sense of smell soon picked up the scent in the rain. Hey, Juvia. Several people saw Juvia sitting on the bench in a daze from a distance and immediately called. Juvia on the bench suddenly widened her eyes. She had hallucinations as she looked forward. Seeing Gray's smile, the gentleman said to her, I've kept you waiting. And Juvia immediately covered her mouth in ecstasy, Master Gray. As he said that, he threw it into Natsu's arms, Master Gray, Juvia me, Juvia me. However, Natsu reached out and pressed Juvia's head. You calm down. How are you? I'm relieved to see you still so excited. Long time no see Juvia. The voices of several people awakened Juvia from the hallucination. Natsu, T, Lucy and Wendy. Juvia recovered. Dieter asked, you live here alone? However, Juvia's body wobbled and fell to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you, Juvia? Several people quickly carried the fainted Juvia into the room and comforted her on the bed. She burned so badly. Wendy examines Juvia's body and feels the temperature on her forehead is also extremely different. Staying in such a heavy rain, of course, will damage your body, dieter complained. Lucy wiped her hair after washing out. Advertisement. Looking at the leap room, I was also curious, is this Juvia's home? Hey, Natsu agreed, I smell a hint of gray, bed. Juvia gasped. She said, Juvia and Lord Grey used to live here together, just the two of us. When he said the last, he looked at Lucy very anxiously. Juvia continued. We ate together, practiced together, worked together, and stayed in bed at night. Lucy hurriedly stopped. Don't say it, Juvia continued. Juvia tried to sleep together, but was taken away. I was very happy, but one day, everyone heard Juvia's half-hearted narration of everything that happened during this time. From that day on, he often went out alone, and since half a year ago, he never came back, Juvia said. Everyone's face is not very good. How come? Actually, leave without saying goodbye, that be asterisk 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 d. What qualifications do you have to speak of him? As a result, you still walk away like him, the one who was left behind. The people were talking. Natsu glanced at Lucy, as if warning her not to continue. Please don't flirt. Juvia on the bed quickly stopped her. Who flirted? Lucy quickly retorted. Dieter said, so you don't know where Grey is? You're right, you wouldn't be here if you knew. Juvia was sad. I searched everywhere for several days, but I still can't find Lord Grey. I can only wait for him here. Because it's a home full of memories of Lord Grey and Juvia. I believe that one day, Lord Grey will come back. Looking at the pattering rain outside the window, Dieter pondered over the years that his plot of the world of fairy tale had blurred over the years. Although I remember the important plots, the small things are really not so clear. He seemed to remember that Grey didn't come back because of something, and he should be alive anyway. I'm going to help you find him. No, I must find him, and in order to reorganize the fairy tale, I'm going to get all my companions back. Natsu swore. After speaking to appease Juvia, he also left the room. Under the eaves. J. Lily's rainwater flows down the eaves, which brings inexplicable irritability in the rainy night. Go to Sword-Bite Tiger, there must be news from Grey there, Natsu said. After hearing Natsu's words, Dieter suddenly realized. Advertisement. For flowers, then it rang out what was going on. If that's the case, then go ahead. After all, as a big brother, I still have to care about my brother's feelings, and I can't disturb your little lovers kissing me, Dieter said. What, Dieter, what nonsense are you talking about? Lucy rolled his eyes. Warm. One leg. Happy, his tongue in cheek, then we'll go. Natsu pulled Lucy away from the eaves and rushed out into the rainy night. Happy, also follows. Wendy, Dieter and Carla are left alone to take care of Juvia on the hospital bed. Can they find it? Sha Lulu was a little suspicious of Natsu and Lucis group instinctively. How could they find Grey when they went to the Tiger of Sword-Bite? Should be okay. Wendy believed in Natsu and felt that Grey must be found. Hello, Wendy and Sha Lulu, Juvia, I remember that there should be an evil sect that worships Zareth not far away. It's rare to have a chance to go over and deal with them. Maybe you can see if there are any clues about Grey. Dieter's brain was spinning fast. When Natsu said he was going to Sword-Bite Tiger, he also thought of where Grey was going. According to memory. Speaking of which, Avatar shouldn't reject a powerful comrade in arms, right? Dieter nodded and turned to leave, also thinking about what to do. Rely on realistic acting to get Avatar to invite him to join the organization. Okay Dieter, I'll take care of Juvia. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It wouldn't do to make him wait here. The last time I used it was in another world, and this time I had a rare opportunity to regain my acting skills. Avatar, it should be this name, although the guys in it are not very strong. Dieter doesn't mind running a trip in person. Just in the past, you can study whether you can get the systems check in. Get inside. Dieter flew in the direction of Avatar at a high speed. Dieter hadn't used this trick in a long time. Wendy nodded. She had grown up to not need someone to take care of her, and since she was looking for clues, she wouldn't be worried. So I just had the opportunity to go over and enter the interior. I think that the evil sect should also be able to sign in, right? Actually Dieter already had some ideas. Second, as for how to act. Chapter 191. Incarnate as a demon and sneak into the Avatar. Avatar. Zareth's belief, a group of fanatical fans formed into a cult. The cult is located in a spooky forest. The base of the old nest was wrapped by a group of gloomy branches, and the roots of the branches spread inside the palace. It seems to be a strange palace born from those big trees. The palace hangs in the distance. A half-dragon, half-human monster with cyan scales wanders about. A thick tail dragged on the ground behind him, leaving a clear trace. Avatar's patrol officers heard the sound and immediately moved closer to the location. Abel is this patrol officer. When I got close to seeing the monster, I was a little horrified and muttered to myself, who is this guy, half-human, half-monster, with an ominous aura on his body? He doesn't look easy to mess with. Forget it, let me report the situation. Abel murmured and turned around, 887, and returned to the base, intending to report to the priest. Abel, why didn't you come back from patrolling outside? Are you afraid of death? Why don't you die? Mary and Briar happened to be passing by. Abel held a doll-like thing in his hand. I found a guy who was half-human and half-monster outside. It looked terrible, so I had to report it to the priest. Briar was surprised, but he didn't have time to doubt it. Soon he followed Abel to the priest and reported what he saw. Ominous breath, half-human monster? Go and see? Priest Alec was interested, especially the inhuman monsters, which reminded him of the demons Zareth once made. A group of people came out of the palace. When I came to the place of the monster again, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. I saw that the monster's hands were covered in blood, tearing at an animal in front of him like a demon. The bloody flesh was swallowed alive by him, and the scene was extremely bloody. Vomit. Briar immediately covered his mouth and vomited when he saw that scene. Haha, Briar, you're so embarrassing. If I were you, I'd die. This scene is nothing, Mary laughed. Jerome said, it's really like a demon, let's get rid of him quickly. Demon? Half of his body turned black. Gray looked sharply at the monster in front of him. Demon? Zareth's demon. Alec is a little happy, he wants to explore, to know, to get. The sound of discussion here made the monster stop. The monster turned his head, and a pair of blood-red eyes pierced over, and it felt as biting as falling into an ice cave. Advertisement, meat. Meat. Human flesh. Boom, that monster was Dieter, and his half-human, half-monster appearance was exactly the dragon-human form of Yuyuguo. Half of his face has cyan scales, and his arms and claws are gleaming. A thick tail hits the ground behind him, and every blow can make a hole. He rushed over. The slag in the forest was filled with strong winds, and the smell of blood in the mouth was blowing. Humph! Gray snorted coldly, and took the initiative to wave a cold air, which instantly froze Dieter. Taste, while waiting for Gray to say anything, the frozen ice sculpture was broken open by a huge force. What? Gray was surprised that someone could break free from the ice sculpture. Can't wait for him to respond. Dieter of the Dragon Man attacked like a titan, knocking Gray out in an instant. Violent beauty from start to finish. Boom boom. Gray, who was knocked out, rolled over and over in the forest. It stopped after breaking several tree trunks. This guy is so powerful. Gray was shocked. The power of this mysterious monster is obviously much stronger than he expected. Here, the uniqueness of the dragon people did not stop there. Meat, human meat, damn, all damn, nozzles. He raised his claws and tore at the remaining guys. The bloody pavement on the claws came. It stopped suddenly in front of the priest. It wasn't Dieter who wanted to start, but the little house next to him was holding a doll in his hand, with Dieter's hair on it. Whoops, humans. Damn humans. Dieter tried his best to show his struggle, making the guy named Abel's face change constantly. Master Priest, you'd better think of a solution quickly. This monster's power is far beyond imagination. I'm about to lose control, Abel said. Several other members were also surprised. And the priest is even more obsessed. Perfect. It's a perfect devil. It's so powerful. It's amazing. It's amazing. Humans are courting death. Advertisement. Dieter continued to pretend to struggle. That Jingu took a deep breath. Demon, are you a demon made by Zareth? Sudden, after hearing this, Dieter stopped struggling, looked suspiciously at the priest in front of him and asked, who are you? Are you also trying to destroy the enemy of Lord Zareth? I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Continue to struggle. The power is vending frantically again. The guy who controlled the Dieter turned pale, clenched his teeth and couldn't hold on. No, we're Zareth loyalists. I know you don't believe it, but we're executing a plan, a great plan. The priest frantically talked about the future he enjoyed. And Dieter also admired the constant questioning and then slowly believed. Cunning human, I believe you for the time being. As long as you let me see Lord Zareth, I can help you eradicate all enemies, even the Holy 10 I have killed. Dieter's tone revealed endless strength, but these words surprised Gray, who came back, and he couldn't help thinking of the missing old man. Okay. The priest snickered. This side also immediately invited Dieter to walk inside the palace. The road tells a very moving future. Back at the palace, several people sat down and chatted with each other. You also killed Saint 10? How is that possible? Gray began to inquire vaguely. The other members also looked at the newly added monster curiously. Meow, meow, Dieter said hoarsely. Yeah, it's an old man 1.1, a very ridiculous old man, who keeps saying that he is embracing the world, but he was torn to pieces by me, and even the bones were eaten in the stomach. Shocked. Gray's eyes narrowed, and absolute zero air conditioning condensed on his body. Really? He murmured. Briar, who was sitting across from him, laughed and mocked. As far as I know, the Holy 10 is all good, but the only thing I can't find is the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, and this ice cube was once a member of the guild. Sudden hanging. Hanging. The table in front of Dieter burst apart. Powerful hostility glared at Gray, with a smile. Is it your gang who wiped out Tartaros? Puff. In this way, it seems very likely that the old man I ate was also half a year ago. Slightly, the sound of teeth squeezing. Gray's heart was full of anger, and he could not wait to kill this monster on the spot. Chapter 192. Nature Department Frozen Fruit Ability. But he still held back. I've long since left the self-righteous guild of Fairy Tale. My goal is the end book, and I'm here for that, as long as I can get. Gray said, bowing his head, and a sinister smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Whispered like a mad demon, as long as I get that book, I don't care about the rest. I have long forgotten about the guild, I just want to get the book. No, I only live to defeat End. I don't care to take advantage of you, or anyone, for its sake. Hear him. Several other members jumped their eyes. Briar muttered, vengeance has dyed his body and mind black. This conversation was a success. In other words, Dieter's infiltration was very successful, just as he thought. Those who worship Zareth have a unique obsession with taking demons as their subordinates. Yeah, meow, whatever you want, I just want to see Lord Zareth, don't bother me before I leave, or I'll kill you, Dieter said. 25 Several other members disagreed. Gray, get out of here if you're here. Sudden. There was an ear-piercing call from the church. From the church? Intruder? Interesting. Several members were very surprised and did not expect to hear this voice. And Dieter laughed loudly. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect your place to be invaded so easily by outsiders, what a shame. The members were very uncomfortable with Dieter's words. But they could not refute. They had to get up and walk outside one by one, preparing to kill the intruders. After a few people left, Dieter was not in such a hurry but chose to sign in. Ding. Sign into Avatar and get a chance to draw a lottery. In this lottery, there is a 12% chance for Superman, a 34% chance for Animal, and a 54% chance for Nature. Is there a lottery? Smoke. Dieter immediately started the lottery, with a little anticipation in his heart, not knowing what kind of ability he would get this time. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the ability of Nature, Frozen Fruit, full level. The sweet voice of the system assistant reverberated. It was the most beautiful sound, and it gave Dieter a powerful force. Frozen Fruit ability, it's a really good ability. Advertisement. Dieter smiled, roughly judging in his heart. He continued to wait for the next plan. Waited for about half a day. The priest greeted people to set off. Dieter naturally followed behind, quietly waiting for the big gathering. At the same time, in the cell Goman is executing Lucy. Caning, waxing, waterboarding, rope torture, and footlicking, you choose one. Goman binds Lucy. Show her all her torture tools and give Lucy a chance to choose. Choose licking the sole of the foot, it doesn't sound very painful. Natsu followed with advice. And Goman's brows twitched slightly. It seems that you don't understand the true meaning of interrogation. This is to strip and fix the feet of the victim, apply salt water, and then let goats. In order to obtain salt, the goats will start to lick their feet. After a while, the skin of the soles of the feet will be cut by the rough sheep's tongue, and the meat will be scraped off. And the goat will still go on, never stop, happy, exclaimed, it sounds more painful than I thought. And Goman starts dipping Lucy in salt water. You better tell who ordered you here, while the girl's feet are still there. Whoa, Natsu struggled. Didn't you say it? We just want to bring Gray back. Goman retorted, it will take me to say it several times before you understand that Lord Gray is our companion and will never go with you. He's our comrade, Natsu retorted, roaring, if that guy can't trust himself, let's trust him. To shut up. Sudden. Goman scolded, and the chain on Lucy's side moved directly. Wow lala, it didn't take long to pull Lucy up. Holding a giant axe, Goman came to Lucy, held the giant axe high and said, I gave up licking the soles of my feet. Thorn lala, Goman's axe fell, and a sudden burst of ice froze Goman instantly. Gray appears. Grabbing his hair, he muttered, damn it, it's all your fault, my plans are all in vain. Lucy and Natsu are so confused here. I didn't understand what Gray meant, so I could only wait quietly for his answer. And Gray took out a small contact magic crystal that looked like a mobile phone and dialed a message, I'm Codeblue, I'm in a bit of trouble. Advertisement, do not. No, how'd I know you ask him directly? Saying that, Gray threw something to Natsu and let them talk. Then Gray continued, Erza, things are a little troublesome. Erza asked, what? Gray explained, it's like this, just a few hours later, a demon appeared on my side, and was harvested by the priest. The demon's momentum was very powerful. Really? Erza wondered. The most important thing is that I learned from the mouth of this demon that he probably killed the Holy Ten half a year ago. Gray didn't finish his sentence. But hearing this made Erza and Gray and Lucy's eyes widen. As far as I know, the original Holy Ten is there, the only thing that isn't there is, Lucy didn't dare to go on. Natsu suddenly roared. How is it possible? I don't believe it either, but the devil doesn't have to lie, so we have to prepare for the worst, Gray reminded. Silence. Continue to be silent. Elu 903 Shaw took a deep breath. The specific truth will be known when the devil is caught. I hope what he said is false. Pushed Gray and walked outside, obviously very interested in that demon. Decided to ask in person. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 6 months ago, Erza received a request from Jelal to investigate the black magic group involving Zareth. Lucy and Natsu both have very serious expressions, and they are also very strict with this guy. So it sneaks away. Natsu got up angrily. At that time, when the investigation was entering a bottleneck, I happened to meet me, and when we exchanged the current situation, Erza thought of this infiltration plan. They all hope it's fake news. A little carelessness may not prevent the purification operation, so we can only wait until today. However, Gray denied, that's impossible. Avatar's scale is far beyond our imagination. I just sneaked into one of the branches, where the headquarters and the other branches are. They don't know each other. But everyone only knows that there is no need for the devil to lie, and there is no news about Makarov of the Holy Ten. Where is that devil? Take me there, yes, after listening to Gray's words. Natsu replied, it's enough to destroy them by force. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for you and Erza? On the way Gray will tell Natsu and Lucy the plan. Chapter 193. How could, should not be. Marbatown. It's a plain outside, but in fact countless Zareth zealots have gathered here. Why didn't Briar, Gray and Goman come? Jerome asked Briar next to him. Probably dealing with the two captives? Briar replied. Jerome muttered, Goman is gone, why isn't Gray here? He really is. Ho ho, maybe it's an insider, goblins are not good people, Dieter interjected appropriately. Briar said, I said, there are monsters in the lower lashes, but it doesn't matter now. Lower eyelashes. Monster? Briar ignored the words of the two people and continued. The number of believers, for the purification battle, even people from the branch who did not know each other gathered together. At this point, neither the stripper nor the Senate have come to stand a chance against our faith. Several people nodded. Looking at the number of people, there is really no need to worry. The priest held his scepter high, now we will start the purification operation of Marba Town. The city is innocent, 30,000 lives are busy in the ignorance of fate, and their pure souls will lead him to this land. Zareth the Black Mage. In order to walk side by side with him, we will offer 30,000 lives as a tribute to purify all life in this city. Come on, kill, the cry of countless followers. Raising the weapon in his hand, he slaughtered the city ahead. 30,000 people. I don't know how many people I can deal with. Dieter muttered softly. Late? Are the monsters going to attack the enemy? Then let's see your power? Haha, I hope it's not too embarrassing, otherwise it really doesn't deserve to be called a devil. I'm just standing here watching. Several members were talking, and they thought that Dieter was about to attack the city, all waiting with smiles. And Dieter's body slowly flew up, you won't be disappointed. Ficon's body quickly rushed to the top of the group of people who were attacking the city. Front. Natsu and Gray and Lucy naturally saw the figure in the sky. That guy is the newly added monster, you have to be careful. This guy really looks like a monster. I don't know how strong he is, but I'm burning. I will try my best. The three of them were waiting. Advertisement and Dieter in the air crossed his hands, and the cold breath blew. Sudden, two icicles hit the ground. Ice Age. What? The white ice stretched out along the ground. All the believers who attacked the city were instantly icy cold, and at that moment, the whole city outside was a world of ice. How is it possible? Why would that monster attack my own people? It's so cold. The three Greys widened their eyes and looked at the frozen ground in front of them. They were completely shocked. They had never seen such a powerful ability before. And the smiles of several members who were watching the play behind them also solidified on their faces. This idiot has attacked his own people. How can he attack the city after all of them are frozen? D6 reprimanded. And Briar said with a grim face. You are the idiot, this guy is an insider, definitely not ours, this guy. It's too much, it's so annoying. Why is this monster? It turned out to be an enemy, Damn it, several members were outraged. Seeing the monster in the sky that froze everyone in an instant, he was also furious. I can't wait to rush to tear him up immediately. Betrayal. Betrayed Zareth and killed him. Go and kill him for me. Priest Alec is the most angry person, he trusted the enemy. It turned out that this monster was for Zareth, but now it is blocked from it. Alright, let's kill this betrayal, Mary said. Several guys rushed towards Dieter in the air. The people on Gray's side were still in a state of confusion, especially Erza, who came up from the rear, was even more puzzled. Still confused after the turn with Natsu. What the hell is going on here? Gray, didn't you say that this monster is probably the one who hurt the president? Erza asked hurriedly. Gray also had a terrible headache. How'd I know? Now that I think about it, this guy is likely to sneak into Avatar like me, but his trick is really handsome, and it takes no effort to destroy him in one fell swoop. Oh. And Natsu wasn't so happy, scratching his head here. Damn it, I'm ready to fight, but it's me, I'm not convinced. Anyway, let those guys try this monster's skills first, and we'll get on it later. Erza thought of a plan. A few people except Natsu reluctantly agreed. And Dieter in the air also fell. Advertisement confront each other with those members. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you blocking our plan? Aren't you going to see Zareth? Jerome asked. And Dieter grinned. Ho ho, it's just over the top for a mere human to want to see Lord Zareth. Obviously Dieter is addicted to acting and pretending to be a demon at this time. If that's the case, then you're going to die, Briar said, and greeted a few people to charge up. Rubbish. Dieter muttered to himself, and reached out a gesture. The feet of several guys cracked open, and several members were lifted into the air. Go to hell. As Dieter spoke, a flame that ignited the world rushed out. Destroyed towards the sky. One strike, it drowned those members. The fire blazed into the sky. Gray and the others were stunned again. What's going on? It's ice and fire for a while. What kind of magic is this monster? Gray was frantic. Natsu Amy, that flame is a bit familiar and seems to have smelled it from somewhere, knows good. Erza and Lucy were equally puzzling. The flame is gone. Those members didn't have any resistance at all, and were burned alive by Dieter's flame without leaving any ashes. Long. Thinking of the pace of progress, Dieter walked up to Erza and the others. Erza and the others were immediately vigilant. Humble human beings, you. Sorry, too deep into the play. Natsu and the others were a little confused. At this moment, Dieter's monster's appearance quickly changed. The handsome face reappears. Dieter, brother Dieter, how could it be you? What the hell are you? Why are you here? Then what happened outside just now? And there was ice. Several people were stunned. They really didn't expect that the monster they originally planned to fight would be Dieter. This scripture, chapter 194. Holding her is just a couple. Why can't it be me? You are allowed to sneak into the enemy camp, Gray, and I'm not allowed to sneak in. Dieter pouted. Going to Erza's side, I continued to say, I learned the ice ability in the past year. Confused, curious, but soon Erza's face turned red. Rolling his eyes shyly, he said, so many people, you have a leg. Several people suddenly rolled their tongues to joke. Erza was blushing again, which damaged the majesty of her eldest sister. So, it's fake to kill the 10th? Gray asked hurriedly. Dieter shrugged. Said, I know some news about the president, but it's better to deal with the enemy first. The priest is not easy. Let me. Natsu immediately volunteered to fight next. It is really too uncomfortable to hold back, so I plan to exercise my body properly. As he spoke, he rushed out to attack the priest. Dieter and the others watched quietly. After all, the enemy had been eliminated by Dieter alone, so the priest was the only one left. By the way, why can't I feel the magic power from these ices? Gray touched the ice in front of him. There is no magic power fluctuation. You must know that magic power is required to use magic power, and these do not seem to be pure ice. Shush, it looks like Gray. You haven't practiced yet, you can think about it for yourself. I won't tell you the specifics. Dieter fooled around with a smile. Left alone, Gray was puzzled. He can only squat on the ground and constantly study these ices, trying to analyze the problems of these ices. By the way, what happened to your appearance, Brother Dieter? While watching the battle, Lucy asked abruptly, causing both Erza and Gray to look over. Before Dieter didn't look like a human at all, how did he achieve the same state as a monster? Dragon transformation, partial dragon transformation, when I was Tartaros, the blue dragon that fought with the fire dragon king. Dieter told Erza to remove the armor from his hands. She squeezed her hand tightly and said absently to Gray and Lucy. Dragon transformation. Dieter turned out to be a dragon, and is it still a dragon that can transform into a human? Amazing. Several people were a little surprised, and of course the most surprising ones were Gray and Happy. After all, these two people didn't know that Dieter was the dragon. Dragon transformation doesn't affect your body, right? Erza thought of Akulonoia and asked Dieter worriedly. No, he was transformed into a dragon after killing too many dragons, and I can transform into a human by training myself. You don't have to worry about this. In fact, it is very common for a dragon to transform into a human form, Dieter replied. At this moment Erza was in a tangle. After thinking for a long time, this cautious question, if Dieter is a dragon, if Mirajane and I were pregnant, would it be a CFBB dragon? Advertisement, Happy. As well as Lucy and Gray all sensed the interesting topic and quietly pricked up their ears. You're not a female dragon, how could you give birth to a dragon? Dieter quipped. Erza breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's still a bit unacceptable to let her have a dragon. Master Gray. Let's have a baby too. Sudden, Gray rushed over a cloud of water not far away, and it was Juvia. When she rushed over to hear the topic of conversation, she immediately gave Gray advice. Sister Lucy, Erza, Dieter and Gray. Wendy also followed closely behind, landing next to a few people and saying hello with a smile. Sudden, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Lucy and the others felt a little tingling in their bodies, and an indescribable fear appeared. What happened? There's a tingling sensation in my body. I feel the whirlpool of magic. The sky has changed. A huge soul fell from the sky. Boom, that kick crushed all the believers who had turned into ice sculptures below. Everyone get out of the way, you will be trampled. Gray yelled. Immediately pulled Juvia away from the coverage of the sole of the foot. And so did Dieter, one of the 18 fighting gods of the devil. Dieter looked at the huge monster that couldn't see the top, and his face was full of amazement. The giant monster is opposed to Natsu. Unprecedented fighting spirit erupted between the two, and Natsu rushed towards the huge monster angrily. And the monster also waved the sharp blade in his hand. Boom, the sharp blade slashed, and the ground split open into a deep canyon. Divide the whole earth in two. The soldiers in the ice sculpture were killed and injured by this sword. Very pitiful. Dieter shook his head and released all the frozen people, letting them escape on their own. Softer. The gust of wind blowing under the sword was unsteady, and they could only exchange and support each other to look at the huge monster. I saw a figure appear on the broad blade like land, climbing on the body of the huge monster with both hands and feet. There is someone on the sword. The exclamation made everyone look at it, and it was vaguely able to clearly distinguish who it was. Advertisement, Natsu. Looks like he handled it. Dieter clicks his tongue. The rest of them also watched silently. They all believed that Natsu would take down one of the huge 18 fighting gods, and watched him wait for the end of the battle. When the priest saw Natsu rushing to Doshen beyond his capacity, he immediately laughed and mocked. What you do is in vain. Doshen is the god of war, and human beings cannot compete with him at all. Give your souls, my fellow men, give yourselves to Zareth. Boom. However, it was Natsu who responded with a blow, a flaming flame that ignited the sky. The power of the Fire Dragon King is coming. The god of fighting, who was considered a powerful one, was not Natsu's opponent at all. That punch shattered the god of fighting. Smash everything. The body of the giant beast that was looking up was shattered inch by inch. The hope of the purification plan completely disappeared, and all the members fled around in a panic. Everyone wants to run away, but soon, a group of people wearing the law enforcement uniforms of the Senate rushed up and arrested all those who escaped. Arrest everyone, don't let them escape, wow. Dieter also saw someone coming. Gajeel and Ponce Lily, arrest. As you can see, he is a member of the Senate, how can it be? Several people were greatly surprised, as if they were hallucinating. The group quickly gathered together. So it's Sibi and Lily. There's someone who looks like Gajeel. Natsu greeted. See the instinctive denial of the guy in the uniform. Do you want to fight? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Oh, that Gajeel couldn't possibly be a counselor. Gajeel replied, when I was looking for a place to eat, I received an invitation from the old wooden man, so I am now standing on the top of the guild. By the way, you are also under arrest, Fire Dragon, you are tired of sinful lies. Lucy was arrested for misdressing. Juvia was arrested for wetness. Happy was arrested for eating too much fish. Wendy was arrested for their respective petty crimes. Dieter. Take it, why is Dieter here, haven't you disappeared? Gajeel assigns the crimes one by one. After seeing Dieter, he was suddenly surprised, he obviously didn't expect Dieter to appear here. And Dieter's mouth twitched. Gajeel, you were stripped of your status as a member of the council for slander, take off your uniform now. B****************** D, you are not my boss. Gajeel retorted. After the quarrel, everyone finally started chatting in groups of 3s and 2s. Cherish the rare opportunity to get together. Chapter 195, the 7th President, Dieter. Magnolia Town. 1 year is enough to change many things, for the people of the guild. This city holds so many memories. When I set foot in the city again, I was filled with fear and fear. Day 5 after Fairy Tale Reconstitution. In the ruins of the original guild, everyone is working hard to rebuild the fairy tale, and many people are working hard. Dieter, bring the wood over there. Over there. Erza saw Dieter resting on the wood and immediately beckoned him to help quickly. Tiny. Dieter disapproved and stretched out his fingers, and the wood over there was suspended and flew in Erza's direction. Wow, what kind of magic is this? What kind of magic did Dieter learn after not seeing him for a year? It's amazing. Dieter is such a genius. Every time I see him, I can discover new magic, and this time I am afraid it will become more powerful. Yes, it's amazing. Between the guilds, Dieter took control of the wood and was shocked. Then came the shock and discord. Erza, Dieter, come here. At this time, Mira Jane called 2 people over there. When I came near, I found that Levy was filling in the information, which seemed to be some information from the guild. The choice of the 7th generation president? Dieter looked at Levy's information and touched his chin. Yes, considering that President Makarov is not here, we must choose a town to live with them, so I want to discuss with you. Levy nodded. Allah, Mira Jane proposes, Erza and Dieter are fine. Pick Dieter. Erza gave it to Dieter without a second thought. Isn't it okay if you don't write it? You can get the president back in a few days. There's no need to choose a 7th generation. Dieter was reluctant. There were various suggestions for Levy here, but unfortunately they were all rejected. No president is not recognized by the Senate, even if it is only temporary, it should be elected, Levy said. Erza said, let's just write about Dieter. He's very strong, and he's also the eldest brother in the guild. Whatever you say is suitable. Advertisement Mira Jane hit you, it's just a little lazy. After hearing what the 2 women said, Dieter rolled his eyes and said, then write it, by the way. Dieter agrees. Then he looked up at the person who was slowly approaching. Dieter really does the job, Mest said. The whole group raised their eyebrows. The impression of Mest is not too clear. I have been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment when everyone reunites. The only ones who can save the 6th generation president Makarov are you. Shocked. After hearing Mest's words, it was too late for everyone to think about his identity. They were all taken aback by his words. Please come with me, the 7th generation president, and the others will wait for the time being. Mest looked at Dieter's invitation. The other people were very puzzled, but they didn't say anything. Dieter followed. Walk into an underground passage under the lead of Mest. Speechless all the way. This made Mest curious. Don't you want to know where I'm taking you? Dieter's mouth twitched. Answer. It should be the secret of the Fairy Tale Guild. I often chat with the old man. After all, he planned to make me the president of the old man before, so I also know something. Mest paused slightly and sighed. Sure enough, in fact, only past presidents can enter this place. Well, the reason why you can enter is because the president told you? Dieter asked. Mest nodded undeniably. Yes, this place has the top secret of Fairy Tale, Lumen, Starlight. Go into the secret basement. I saw the body covered by ice. That's the 1st generation. Wow, sudden. The door behind him was knocked open, and several people fell to the ground in embarrassment. The most embarrassing thing was Erza, who was pressing Gray and the others. Her face was extremely red. Do you believe me when I said it was searched? Mest sighed. I was going to tell Dieter not to let anyone else know. Natsu and the others all stood up. Advertisement? Too cunning. You should tell us too. What is this? Is this the body of the 1st generation? Is she still alive? Why is the 1st generation in the crystal underground in the guild? Everyone looked curiously at the words behind Mest in front of them, and Dieter nodded, and it was unnecessary to hide it now. For flowers, Mest nodded when he saw this. Soon a lot of memories emerged in everyone's mind. This is the same as what Brother Dieter said about that country. Lucy and Natsu were surprised after absorbing Mest's memory. And Mest was also surprised. Yes, I have been to the Western continent, the Alvarez Empire within a year. The emperor of this country is the Zareth of the Black Mage, and the total victory of this empire is enough to crush Ishgar. Dieter admits. He continued. And I also got the news that the guild leader went to that country. I also tried to find it, but I couldn't find it. I originally planned to announce it after the reconstruction of the guild was completed. Several people were shocked. They were far from expecting the original president to have such a thing. According to this, the old man went to which country and never came back. He dissolved the guild for all of us. Hasn't there been any news this year? Mest didn't stop the president from going to another continent? Obviously, it's impossible to agree even if you stop it. Everyone was very worried. After all, going to that country is like a wolf entering a tiger's mouth. Once you go in, you really can't get out. According to the plan of the 6th generation president, I ran around for the Resurrection Council, and asked Lord Ward to ask him to form a new council with the Holy 10 Great Demons as the center, Mest said. Lucy also recalled, speaking of which, I've also heard about the whereabouts of the president, which is also an unresolved issue by the council. Mest sighed, Lord Ward knows what's going on, but the others shouldn't. But for the threat posed by the Alvarez Empire, everyone has reached a consensus. Therefore, the line of defense was immediately deployed, and the deterrent force against the Western continent was gradually increased. It stands to reason that the old man successfully delayed the time and should have come back, but the news of the reorganization of Fairy Tail should have been passed on long ago, and he has not returned yet, I am afraid. Dieter didn't say anything after that. In fact, everyone can guess that the possibility is really very large. In particular, the Emperor of the Western Continent is the evil sorcerer Zareth. This matter is very likely to lead to the arrest of Makarov in the Western Continent. B. 7 Fate Chapter 196, Nature Department Sparkling Fruit Ability. So our current plan is to go to the Western Continent to rescue the old man, Natsu said. Mest nodded, that's right, I have followed the president's instructions to resurrect the council, and I will act as a fairy tale wizard from now on. Happy, immediately excited. As long as the members of the guild are united, no enemy is scary. Let's go together, Sha Lulu said, wait, etc. Erza and Dieter immediately stopped talking. Erza said, that is an opponent that even the president thinks has no chance of winning. We can't rush over like this. We have become much stronger in the past year. No matter what kind of enemy we encounter, we will never lose. Natsu retorted unwillingly. Dieter shook his head, it's not that simple. The 12 guardian shields owned by the Alvarez Empire are each more powerful than the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. If they really fight, Fairy Tail will be heard again. 933. As the 7th generation president, it is impossible for me to agree to your all-out plan. Erza was very pleased that Dieter was able to watch this event as the president. But we have to rescue the president, so, it's just a matter of those who are there at the moment, Erza said. However, no, Dieter retorted. Before waiting for everyone to be happy, he grinned and replied, me and Mest just go. We can both teleport, it will be very easy to rescue the president and escape. No, absolutely, no, I'm going too. This time even Erza was reluctant. Apparently knowing that if only Dieter and Mest go, a lot of big things will happen. Maybe it will make the relationship between the two countries even more anxious. I also think that we should all go. Dieter's strength and anger are impossible to admit, maybe it will make the West Continent and us. Mest said leisurely. He must agree with Dieter's strength. After all, he wanted to invite Dieter to join when the Senate was rebuilt. Whether it is strength or popularity, it is very suitable. But if you go to the Western Continent alone, you might dismantle the empire there. You are targeting me. Dieter's eyes suddenly dropped, and he glanced at the people in front of him to complain. It's not a war, it's a dive into rescue operation, it must not cause any insignificant fights and incidents, I don't even want you to go, Erza said. Natsu kept nodding his head, yes, don't let him go. As the 7th generation president, he should serve the majority of the members, stay and rebuild the guild. Yeah, if he was in the past, maybe he would kill a few people to play, it would only make the battle between the two sides come faster. Gray also very much agrees with Natsu. Several people had a clear understanding of Dieter's strength, and knew that he would never. Oh, advertisement Dieter sneered at the guys Gray and Natsu. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, I really wanted to beat them up. Well, let the people present go. There will definitely be an inevitable battle. The strength of the 7th generation president is still useful. Maybe it was too bad to see Dieter. Mest still rarely helped to speak. Nice job Mest, S-class mage definitely has a place for you, Dieter praised. Mest laughed, President, stop joking, ha ha ha, hee hee hee. Several people laughed. Dieter announced, if that's the case, then let's go. Go early and return early to avoid suspicion from the rest of the guild. Everyone agrees. On a vast sea. Ding, congrats to the master for becoming the 7th generation guild president and rewarding 3 lottery chances. Is there a lottery? Dieter and his party are heading to the ship of the Alvarez Empire. Several people were basking on the deck. While Dieter was fishing with a rod on the side of the boat, the system assistant in his mind rang out, rewarding him with 3 chances to draw a lottery. Great, 3 times. Dieter muttered. Now his strength is very strong, especially after the awakening of the animal system, his strength has reached the peak of the fairy tale world. Although I haven't tried it, I generally feel that his strength is enough to compete with Zarif and Akulonoia. For him, today's lottery opportunities have been unable to enhance his strength too much. 1. Do not overwhelm your skills. Everyone wants fancy abilities, at least he is very willing to get more abilities. Pump it. Pick it up once first. Dieter originally wanted to take it 3 times, but then he thought that if he took so many times, there might not be anything good, so he should take it slowly. Extracting weighing silently. Tay is also very curious about what abilities can be drawn this time. There does not seem to be much fruit ability of the bug in the pirate world. Especially those that can improve his strength. Ding, congratulations to the master for extracting the ability of nature type glittering fruit, full level. 666 Dieter shouted 6 in his heart, and glitter fruit is quite fancy. Maybe you can try the sentence, have you been kicked by the speed of light again? Advertisement, speaking of the light attribute, can I also learn the super magic of the guild, the law of fairies, etc.? Dieter thinks it can be studied anyway. The strength improvement is very small today, it is better to study several attributes of the lower body, maybe it is possible to learn similar magic in the fairy tale world. Here Dieter studies abilities while fishing. On the boat, Natsu held on to the suggestion in disgust, would you like to take a boat? Even Natsu, who has become very powerful, is extremely embarrassed by the swaying ship at this moment. Otherwise, how do you think you're going? Gray didn't complain when Natsu was so embarrassed. For example, you can use Mest's teleportation, Natsu said. Mest was speechless, I can't do that far away. Natsu added, then let Dieter become a dragon, and we ride him and fly over, a dragon that big is big enough for us to sit on. Dieter, who was fishing, was a little confused, turning his head to look at Natsu. How beautiful do you think, if you are going to tear down the Alvarez Empire with me, maybe I can take you there. Then let's go. Natsu was ecstatic. Pung, however, Lucy slammed Natsu's head with his fist, rolled his eyes and said, Dieter, don't tempt him, maybe he'll really rush to fight. Erza was also embarrassed. Dieter, don't always think about fighting, now you are the president, pay attention to your identity. Whimper. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone understands. Wendy's breathless, ha ha ha. See Erza's face full of thoughts, however, Wendy is also clinging to the side of the boat and retching 1.1. Mest reassured, I can understand your urgency, but you mustn't be in a hurry, let's stop at Gallic Town, a sightseeing spot ahead, to supply supplies and ingredients. Erza looks out to the sea. We're going to meet up with the intelligence agent in Gallicule and ask the man for the route to infiltrate. I'm sorry. I seem to have become dizzy as soon as I get on the transportation, woo. Gray over there couldn't help but complain, I can't move you guys into the bedroom. Dieter smiled and stopped talking. Mest replied, it takes 10 days by boat to reach the western continent and a few days to reach the capital. Asked, how long will it take to get to Alvarez? And Natsu staggered towards Wendy begging, Wendy that dizzy magic. He walked up to Erza and said, don't worry, the old man will be fine. Dieter over there finally put away his fishing rod. It is difficult to catch fish in such a big sea. Chapter 197. Landing on the island, enemy attack. Garricle Island, offshore. I see, Gallicule Island. Quick, get ready to disembark, chirping. After driving for a long time, the sight of a transiting island in the distance also made several people happy. Especially Natsu and Wendy wanted to fly to the island immediately, the feeling of being on the boat was too uncomfortable. Etc. Suddenly Erza stopped the restless people. I saw several huge dark ships docked on the sea ahead, with emblems printed on the bows that had never been seen before. Mest suddenly exclaimed, the ship of the Alvarez Imperial Army. They seem to be conducting some inspections at the port. Gray asked hastily, then can we get close to this island? They're searching for our fellow spy, but it looks like the spy hasn't been caught yet. Wendy and Natsu cling to the side of the boat, talking about the current situation on the island with a sad face. They heard the conversation on the island. The intelligence officer must be contacted before they do anything. Erza said solemnly, the top priority is to connect with fellow spy to make the next plan. Do some disguise and land on the island. Dieter stepped forward. The group nodded in agreement, and soon docked the ship at the port on the island. 25 port, temporarily blocked, everyone lined up. Everyone entering and leaving the island must undergo identity and luggage checks. A group of soldiers guarded the entrance and exit. All personnel entering and leaving the island are strictly screened, and a series of links such as questioning, investigation, and identity verification are strictly guarded against. Soon, a group of disguised Dieter came to the inspection gate. We came to this island for sightseeing. I heard that the star mango on this island is the best in the world. I'm looking forward to it. A few women gave full play to the ability of 3 women to play in one play, and they managed to get through it under the rhetoric. Dieter rubbed his nose and glanced recklessly across the island. Seeing and hearing shrouded the entire island at the same time, and quickly locked on to a certain target. Give me back, Daddy, where did you take my dad? After entering the island, there was an accident in front of the convenient, and everyone's eyes successfully looked over. After 3 counts, there will be a fight, believe it or not. Advertisement Dieter stood beside Mest and extended 3 fingers to him. No way, Erza, they don't do that. Before Mest's words were finished, Erza Gray and the others rushed up. Without a word, he knocked down a few soldiers who grabbed the child. How is it? Dieter patted Mest on the shoulder a little bit. Seems to say you kid to see if I'm right. We can't leave this island anymore. Mest was speechless. Dieter shrugged. So, as a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, you have to be mentally prepared to make a big deal at any time. Do you think you will live in peace this time? It's impossible not to demolish a few palaces. There. Gray immediately ordered, Mest, go away, we'll split up next. Take advantage of the commotion here, you should hurry up and contact the intelligence officer, Dieter said. Mest nodded. Quickly use teleportation magic to leave the scene. Then let's make a fuss, Dieter said that with his pistols on his hands. Aiming at a group of soldiers who were outflanking from the rear to launch an attack, musket. Biu, 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 groups of small flames shot from the fingertips. The soldiers who were hit were instantly knocked out and fell to the ground again. I don't know if he died or just fell. Not to be outdone, Erza and the others easily brought down the many soldiers who came to encircle and suppress them. Although the streets and surrounding shops are messed up. But still easy. Boring, are you sure it's these guys who made the old man so nervous? Gray complained. Erza reminded. It is estimated that there will be people on board to come to reinforce, in short, don't be careless. Right, Dieter also answered. Lucy and Gray looked, only to find Erza, Dieter and Natsu sitting at a small vendor's table. Already started to taste that delicious star mango. You guys are so relaxed, you don't look anxious at all. Lucy was speechless. The stall owner laughed. Don't make things too much, said the boss. Gray was a little surprised. Asked, Boss, you dare to do business in this commotion, but you have the courage of a businessman. Haha. The boss smiled, it's nothing, fights of this level are common, and business is more important. I'm going to save money to go to Ishgar. Someone is coming. Dieter didn't let the boss continue talking, and reminded him with delicious fruit. Snapped. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, the stall in front of him exploded instantly. Overturning Natsu also surprised Erza. Clap clap. Qualified. Qualified, a person walked up slowly behind the crowd, with sunglasses hanging from their foreheads. Look Sven. He introduced. I am Marlene Hollow. I belong to the Brandish team of the Alvarez Imperial Army. Erza was angry at the Star Mango who could no longer eat. The revenge of Xing Mango is handed over to me to avenge. As she said that, she stepped forward, her body surging with magic power, ready to fight. Qualified, qualified, qualified at any time. Marlene Hollow had a happy smile on her face, as if very polite. What nonsense, Dessert's resentment is amazing. Dress up. Erza began to change clothes, but the magic was agitated but failed. Natsu's eyes widened immediately behind him. Marlene said, No, no, the space is all mine. 933 Night is a magic that instantly equips weapons in other dimensions. So space magic can't be used. It can't be used in front of me. Lucy immediately took out the key and waved it. If that's the case, then open it. The door of Sagittarius. Failed. Lucis magic is also ineffective. It will soon disappear in front of you. Whoa whoa whoa. Space magic. It's very powerful magic, but unfortunately my magic can shatter space, so your little tricks are like children's mud games. Lucy and Erza, who were about to disappear, reappear. Marlene shrugged and said helplessly, Celestial spirit magic is also a space. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Marlene is sorry. Hey, don't touch my people. After speaking, he raised a finger. There is one more thing, I forgot to say. Those who break the laws of space in front of me will be invited to my entertainment space. The silhouettes of Lucy and Erza faded. Dieter shook his head with contempt in his eyes. Sudden, a space crack appeared and the crack spread around. Dieter stepped forward with a spoon, stood in front of Erza and Lucy, and ate Star Mango quietly. PR. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. How could this person in front of him restrain his ability out of thin air in front of his dimension? Chapter 198. Enemy, Guardian 12 Shields. Damn it man, is the delusion running wild in my space? Marlene's face changed dramatically. Blue veins covered the entire face, and the originally pleasant smiling face instantly turned into an angry and vicious look. Bright. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure came to Dieter's back. Careful. Watch out Dieter, Natsu and Gray immediately reminded. Dieter shook his head and threw away the Star Mango in his hand. His arm was covered in arm color, and he grabbed it with a backhand. Cough. Catch Marlene who suddenly appeared behind her. White light shrouded his palm. Dieter reminded. Don't just show up behind others, idiot. He pinched Marlene's neck and patted it on the ground. Hum. Whoa whoa whoa. Boom. The ground cracked, and the cracks spread very quickly in all directions. Cough cough. Marlene's pupils dilated, and at that moment he realized that the space magic he was proud of could not be used. Instead, a powerful shattering sensation poured into his neck. Make him cough up blood when he wants to. Close hand. Dieter clapped his palm and kicked Marlene to the back of the crowd. Puff. Marlene's body rolled to the feet of a woman. The woman said, Don't break my people, okay? Gray's group turned their heads suddenly. They didn't find out when this woman appeared. After seeing that woman, several people's eyes widened. The magic is horrible. This woman looks like she knows she's not a guy to mess with. Dieter, watch out. This new woman is definitely not to be messed with. Gray and the others were all ready. The magic power of this woman made them terrified. The bottomless magic power was definitely stronger than everyone they had seen before. La la la, it's amazing. and Unique still doesn't care for him. This person is just a slightly bigger ant. Lord Brandish. Marlene under her feet called softly. And Brandish raised his foot and stepped on Marlene. I want to eat star mango ice cream. Walking to the bombed-up booth, she turned her head aggrievedly to look at Dieter and his party. Why is the store so messed up? What the hell is going on? Marlene, who was lying on the ground, pointed to Dieter with trembling fingers. It's all. Okay. Now that you're all hurt like this, let's stop slandering it, okay? Dieter rolled his eyes. Then he saw Brandish smiling and said, Beauty, let your people release our people, okay? Erza et al. We're curious. Advertisement, but I also knew that Dieter's words were indeed meaningful, and they all watched silently. And Brandish sighed, Hey, I'm still looking forward to coming here. Adult, go back. Marlene stood up with difficulty. Wait a minute, Lord Brandish. These guys were provoking our soldiers just now, and they might be the ones connecting with other spies. Blanche sobbed, I'm not interested. Just as she was talking, layers of waves were stirred under her feet. It soon spread to the whole island. Boom boom boom. Sudden. The island under my feet has undergone tremendous changes, and the small island that was originally cooked in the sea has changed its shape. How terrifying is this guy's magic power? Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Erza and Lucy were both quite shocked. This power is not a level that ordinary people can do. Seeing this, Marlene had to throw Mest out of the space. Mest, damn it, what have you done to our partner? Others have endured, but Natsu couldn't bear it at all, and roared at Brandish. However, Brandish turned his head to look at Natsu, and with a wave of his hand, Marlene disappeared. In this way, we also went to a companion, and it was even, after she finished speaking, she continued to walk away. Natsu was angry, to take his own companion. Blanche sighed, I hate trouble the most, whether it's spies, or the accomplices who came to join me, I'll take them all out, so don't get close to the western continent. Erza's eyes suddenly narrowed, realizing that the woman in front of him already knew about them. Makarov is still alive, but if you do things you shouldn't do, you don't know what will happen to him. This is my advice to you, stay away from us. The ground shook again. Whoa, the inhabitants of the islands fell into the water. Dieter stepped on the water, a block of ice frozen under his feet. You are very strong, but Alvarez thinks that there are 12 people like me, don't try to hit the stone with an egg_fairy tale. Brandish looked at Dieter's reminder, soon she left. What, I thought I was going to fight. The corners of Dieter's mouth twitched slightly, and the ice under his feet began to spread around. Let those who fall into the water have a place to stand. After a while, a huge ice surface appeared in the entire ocean, and all those who fell into the water were gasping for breath. And here, Dieter also took Erza back to their ship. Gallicel Island disappeared, or got smaller. Erza looked out to sea. Dieter sat on the edge of the boat. Her magic can zoom in and out of objects. It is magic that can change the quality, and the level is very high. There are 12 such people. Alvarez, Erza and Gray, among others, were a little discouraged. I thought they were super strong after 1 year of training, but I didn't want to be beaten to pieces. Cough cough. Advertisement Mest sat up from the ground and immediately used teleportation magic to cover the crowd. The next second moved to a palace. Don't panic, my magic. Mest covered his body to comfort everyone. Ooh, here, it's not a means of transport. Wow, Natsu and Wendy came back to life instantly. What is this place? The scenery outside is a little out of place. After the group recovered, immediately after seeing the scene outside, I gasped, and saw countless swimming fish wandering outside, and the air bubbles in the sea were endlessly churning. Mest was paralyzed to the ground in pain. After noticing the expressions of the group, he quickly explained, from a geographical point of view, this is located in the sea off the coast of Gallicule Island. What? Several people were stunned again. It felt incredible, especially the location of the palace. What a strange place. The temple in the sea, there is no partition here. It's amazing. What kind of structure is this? Several people walked to the window of the palace and were quite surprised to see all kinds of fish swimming outside. They never thought that this place turned out to be in the sea. It's absolutely comfortable to fish here, it must be 100% hooked, Dieter affirms. Boom. At this moment, the earthquake reappeared, and the entire palace trembled violently, like an awakened sea monster. Sing it. Whimper. Natsu and Wen, Nuo Hao, Tay cover their mouths again and retch. And the whole palace began to deform, turning from an underwater palace into a traveling submarine. Quickly move across the ocean floor. Welcome everyone. There was a figure in the dark. Come to the mobile temple Olympia, I'm Captain Sono. A woman in a bathing suit appeared on the throne of the palace. This person was once codenamed Angel Sono. She greeted the crowd with a naughty expression on her face. Angel, why are you wearing a swimsuit? Because this is what the sea said, don't take off all your clothes. People's reactions vary, but they all felt very different about the sudden appearance of Sono. Don't ask me why I'm here, I owe Mest a favor, so this will help you. Sona spread his hands, but that doesn't mean we're companions. Where are we going? Is it hell? Natsu and Wendy, who fell to the ground and could no longer stand, asked. Sora looked over and replied, go to Makarov's place. Chapter 199. Confrontation with Zarif, 3 moves can kill you. Alvarez Empire. Palace balcony. In the beginning, it was just a small country, but it quickly absorbed many guilds. When I came back to my senses, it had become a huge organization with the name of an empire. Zarif stood on the balcony watching the prosperous kingdom chatter. Is it all about getting Meteor Star Way? Behind him, Makarov looked very serious, looking at Zarif's back. There's no need to hide. I know its real name is the top secret big magic above the three magics of the goblin. The heart of the goblin, Zarif said. Makarov understands. This way, everything makes sense, because you are Zarif, so the goblin's heart is your real target. Zarif admits, that's right, however, this was decided only recently. Originally, the Empire was only gathering strength to fight against Akulonoia. It was not my intention to send troops 10 years ago. After all, there are some people in the 12 shields that I cannot control. It was me who stopped them, because the time was not ripe, but Alvarez is not at a disadvantage against Ishgar or Akulonoia. The field of 950 was extremely anxious for a time. Ling ling ling, it turns out that in your eyes, only Akulonoia is your opponent. Sounded. Both Zarif and Makarov hurriedly turned their heads to look over. I saw that the balcony with only two people did not know when the third person appeared. Dieter, why are you here? Makarov's face fused, and he subconsciously wanted to attack Zarif to protect him. Surprisingly, Zarif didn't attack. Instead, his eyes were more solemn than ever, and he looked at Dieter and said, Indeed, I never regarded anyone as my opponent before Tartaros, but the last time I went to see Akulonoia, I found out the cause of his death and serious injuries before I knew Ishgar. There are people like you. Hey, Dieter smiled playfully, stood in front of Makarov and asked curiously, I'm going to take the old man now, will you stop me? Speaking of which, I have never fought with you, but I think it should be no problem to destroy your capital, and if you have all 12 shields, you should be able to kill me after half of the people are killed. Do you want to try? Hoo-hoo. The wind blew loudly. Even Makarov knew how anxious the atmosphere was at the moment. As long as there is a small movement, it may start a war. Forget it, let's go. Although I have no interest in taking power, destroying it like this will affect my plans, as long as you can leave this continent. The atmosphere was a little dignified. Zarif turned his head and said. Obviously. Advertisement today's Dieter has grown into an opponent who cannot be underestimated, and is even more reluctant to influence the plan at such a time. Thank you so much, I still really want you and Akulonoia to join forces to fight with me, and I hope to have a chance to see it. Dieter smiled. Reach out and grab Makarov Flash and leave the place. Dieter, Zarif breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had left. He is not afraid of any enemy, but I also learned from Akulonoia that it is not easy to kill this human being. Outside the capital, in the middle of the forest. President, Father, President, you're back. Dieter had just appeared with Makarov, and Makarov's eyes widened with a series of voices. You. Makarov's heart warmed after seeing everyone. He said, Zarif is here, on this continent, and I didn't expect that the Emperor was Zarif himself. I found out that this country is Zarif half a year ago, but I didn't find you at that time, otherwise I would have taken you away. Dieter sighed. Makarov took a deep breath. Yeah, it's my naive idea, they didn't plan to negotiate from the beginning. I did not hesitate to commit something that humiliated the history of the guild and came to the Western continent. All of this is meaningless. I am really unwilling, CFBB. He lowered his head in extreme frustration, the knuckles of his hands turning white. How can it be pointless? Gray said with a smile, it is because of 1 year that everyone has grown. Lucy also happily replied, we will be able to reunite again. Erza also looked at Makarov and said, I believe that what you do for others is absolutely worthwhile, and that's what you've always taught us. Natsu stretched out his hand on his knees. Reaching out in front of Makarov, let's go back, old man, go back to fairy tale. At this time, Sha Lulu hurriedly jumped out. I know you have a lot to say, but the top priority is to get out of here first. Mest over there agrees. I used teleportation too many times in a row before. With my current magic power, I can only move you once, Mest said. Dieter grinned. Advertisement he could actually take everyone's, but he didn't want to. Mainly want to kill a few 12 shields to have fun. I want to use this opportunity to get everyone back to Sono's ship, so we have to go to a place where we can teleport to the ship. Although Dieter's ability is similar to teleportation, the range and the number of people he carries are relatively small. So there is no way to move too many people at once. Mest was busy talking, and seeing Erza and Gray, they seemed to want Dieter to make a move, and hurriedly spoke in a timely manner. Dieter of course kept nodding. Everyone has finally gotten to know each other. Are you going back, Makarov? Did you bring the specialties? The burial is faster than you think, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Several people quickly looked. Makarov lost his voice. Agil, how did you find the... Agil smiled, fine sand flowing from his palms. Sand is a good thing, it can tell me everything. There is only 112 shield, this is really a good opportunity, my dear, give me a chance, as long as 3 strokes I can kill him. Behind a few people, Dieter swallowed his saliva, his eyes twitching. Natsu, 12 shields, Biryu, alive, seems to kill them, Biryu. Erza and Gray are waiting. But you can't fight too hard, otherwise it will hurt Erza, so you can only say good things and want her to give her a chance. Without further ado, he grabbed Dieter's head in his armpit and retreated toward the magic quad. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Continue to retreat. Everyone retreats, our purpose is not to cause war. Dieter was still reluctant to leave. I'm on fire. Shut up and don't say such greasy words, since Gray also pulled back with Natsu's vigilance, who wanted everyone. Erza's face flushed red. Erza ordered. hooked shoulder to shoulder with Natsu can't wait to appear immediately. Of course, they could see the continuous magic power in this person's body, and that powerful magic power is really powerful. Chapter 200. The Ice Age, the frozen desert waves one by one. 3 tricks? Are you kidding? Agil is angry. The sand in front of him boiled and stabbed towards Dieter, annoyed by his contempt. Ouch, what a great sand. Cold air came under Dieter's feet, and he quickly stretched out to freeze the sand, all. Even Agil was frozen in ice, couldn't break free for a while. Makarov got in the car and was surprised at the same time. The magic of not seeing Dieter for a year is getting more and more. No wonder Zarif didn't dare to do it before. Boom. When the magic 4x4 drove out, that Agil struggled out of the freeze. His face was dark and he clenched his molars and squeezed out 2 words from his mouth, looking for death. His dignified 12 shields were frozen. Not even being able to break free for the first time is a great shame. Letting the other 12 shields know will definitely laugh at him. This also made him swear to kill the guy who froze him, and control the sand to attack the car that went away. The magic 4-wheeler rushed out. The atmosphere in the car was extremely dignified. He came. Dieter's carefree reminder. As soon as the voice fell, I felt the car fell into a shadow, and I opened the rear window to look. Found a giant sand monster appearing in the sky. That Agil is standing on top of the monster's head, chasing after him. Lucy, get ready to fight, Gray said, climbing through the window and onto the roof of the car to fight. Come back, you are no match for him. Makarov hurriedly stopped. Roof. Gray and Lucy didn't take Makarov's words seriously. The two instantly entered a fighting state. How do you know if you don't try it? You can't let Dieter show off all the time. Doesn't that mean we're too incompetent? Gray said. As a young man in the guild, especially since everyone is about the same age, even though they usually have a very good relationship. But still quite young. No one wants to be a protected young eagle, let alone be left too much by Dieter. Relax, old man, 1 year is enough time to change a lot. Everyone has become very strong. Even if 2 continents go to war, they are not afraid. If you say something arrogant, I can kill 12 shields alone. What are you afraid of? Dieter comforted leisurely. A year ago, he was enough to single out Akulonoia, although it was a lose-lose in the end, but it was because Dieter got in. Advertisement: that guy lived 400 years to set a trap for Dieter. Even so, he severely injured Akulonoia, not to mention that his abilities have been awakened in the past year. Animals awaken. The combat power enhanced by powerful resilience and terrifying physical strength is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Makarov opened his mouth, but feeling the magic power in Gray and Lucy that is completely different from the previous one, he still didn't say it. Soon his eyes showed great relief. Children really grow to a very strong point. Silver World. Gray made his move instantly. Jiangshi froze the huge desert monster behind him like Dieter. The entire road turned into ice crystals. It's amazing, brother Gray. Although he's worse than me, he's still great. Dieter is in the carriage. Applause without formal clapping. Give Gray a round of applause. UB **************. D. The corners of Gray's mouth twitched, and he was in the mood to joke at such a serious time, and he really didn't know what to say. That Agil is naturally not to be outdone. Leaping from the desert monster, he reached out and hit clumps of sand. And those sands instantly turned into terrifying beasts. The stars flash, and Lucy also shot the arrow feathers in his hand in time, and the arrow feathers scattered very quickly and blasted all the monsters. Fantastic. Agil smiled and disappeared suddenly. Everyone was shocked. Immediately looked for Agil's figure around, ready to act at any time. It's down there, it's turned into sand. Dieter timely reminder. But it was still a step slower, and Agil's voice sounded, "Ant hell." When needed. The surrounding area of the magic 4-wheeled vehicle suddenly turned into sand. A sand vortex was formed in the middle, which devoured all the life around it, and plunged the magic 4-wheeled vehicle into the sand so that it could not move. Get out of the car, it's rare to have 12 shields, you practice your hands. Dieter kicked the roof of the car and reached out to pull Erza and Shah Lulu out. The other people were embarrassed and quickly fled. Ahahaha, wonderful, your embarrassed look is amazing. Agil scoffed unbridled. Looking at the embarrassed few people explained, this has killed countless people, engulfed countless towns, and no one can escape, the end of the anthill. For flowers, advertisement: listen carefully, before you die, remember to me, so many mages like you have died in my hands. That's the difference, tower ants, clap clap. Agil's voice fell, and a series of applause broke out. Dieter applauded him seriously, your speech is great, please continue your performance. Boom boom boom. An ant? The sand was evaporated by the furious flames, burning off the clothing covering the badge, revealing the fairy tale badge. Natsu said, sorcerer of this level, enough to beat you, because we are? Fairy tale. Boom. Natsu bore the brunt, Gray and Lucy followed suit. 0. Look at the old man, the children of the past have long been adults in charge, and they are definitely more powerful than you think. Dieter took Makarov back a few steps, hand the battlefield to them. Yeah, it's really great, Makarov watched with mixed emotions. A few naughty children from the past echoed in my mind, Natsu who secretly burned his hair, Gray who deliberately mocked Natsu, Erza who was a little adult, Wendy who was shy and timid, and Dieter who was clamoring to be a big brother. They are all grown up. It seems that you still haven't figured out how powerful the Guardian 12 shield is. The raging desert sea raises huge waves. Agiel laughed wildly, be swallowed by the sand of death. The desert ocean devours the land. The hard road was swallowed up by the desert and turned into a part of the huge desert sea. A huge wave more than 10 meters high overturned. Hey, you were careless. Dieter sighed and walked away from Makarov towards the desert ocean. Ice Age, at that moment, Dieter's body was extremely cold. In an instant, the desert ocean that overturned everything was frozen, and the sand waves rushing in the air were completely frozen. Hold your breath. This scene in front of me is deeply shocking. A painting that was more than 10 meters high and seemed to be frozen like a ghostly axe was stopped. The crisis of the stormy waves was instantly lifted. Rao is that everyone has a deep understanding of Dieter's strength, but it has also been completely subverted by this scene, this strength. This powerful ice attribute ability amazes everyone. B. Chapter 201. The Peak of Strength, at this time. An airship flew from the sky. Dieter grinned and immediately called out, Brother Lagoses, it's your turn to go out and kill this sand playing Han-Han. Last night, lightning flashes from the sky. A sharp electric arc hits Agiel, and he is dodged. And at the top of the frozen sand wave, Lagoses appeared on it dashingly, looking at Dieter with an ugly face, you are as annoying as ever. Then he looked at Makarov softly, you're getting old man. Lagoses. Makarov's voice trembled slightly. Looking at that familiar face that could no longer be familiar, tears of happiness shed. Let's retreat first, this is the enemy's position. Come on board. Master Grey, Juvia is here too. Also, let me say something too, Brother Elf, don't squeeze. There was a lot of noise from the boat. The mess below also knew it was time to leave, and immediately surrounded everyone to prepare for teleportation. Don't want to go. Then Agiel snapped, 950, and went. The spaceship that controlled the desert immediately attacked the sky. Escape. Lagsa glanced sideways at Agiel, who had escaped dodging, with an electric arc brewing in his fist. We just have to go home, otherwise we won't be able to make time for dinner. Stab Lala. Boom boom boom. The spherical explosion instantly drowned Agiel. The seemingly powerful desert was instantly shattered, and the frozen desert was also shattered by this blow. Lagoses and his party left with the spaceship, below. Agiel's forehead oozes sweat, it really scared me, those guys. Then he looked behind him, did you set up a protective barrier for me? An old man appeared behind him, and he said blankly, it's a very painful thing to lose a companion, Agiel. Agiel retorted, did you think the attack just now was going to kill me? You're getting old, August. August responded, Your Majesty said that you can't be their opponent, the one in the frozen desert hasn't done it yet, Agiel, don't be impatient. On board. Ding. Sign in to the Western Continent, Alvarez Empire, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? The system assistant's sign-in reminder sounded in his mind. Dieter just gave up the lottery when he saw that there were still 3 chances to draw. There. Good job everyone, successfully rescued the president. It's great that the president and Lord Grey are safe and sound. In order to rescue the president, we also made some preparations. You dare to run away by yourself. Advertisement, because this is a secret operation. A group of people were very happy and noisy, and everyone laughed and laughed on the spacecraft. Makarov smiled happily when he saw this group of people. You are the best family, Fairy Tale. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Toast to the resurrection of Fairy Tale. Welcome back, President, huh? If the current president is Dieter, it should be called Mr. Makarov. The guild was very lively. Countless people enthusiastically pushed the glass for a change, and talked about some dirty jokes. Hey, I'm afraid I'm the shortest president. Looking at the lively crowd, Dieter has an indescribable loneliness. Him, Dieter. Disdain for the supreme existence of the mainland, and his ability is unfathomable. I just became the president of the Fairy Tale Guild a few days ago. I thought I would be the most powerful one. Who would have thought? Mirajane and Erza, 2 beauties, forced him to retire from the position of president with shyness. Dieter certainly disagrees. Fighting with the 2 women for a long time, exhausted and can only passively abdicate and let the virtuous. Ha ha ha, you are not the shortest president, Gear Das is. Hear Dieter's self-deprecation. Macau immediately patted his shoulder and said. Dieter, on the other hand, drank helplessly. Da da da. The 8th generation president Makarov walked to a high place, and the crutches in his hand tapped the floor to silence the members of the guild. Guys, sorry. Makarov apologizes to all the guild members. I am the one who made everyone homeless. I can't argue with that, and I'm really sorry. The members of the guild all leaked smiles. We have heard Mest say. You did that to protect us, didn't you? That's right. Now Fairy Tale has been resurrected. Don't look depressed. The wine will become difficult to drink. Everyone was very considerate of Makarov and knew why he did it. Not only that, the key is that my countermeasures are meaningless at all. Makarov's expression was very solemn, holding a cane and pointing to the map on the table. Alvarez is about to attack. A huge power is marching towards our guild, so what? Natsu below retorted, walking towards the table with firm steps. We have fought for the guild countless times so far. No matter how strong our enemies are, our determination to protect what we hold dear makes us stronger. When he came to the table and patted the map on the chapter, he said, it's not that we can't feel fear, it's as heavy as a big burden that we don't know how to put down. But we also have companions who can support and help each other. Flame burns. The location of Alvarez on the map was in flames, and Natsu said, What's really scary is, we can't continue living as happily as we are now. In order to usher in the day of laughing with everyone again, we have to fight. Advertisement: we choose to fight, not to win, but to survive. This is our battle. No one in the guild refuted, they agreed with Natsu's words incomparably. Fighting is not for victory, but for a better life. It seems that everyone has made up their minds. Legosis smiled. Same. Makarov can't deny, me too. Let them regret daring to provoke my family. Let them know how good we are. I'm on fire. We must win. This is a battle that cannot be lost, and the enemy is Zareth. Beat them. Passion within the guild affects everyone. Dieter raised his eyebrows. The atmosphere is good, so let's draw a prize by the way. Immersed in the mind, Dieter uses a raffle right away. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the nature department dark fruit ability. Do you spend one lottery chance to upgrade to the full level? Dieter was a little surprised. Accidentally being able to draw this ability, is it also a function that the original lottery chance has been upgraded to the full level? Dark fruit's ability belongs to the dark category. In a sense, it is the same as Zareth's magic. In that case, this ability can also give me a lot of strength, right? Dieter muttered to himself. The dark fruit ability can absorb damage, although the pain is double that of normal people. But he still has the ability of rubber fruit in his body. The rubber fruit ability is immune to attacks with faces. There is only one chance to win the lottery. After you have drawn it, it is very unlikely that you want to draw other fruits with strong types, so let's forget it for the time being. 1.1. Upgrade to full level. Even if you are not immune, you can neutralize it. Forget it, let's continue to wait for the last time. Now, unless my strength is a bud level fruit ability, most of them are useless. After all, the dark fruit is an anomaly in the natural system, and it can be regarded as a treasure. Even if the strength reaches the level of Zareth in Akulonoia, it is possible to ignore the characteristics of the ability of the rubber fruit, but in the final analysis it is rubber. Soon. The superhuman type has the ability to shake the fruit of shattering space. The dark fruit ability is also considered the ceiling of the natural system, and it is impossible to have a better ability in this regard. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Maybe the damage from him won't really be as high as double. After thinking about it, Dieter decided to upgrade to the full level. The strength is basically at the end, and there is no fruit in the pirate world that can enhance the current him more strength. Now his 3-line fruit ability is considered top-notch. It can be considered as reaching the limit in all aspects. Dieter hesitated and chose to give up and continue the lottery. The nature department has the ability to devour all things dark fruit. The animal system has the form of a fish, and a blue dragon with a powerful dragon genus. Chapter 202. Fairy Heart, Mavis and Zareth. No matter how the ability to extract fruit is just to give him more tricks. There is not much demand for ability. Before the fight, I have something to tell everyone. While Dieter was thinking about the issue of strength, Makarov on the stage had already decided to tell the guild's biggest secret, about Lumen Starlight. Its official name is the Heart of the Fairy. At this time, everyone found that the first-generation President Mavis appeared from behind the President Makarov. Let me tell everyone about this, the 6th generation, not the 8th generation, the first generation said. The guild members were very surprised, and the original Mavis began to tell her story. Everyone, this is the story of a cursed boy and a cursed maiden. It is a story of two people seeking the only magic. Everyone stood leisurely. Stop all the chatter, and all look at the first-generation President Mavis on the stage. That was over 100 years ago, when the fairy tale was about to be created. We met by chance in the forest west of Mont 25 Nolia. He had been afflicted by the Ansel Ramel curse, a curse that would kill people involuntarily. But I was deeply attracted by him, and I learned a lot of magic from him. At the time, Magnolia was under the rule of the Dark Guild, and we learned magic to free Magnolia. Then in that battle, I used dark magic, which was not yet finished, and won. The price was that my body couldn't grow any longer, but at the time I didn't think it mattered. In April X686, we established Fairy Tale. In this way, the magic world ushered in a brief peace. 6 years later, in X696, I happened to meet him again. The abyss of magic, the beginning of everything, that is the only magic, love. Love can cause miracles, but sometimes it can also bring sadness, and the love between the two of us, cursed by contradiction, ushered in the last contradiction. The more you love each other, the more you will take their life away. This curse took my life, who was supposed to be immortal. In this way, my body was sent back to the guild by Zareth, and the second-generation president Precht sealed my body. He wanted to revive me, and in the process of research he discovered the Ansel Ramel's curse on me, which became an opportunity for me to be hidden. Advertisement in X697, Precht decided to announce my death to everyone. He built my clothes home on the sanctuary of the guild, Sirius Island, which is my hometown and where I met Precht and the others. Precht was a genius, possessing an extremely rare knowledge and talent. And my curse of immortality, which almost keeps my life going, merged and created an inexplicable magic. That is permanent magic, the heart of a fairy, after listening to the whole process. The members of the guild all learned that there was such a story between the first generation and Zareth. Also a little sad. Permanent magic, just like its name, permanent, infinite magic represents magic that will never be exhausted. For example, there is a kind of magic power weapon, it is the super magic of the old council, One blow can destroy a country, and the fairy heart has the magic power of infinitely emitting that magic power. It cannot be said that there is magic, because it is infinite. The words of the first generation refresh everyone's knowledge. And Dieter is also rarely lost in thought. In this case, how can Zareth, who has an immortal body, be killed? He won't die even if he loses his head. Zareth, the black mage, has an immortal body. Dieter was thinking that since he is immortal, how should he be killed, and let the first generation perish with that guy according to the original book? To be honest, Dieter is strong enough to defeat Zareth. But now after hearing the story of the first generation, and having a deeper understanding of the curse of Anker, killing Zareth completely is a bit of a mystery. If he can become a god, Zareth must be easily destroyed. But, at this time, Natsu went back to the table and laughed. Is there anything you can't do, Dieter? If so, leave it to me. Everyone in the guild looked at Natsu unexpectedly. Even Dieter can't say that he can kill Zareth completely. What strength can Natsu have? It's up to me to bring down Zareth, and my right arm is the secret weapon used to bring him down. Natsu patted his arm proudly, and then, what is your secret weapon? Advertisement, however. Natsu smiled and replied, it's a secret, that's why it's called a secret weapon. Immediately, many people rioted. Stop pretending to me. What's the secret on that right arm of yours? Looks like you know. But since Natsu-san said so, it must be a very powerful ace. After a while a few people tried to pull the bandage on Natsu's arm. Immediately form a group within the guild. Natsu affirmed, in short, this move can only be used once, but this is a move created to defeat Zareth. I am confident that this move will definitely defeat him. The people in the guild didn't ask any more questions when they saw that Natsu was so confident. That's a real killer. Gray took it a little more seriously. What an amazing man, he made everyone's morale soar in an instant. On stage. If that's the case, then let's talk about our enemies, Dieter said. I think since he is called General Winter, he should be using ice magic, but the details are unknown for the time being. The first is the Emperor, who is the most notorious black mage on the continent in Ishgar, Zareth. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His confidence inspired us. 950. He is very concerned about all magic that uses the ice attribute. And under its seat there is an elite unit called the 12th Shield of the Guardian. The first generation was also very pleased to see the lively guild. Seeing the enthusiastic guild, Dieter didn't say anything depressing. I have only seen 6 of them this year. It seems that because their country is too vast, it is very rare for all members to gather together. Makarov knew that he was shouting. Well, that's right, then I'll tell you all the information I know. He said, I've also thought about some countermeasures for this, but for now, let's trust Natsu first. Since Natsu said so, let's believe him. General Winter Invil, he was Zareth's staff officer and the consul of that country. For him, things have not yet reached the most incomprehensible point. Although he can't completely kill Zareth for the time being, his strength can beat Zareth, which is enough. Chapter 203. Before the battle, Dieter doesn't care. No matter who the Guardian 12 Shield is, for him, the only real enemies are Zareth and Akulonoia. Makarov continued, Desert King Agil, we fought him once when we escaped, it uses sand magic, and in the 12th Shield of the Guardian, he is a more belligerent type. Lucy whispered, he shouldn't be strong. Several other people nodded thoughtfully, and the 2 consecutive attacks were easily diffused. Brandish, who has defeated a country, is not a belligerent person, but her magic power is very powerful, and she can even defeat a country. Makarov continued. Erza nodded in agreement. We had contact with her on Galacule Island, and she should use magic that can change the shape and size of objects. Makarov said to the next person, the concubine Demaria, I don't know what kind of magic she uses, I only know that she is a female knight, known as the goddess of galloping on the battlefield. Shouldn't it be a sorcerer? Erza immediately complained after hearing this. Makarov continued, the strongest man among the 10 great demons, God Serena, although his character is a bit unacceptable, he is the strongest among the people I know. After hearing this name, many people in the guild were indignant. It's unbelievable that the person who ranks first in the 10 great demonic paths has become an enemy. Why did he leave Ishgar? Then only he knows, the damned traitor. Each spoke of anger towards the traitor, and the sorcerer August, only he. As far as I know, he has to be treated specially. His magic power is very huge, and other people with 12 shields of the Guardian cannot compare with him at all. It is said that if he can use all the types of magic used in a single round of magic from ancient times to the present, he may be more than Zareth. When talking about the Sorcerer King, Makarov had a rare expression on his face. Everyone was shocked. More magic than Zareth? Everyone in the room knew this was definitely a tough guy. I only know these 6 people, and there are 3 people I only know by name, Bloodman, Neinhardt, and Wall. Makarov finished. Advertisement. Then he looked at Dieter sitting in the corner and asked, Dieter, do you have anything to add? The other members couldn't help but look over, and Dieter was also a little surprised that the president would ask him about this kind of thing, and nodded after thinking about it for a while. He got up from his seat and said, Irene Belsirian, also known as the Double Wall of Alvarez with August, is no less magical than August, and she is. Having said this, Dieter swept over the guild before continuing. She is the founder of Dragon Slayer magic, the mother of Dragon Slayer. Shocked, everyone in the guild widened their eyes. The founder of Dragon Slayer magic? That doesn't mean? Has she also lived for more than 400 years? How can there be such a person? So, doesn't that mean that she is also a dragon slayer? It has to be said that Dieter's news is very shocking. It really scared a lot of people. Even the original Mavis and Makarov were taken aback by the news. Dieter took a deep breath. She has made a contract with the Holy Dragon Belsirian. She is considered the Holy Dragon Slayer, and she also has high-level additional magic, which can be attached to anything, and that's all for now. Originally, Dieter wanted to talk about the relationship between Irene and Erza, but after thinking about it, the secret inside is also relatively large. Or don't say wait for the time to let them find out for themselves. This news is very important and helps us a lot, but how did you know that? Makarov said. Others were also curious. The news was very important. Even let them begin to doubt the true and false. I'm a dragon, of course I know. Dieter made a fuss directly with the character that he was a dragon. After hearing what he said, everyone stopped thinking about it. Indeed, Dieter is a dragon himself, and it is normal to have a history of this in his memory. Now start formulating the battle plan. Everyone please listen to me carefully. Advertisement. The first generation also began to make the final layout at this time. Everyone got up and listened. Zarif will lead the entire army to attack, and it can be said that the form is very unfavorable for us. The enemy this time is very powerful, and the enemies who have fought in the past are completely incomparable to them. The first generation said a lot of discouraged words, but his tone changed, and he immediately said excitedly, however, we must show courage and fetters, fight to the end, and let them see the power of our guild. Hoo, shouting and cheering, the small guild ignited the excitement of countless members. Set up the battle. I didn't arrange your tasks when setting up the battle situation, mainly because I don't know you well, especially your strength. The only people in the small room were the three of them. Dieter looked at the first generation and Makarov and asked curiously. One order after another is arranged. The latter asked cautiously, this is Taishu? Does it not consume magic power? Ha ha. The eyes of the first generation suddenly turned into little stars, and Mima was once again expanded by Dieter. Dieter nodded, yes, in a sense, people without magic can learn, it's just more difficult. The first generation and Makarov had a hint of disbelief in their eyes. The first is the 6 forms of taijutsu. Don't move in a certain range instantly. The moon step is the ability to fly in the air. The paper-painted body becomes soft and boneless to avoid attacks, and the iron-hardened body improves defense. The pure power of the kick, and fingering a pistol is pretty much the same thing. Dieter said. The first generation, old man, do you have any orders? Dieter laughed, and after sorting out the language, he carefully recalled the strength he possessed. Makarov also looked at him very curiously, and the two, Noris, were very curious about Dieter's current strength. The original Mavis stared at his big, beautiful eyes. Even the 8th generation dare not know your situation completely, so I want to know your current ability and combat power. In the end, everyone was repairing before the battle. Excellent quality. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Originally, Dieter also wanted to go fishing and see Magnolia, which had not been demolished, but was suddenly left behind by the first generation and Makarov. Chapter 204. The True Power of Dieter. The 6 styles are created by me. After practicing to the extreme, I can develop 3 types of imposing manners. They are the Armed color, the Knowledge color and the Overlord color. The first one is to greatly improve the defense power, which is a layer of dark material. The ability to improve further is to flow slowly, which can directly damage the enemy's body. Seeing is the ability to predict and perceive the enemy's attack, and briefly perceive what will happen in a certain period of time in the future. The Overlord color is a pure strong aura, similar to the state when powerful magic power is leaked. It can carry out mental blows and physical damage to a certain extent. After the extreme, it can obtain a certain range of continuous fields. Dieter shamelessly described the 6 styles and the 3-color domineering as self-created. Patiently and meticulously explained to Mavis and Makarov, and explained it very clearly from the inside to the end. I didn't expect a simple physical technique to be able to achieve this level, it's too incredible. Makarov was shocked. It was the first time he knew Dieter's strength in such detail. Not to mention anything else, this body technique alone is so connected that it is enough to become a powerful existence like an S-rank mage. No wonder. The 8th generation said that you were a genius, an unprecedented genius. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The original Mavis was also shocked. Zarif is also a genius, but he doesn't feel as evil as Dieter. Then it's time to talk about the magic you know. Although I guessed a lot, I'm not sure about the specifics. Makarov became more and more excited. He couldn't wait to find out how much magic Dieter could do. Dieter's finishing ability began to say, rubber magic, can turn my body into a rubber property, immune to lightning, poison magic attacks, and the weak point is sharp physical attacks. Both Makarov and the first generation widened their eyes, obviously not quite able to understand this magic. Think like this. Seeing this, Dieter had no choice but to pull his face to the sides. The length was already beyond the reach of human beings. Good. It's amazing. Isn't this magic a bit too unlawful? The two were really shocked. Looking at the face that was stretched a few meters and recovered, I couldn't believe that it was possible to do this. Simply inhuman. Vibration, magic. The principle of this magic is to vibrate the air to attack the enemy, and it can also vibrate in the body to smash various magics. Shattering a city is easy, Dieter continued. Both Chudai and Makarov were speechless with their eyes wide open. Destructive power, landslide and tsunami. Destroying a city easily, isn't this strength, CFBB, a bit too strong? Fire, ice, light, and dark, which I've never used, are the elemental types of magic that I can use, Dieter said. Hiss. Advertisement S. Both the first generation and Makarov gasped. The shock in his eyes is indescribable, and the ability he has mastered is even more shocking. I know fire and ice attributes, but you still have the two extreme attributes of light and darkness? You can't explode, right? Makarov was a little worried. Never seen fire and ice together, or light and darkness together, a wizard. These are all extreme attributes. Why are they being learned? As far as I know, there really doesn't seem to be that person who can use ice and fire, or light and darkness at the same time. It's simply impossible. The first generation was also petrified. If you look at the guild, you will understand that Gray and Natsu, two people fight every day, no one looks down on the other. Not to mention extreme properties in a human body. No wait, you still have dark attributes? What are the characteristics? Will it affect the mind? The first generation asked quickly, and Dieter shrugged. What mind? I feel fine. Can the dark attribute devour magic, devour everything, and affect the mind? Silence. Both Chudai and Makarov remained silent. Maybe it has something to do with his identity. In the first generation, you should know that Dieter is not a human being, but a blue dragon. Makarov couldn't figure it out. It can only be attributed to the difference between dragons and people. Dragon. Speaking of you, you are not a dragon slayer, but a humanoid transformed into a dragon, right? Chudai asked. Dieter nodded obediently. What could he do? It is impossible for anyone to believe something like a devil fruit, so he is not a human being. Then how strong are you now? How strong are you when you go all out? The first generation did not understand this principle. Just ask in the simplest and rude way. Dieter thought a little and suddenly replied, by the way, I can also use gravity magic to track meteorites from the sky, and it should be no problem to destroy the continent. There were so many abilities that Dieter couldn't figure out if he was missing something. But that's about it. Meteorite. It's true or false. If it's a meteorite, let alone destroy the continent, it can destroy time. The first generation was really intimidated. Don't ask, don't know, I'm startled when I ask. Advertisement. She hadn't found out that the guild didn't know when it joined such a perverted and powerful member. Be humble. Makarov didn't believe it. Destroying the world sounded scary. Instinctively, Dieter was bragging. Dieter was speechless about this. Taking a deep breath, humbly speaking, I fought with Zarif. I can beat him or not. I don't know yet whether I can kill him or not. Humbly speaking, I am good enough to fight against Zarif and Akulonoia joining forces. Kill them. Break. Hiss. Come on. The air in this cabin has been absorbed by the first generation and Makarov. If this is the case, it will be too easy to deal with the Alvarez Empire. This strength is enough to face 12 shields and Zarif alone. The first generation replied. It's not that she didn't have doubts, she just felt that there should be no need to lie at such a tight juncture. In addition, Makarov has said a lot about Dieter, and I feel that this strength is actually worthwhile. Still some can't believe it. So in the battle with the Alvarez Empire, I never worry, 12 shields are indeed very strong. For Natsu they are a very strong challenge, but for me it is indeed a bit underwhelming, Dieter said. And the Unique also felt bored seeing this. You guys can discuss it slowly, I'll go fishing. I had no choice but to not arrange Dieter, and let him move freely and play whatever he wanted. Silence. The first generation was really hopeless at the end. People go. Both the first generation and Makarov were silent. Makarov murmured, I'm afraid he is the only one who is so calm at this juncture. The first generation, on the issue of arranging Dieter. Agreed. I can't think of where to arrange him at all. It's too strong to imagine, and it's not suitable to put it anywhere. Makarov waited for a long time before asking the first generation about Dieter's arrangement. The dull hair on the ground of her head swayed back and forth, showing that she was very entangled. If what Dieter says is true, then there is no danger in this battle. Since 99, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hey, and the first generation to frown tangled. Forget it. Let him act on his own when the time comes, and let him go wherever he wants to support. Makarov was also very worried. Chapter 205. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? 8-foot Changuyu? Jingle bell, jingle bell. The bell rang, and the whole city was awakened by the bell. All members of the guild who were resting were woken up by the alarm bell, and some of them failed to respond. In the guild, the first generation couldn't calm down either. This sudden incident was out of her original plan. How could it be? Valen. Is the magic radar not responding? Makarov snapped. It is simply unacceptable to see such a situation in front of this juncture. Blame me. I don't know what's going on. Warren panicked, and quickly looked at the radar in his hand, and suddenly found that a large number of targets were close at hand. Why didn't you find the enemy approaching just now? He was greatly disfigured. This sudden situation made him in a hurry and caught them off guard. All members, prepare to fight. The enemy is in the sky. The first generation responded most quickly, and immediately ordered all members to issue orders. Air. The Emperor cruiser was slowly forced from the air, and the number was extremely terrifying. How come there are so many? Such a large cruiser, one is enough to fight a guild. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Empire. About 50 large cruisers are heading this way from the sky. Seeing the huge and numerous cruisers in the sky, countless people paled in discoloration and were stunned. Inside the cruiser in the air, Agiel laughed wildly. Come on, turn me into desert dust. Fairy tale, let's go to war. Within the guild, the original Mavis commanded immediately, ring the bells. The enemy is coming. There are about 50 cruisers over the west. And the 50 cruisers in the air did not wait for anyone to respond. Order to fire now. A large amount of artillery fire on the cruiser was vented, and it attacked the guild station below with the power of destruction. Although the cannonball was extremely powerful, it did not cause destruction to the guild, and was blocked in the air. What? Agiel said something different, and sneered after taking a closer look. Oh, the protective chamber of the magic barrier, a spell? The guild's Makarov was not relieved. Advertisement. Instead, he was worried. The first generation. The enemy launched such a large-scale attack, even Freed would have a hard time supporting it. No, at present these situations are within my expectations, and these should be their advanced troops. The scale of the attack is smaller than expected, which can be said to be a happy miscalculation. Warren, tell all the staff with words, start the D operation, dragons, ospreys, start attacking. The first generation of Mavis was not lost, but issued other orders with certainty. Although the advance force was a little surprised, she thought she had multiple plans, which was acceptable. The roof of the guild building. Dieter held a wooden knife in his arms, watching the sky quietly from the wall. The ospreys were talking about Biska and Alzak, two of whom hit the cruisers with their long-range attacks and destroyed all of them with their powerful main guns. Although the main ship was wrapped, it was still cut in half by Erza alive. The starship trio also fell from the sky. If Erza hits Agiel, there should be no problem. People from other directions will slowly land, and I don't know if the people in the guild can hold up. Dieter said, holding the long wooden knife in his hand and pulling it out to check. After confirming that it is okay, put it back in. It would be inappropriate for him to play, and he needs to wait for the other 12 shield members. The main force has not yet fully landed, within the guild. A series of orders were released, but the results were not very good. Warren looked at the radar in his hand, with a lot of sweat oozing from his forehead. There's one more person. There's another person with 12 shields in the city. What did you say? Makarov was stunned, and Warren's face became more and more ugly. Why, how could it be? A large army of more than 300 is approaching from the north of Fury, and in terms of magical power, there are 3 people with 12 shields. Not only that, an equal number of troops are attacking here from the south, and there are also 3 men of 12 shields among them. Are we besieged on 3 sides? Someone asked anxiously. However, Warren shed 2 lines of tears and said in despair, no, there are also an army of more than 1 million people in the east, and 3 people of 12 shields. We are besieged from all sides. There is no way to escape. Shock. Despair. How did they come from the east? There should be neighboring countries over there. It is too unexpected that they would be besieged from all sides. It's the worst possible situation. The faces of several people in the guild who are not good at combat change dramatically. This is probably the most dangerous and difficult time. For flowers, even the original Mavis had a very ugly face. Because she found that no matter how calculated, Fairy Tale alone has no chance of winning. Advertisement. Western Mountains. The 3 dragons of Natsu are fighting against the advanced troops that fell from the sky. Although Natsu and others are powerful, they can't escape in a short time in the face of so many soldiers. Ah ha 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 ha. The battle between Bakar and Natsu was stiff, but the enemy was not weak enough to resist Natsu's attack. Especially this will Natsu need to maintain full physical strength. Natsu. Show up your real skills. With your strength, it's definitely not a problem to solve this guy easily. Happy urged vigorously with a small wooden stick. I understand. Natsu agreed, and worried, but we don't know how many people will attack after that. If you use all your strength at the beginning, it will be difficult to fight. The battle is still at a stalemate. Natsu didn't want to spend too much mana, but it wasn't appropriate to continue like this. Sudden. A golden light lit up behind Barker. Have you been kicked by the speed of light again? The golden light formed a unique appearance, raised one leg and asked softly. Nabuckle immediately wanted to retreat, but Dieter would not give him any chance. The light shined, and Buckle was kicked out in an instant. Boom. UB ************* D. The golden light bloomed from his body, and he slowly came to the air, his hands folded against his body. Gajiel grinned, and even though he had beaten that guy before, there was something wrong with wasting time on someone like that. You guys, make me worry. Ga, Natsu and Happy were overjoyed and excited to see Dieter. And Dieter's golden light bloomed again after a tender glance at him. 8-foot Changgu Jade, B. Blink came to the captain-level character who was fighting Gajiel, and his voice sounded again. Have you been kicked by the speed of light? Dieter sighed. A ray of light burst out in the air, and the eyes that were pierced by the light hurt. The hillside shattered, and Barker was instantly killed. The whole body was shrouded in golden light. It's you. You bastards who invade other people's homes, since you were here, stay. It was still a blow, and he successfully killed that guy in seconds. Chapter 206. Defeat 112 Shield, the Great Swordsman. Countless dazzling light bullets were fired from Dieter. It enveloped the entire mountain and carried out an indiscriminate wide-area attack. Boom boom boom, the rays of light burst out. Hit the ground. Each attack represents a powerful bomb that will crater the ground. Although there are more bullets that miss the target. But there were even more hits. The soldiers who were trying to invade other people's homes didn't even have time to dodge, and were pierced by ray bullets. Lucky to be alive. And those who have a lot of luck will be mortally wounded or hit. There are also soldiers who are on the verge of death and can only feel the power flowing in their bodies and slowly close their eyes. They all paid a huge price for it. The light dissipates. Dieter swept over the seasick trio and waved, north, south, choose your own location to support. After he finished speaking, he turned into light and flew towards the cruiser above, 967. Prepare to snipe the first Guardian 12 shield. Dry the bar, and the water of your life will dry up. Agil smiled as Erza was swallowed up in the vortex of sand, just like that. Gah, sudden. A laser beam instantly penetrated his body. Cough cough. Agil's eyes suddenly widened, and his body moved hastily forward due to inertia. Erza, who was trapped, was also freed. Dieter. Erza looked over and laughed when she found out that it was Dieter. No matter when, Dieter was always so reliable. Cough. UB asterisk 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 D. Agil wrapped his stomach, which was pierced by a radium shot, blood seeping from his fingertips. He looked pale at Dieter, who suddenly appeared. I said that 3 moves will kill you. Now it seems that I overestimated you. Even in your current state, you may not survive for 24 hours, especially at this juncture. Dieter shook his head in disappointment. The strength gap is too big. Killing this little mother-in-law has no sense of accomplishment at all. It doesn't even make sense. Agil wanted to refute, with blue veins bursting on his neck. Legs and feet hurriedly took a few steps back. You should be thankful that I didn't kill you with one blow, and let you linger on. I hope you remember that our fairy tale is not something you can provoke. Dieter said that since Agil may become king in the future, he won't kill. Advertisement, but there should be lessons to be learned. Bring it on, as Dieter said. A powerful attraction forcefully absorbed Agil's body in an instant. Grab his neck with one hand, then you will faint during the war. Hum. A white halo shrouded. An instant tremor erupted, causing Agil to be seriously injured and fainted. Dieter reached out and threw him out of the cruiser, free falling toward the ground. If you fall to death, that can only blame him for bad luck. Within the guild. Great. Warren knew immediately what had happened. Ecstasy. Dieter came on stage. He first defeated the battle in the Western Mountains, and then defeated Agil of the 12th Shield, successfully resolving the deadlock. The others suddenly widened their eyes and laughed immediately. Fantastic. Dieter is simply too strong. Whether it's Agil or the Western Mountains, the battle is very fierce. I didn't expect him to be. Ha ha ha. Dieter's strength is really stronger than ever before, and now we still have hope. Yes. As long as he eradicates other enemies, the Alvarez Empire is nothing more than that. Niu. Dieter is invincible. Several people in the room burst into laughter. For them, this good news is simply a help in the snow, letting them know that no matter how powerful the enemy is, it is not enough. And Makarov sighed. Dieter is back. He can't deal with those soldiers anymore. Yeah. The first generation also nodded. Dieter is our trump card against Zarif and 12 shields. It's impossible for her to consume too much mana at this time, but it's good for Erza and Natsu to be free. Guild roof. After hearing the words of Chudai and Makarov, Dieter let out a smile. He picked up the long wooden knife again from the side and rubbed it in his hand. The reason for holding a wooden knife is, just before the battle begins, Dieter has one last remaining draw. Great swordsman swordsmanship. It seems that this system is not only capable of extracting devil fruits. Dieter laughed. That's right. The last chance to draw a lottery allowed Dieter to successfully draw the great swordsman swordsmanship, and the skills of using a lot of swords and knives came to his mind. It is precisely because of this that he will come up with a long wooden knife. The knives and swords in the fairy tale world are all the same, so Dieter's swordsmanship is now top-notch. Ding. Defeat the Desert King Agil, one of the 12 shields of the Guardian, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Is it a lottery? A belated reminder sounded in my head. Defeat one of the 12 dongs and also get a chance to draw a lottery. Advertisement, forget it. Like the chance to draw a lottery, wait for 10 consecutive draws to try. Dieter didn't choose the lottery right away. His strength is completely sufficient. No need to worry about wasting lucky draw chances. Guardian 12 shields, you have to hurry up. Dieter looked into the distance, quietly waiting for all the 12 shields to appear. His knives are already thirsty. Oh, by the way, there is also a 12 shield protector who can restrain the people from Gray's side, so let's practice swords with them. Seeing it, Dieter quickly felt the embarrassment on Gray's side. After remembering the 12th shield of the Guardian over there, he also moved there. Magnolia west of downtown. Brilliant. Bang bang bang. The battle between the two sides was fierce, and Gray and Juvia had not yet waited for support. The two were struggling to support the hordes of troops. There are too many people here, but this number is not as many as when playing Avatar. Gray also gasped after taking down several enemies. Juvia replied, these people are more trained and more magical than avatars, and they're only a small part of the enemy. It's really annoying to think about. Elfman asked coldly and suspiciously, what's the matter? It's suddenly so cold. Mirajane exhaled, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye appeared. It's so cold. Call. Lasana also shivered slightly. Fortunately, there are more animal feathers that receive magic, which protects her from a lot of cold. Order. One of the devil's spells, so that's it. Let her be the Emperor's toy. Wall smiled. The three Mirajane sisters came to support, front. Juvia subconsciously thought that Gray did it, and hurriedly reminded him to pay attention. Mirajane and the others also fought against the remaining soldiers. 1.1 The head is a spiky Guardian 12 shield wall walking with his hands behind his back. Immediately after, and Gray frowned, "No, it's not me, my ice is not so cold." Mirajane of Satan's soul instantly killed more than half of the people, and successfully rescued Gray and Juvia who were in trouble. Behind the soldier. Gray, my lord, the floors and walls are frosted. Hey, yes. Chapter 207, No Song Sanding Swallowdale. What, not Gray? Everyone was shocked. If it wasn't Gray, then it was probably the enemy. Who? A thin layer of ice appeared under the feet. Let's spread from behind. Behind? Who? Is he one of the 12 shields again? Could it be that General Winder appeared? The figure in the distance seems to have a sword in his hand. The appearance of the ice crystals immediately shocked the group, turning their heads to look at the silhouette of the sword-wielding figure slowly appearing in the distance, ready to make adequate changes at any time. I've always been a good talker, and I'm also a face watcher. I'm sorry to tell you that your face is disgusting to me. What? Ice crystals instantly covered. In an instant, it spread rapidly from a distance, crossing the feet of Mirajane and the others and freezing the enemies in front. Dieter. Brother Dieter. It turned out, it's Dieter. I said that there should be few people who are stronger than me with ice. Okay. So cold ice. Several people snickered. With Dieter's support it was much easier. 25 There is no need to worry too much about the situation here, because Dieter is very strong. Who? Wall's eyebrows. When the ice crystals approached, he jumped up quickly, to avoid the frozen ending that the other soldiers figured out. This will also continuously analyze the people who appear. It's just a mechanical puppet, don't you dare to let your 12 shields even the deity? Dieter slowly stepped forward with a wooden sword in hand. Looking over the numerous ice sculptures, he looked towards the round mechanical puppet at the back. The deity wall didn't come, and the one in front of him was just a puppet. Puppet? Isn't this the deity? Gray was a little surprised. Of course they saw the guy at the back. I just didn't expect that just a puppet would be able to break through the spell defense, and even looking at the guy's appearance, he was even more fearless in the face of them. Could it be that a puppet has great power? How could? You have no weaknesses, how could it be? Wall didn't respond to Dieter's questions. After constantly analyzing the weaknesses, it was found that there was no weakness at all, which was almost impossible. Even the other 12 shield members had weaknesses. Weakness? I see your weakness. Advertisement. Dieter's figure flickered, and the wooden sword in his hand had been pulled out of the scabbard. Raise your arm and slowly retract it into the scabbard. No way, I have absolutely no weakness, Wall growled. And Dieter smiled. The wooden sword is slowly sheathed, so you can't see it at all. I have already cut you. No Song Sanding Swallowtail cut, wooden sword in sheath. Ring. All the ice sculptures in front of them were overturned by an impact force and turned into shattered ice slag. And the body of Wall's mechanical puppet also trembled. Brilliant. It was cut off in front of him, leaking all kinds of precision instruments inside, and after a burst of electric light flint, he fell to the ground with black smoke. I didn't see the move at all. Brother Dieter, the swordsmanship of a man, slaying the enemy without seeing it at all. My god, when did Brother Dieter have such a good swordsmanship? He is really a genius. The speed of this sword is a bit outrageous. I got it. I really got it, and the speed is so fast. Swordsmanship genius. No, it's just omnipotent. Mirajane's eyes widened in disbelief. They can't believe that someone can be so powerful. They can't see the shadow of swordsmanship, and even the enemy they have cut has not fallen down the first time. How fast is this sword? Rest as soon as possible. The first wave of enemies has been eliminated, and will soon come to a major attack. Dieter put away his wooden sword and swept over the crowd before disappearing in front of him. There will be no time to catch up. Refreshing energy is the most important thing. After returning to the roof, I saw and heard the color again to perceive the enemy on the sea. Demaria, Wall, 212 shield deities, on the sea, do you want to pass? Dieter opened his eyes. Looking at the sea to the south of Fury, I made a judgment in my heart. Inside the guild below. The news just came that the advance force had been annihilated ahead of schedule. Dieter once again took action to eradicate the enemy in the west urban area. In addition, Lucy and Kana successfully arrested the third 12 shield member. We were unscathed in the first attack. Warren quickly got the news and immediately reported the situation to everyone in the house. There were smiles on everyone's faces. All of them laughed, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's like, you underestimate him. The hair on the head of the original Mavis was dangling, and she was happy to have a more solid understanding of Dieter's strength. At the same time, there is a little more chance of winning this war. Dieter, I think he was a little kid back then, but I didn't expect him to become so powerful in the blink of an eye. It's really a different person. Who said no? I was cheated out of a lot of money by him back then. Advertisement, what the hell, it's obviously you and Dieter making a bet. But with Dieter around, we really don't need to worry too much. People in the guild are rarely free. Finally, I have the heart to fight, so this meeting is also very happy. Sudden. Warren alerted. There is news from the east that the guilds in the boss country are almost completely destroyed. Silence. The guild, which had a lively atmosphere at first, also became very quiet. What? A country's guilds are almost wiped out. It's unbelievable. Warren added, however, the enemy may just want to suppress Bosk, and now they have stopped advancing on us. There is also good news. The troops attacking from the north, the sword-biting Tiger and Blue Pegasus, have gone to meet them. And Mermaid Heel and Scales of the Serpent were on their way to retake the port of Harjin, occupied by the enemy to the south. Warren's words put everyone at ease. A guild member, 967, whispered selfishly. Then we'll just have to deal with the enemy forces to the east and west. That won't work. Other guilds may not be able to defeat the enemies in the north and south. Hey, you have to trust them, several people discussed carefully. And Romeo immediately asked the first generation, let's go support them. Jade and Dwa also snapped and pleaded for help. The first generation nodded, of course. Mirajane, Elfman, Lasana, Gajeel, Donby, Lily, you go north. Several people raised their heads and took orders. The first generation rearranged. Erza, Natsu, Gray, Juvia, Wendy, Shalulu, Laxus, you go south. But Natsu wasn't there. This time, I can't find a figure at all, so I can only do more. Lucy and Kana continue to guard the captives, the first generation ordered. Makarov asked. The first generation, how should the west and east be arranged? The first generation replied, the west is the slowest to advance. I am afraid that Zaref himself is there. After the battle of the other three sides is over, the remaining troops will be sent to meet the enemy in the west. Romeo said, what about the east side? Let me go east. However, the first generation waved his hand, now the east is the greatest threat to us, so we must send the strongest force, Dieter. Everyone was shocked, and Dieter also came to the hall from the roof. Chapter 208, Landslides and Earthquakes, Overturning the Sea. First generation. Dieter bore the wooden sword in his hand and waited for the arrangement. Do you still use a sword? After seeing the wooden sword, Makarov also asked curiously. Just learned, it's comfortable to use, Dieter responded. The first generation looked at Warren and asked, Warren, have you contacted them? Warren laughed, of course. They are the most powerful people in Fury, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Break. After hearing this, everyone gasped. The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. But why did they come to support us? They have been secretly mediating in order to avoid war, but this incident made them realize their responsibility, even though it was not their fault. The first generation looked very serious. If even the 3 of them are breach, then there will be no mages who can suppress the attack from the east, Chudai replied. Then I looked at Dieter, your mission is more important, and you need to pay more attention to all 4 aspects, but try to preserve your strength. After all, Zaref and Akiro Nokia are not easy to deal with. Everyone mourned. They didn't expect the first generation to value Dieter so much. But this also shows that the unique strength is very powerful and needs his support on all sides. Okay. Dieter had no objection, looked at Lucy Kana and then said to the first generation, Fairy Tail doesn't kill captives, but that Brittany is dealt with as soon as possible. The magic blockade is useless to her. Her one uses space magic, his subordinates can also easily sneak into the guild to release prisoners. Don't use a more important place like the guild to imprison her. Once she gets out of trouble, the whole army will be wiped out. Kill her when it's time to kill. After saying that, Dieter left the house. Leaving a group of silent guild members, the first generation also straightened his eyebrows. Bring Brandish up and take care of me in the 8th generation, so that you don't have to worry about her escaping, the first generation ordered. Lucy and Kana agree, but soon he ran up again with a dark face, and hesitantly replied, people ran away. What? Suddenly everyone in the guild was surprised. Sure enough, if it should be quite Dieter, it would be good to kill that guy, and 12 Shields itself is not a good person. Yeah, if that guy uses magic, we're all dead. How can there be undead in the war? If it wasn't for Dieter, the 2 remaining 12 Shields would probably be over just by hitting stars, and they would definitely be counterattacked. It's useless to say so much now, the guild members soon complained a little. Advertisement Lucy and Kana had nothing to say, of course they regretted this kind of thing, but there was nothing to do about it. Forget it, just be careful. The first generation sighed, it is useless to say so much now. Greeting people to leave quickly to support, south of Fury, Port Harjin. A large number of soldiers landed and slaughtered countless residents, and the bloody ground was rendered into red bricks paving the streets and alleys. It's a nice city, but we didn't destroy it, Wall. The goddess of the battlefield, Demaria looks at the city with joy. At the end of the roof, the robot Wall laughed wildly, watching the corpses everywhere with joy. There are people in the sea. Suddenly a certain soldier called out and pointed to the sea. Demaria and Wall also turned their heads to look at the calm sea. There was a man standing on the sea with the badge of Fairy Tail on his shoulders, indicating that he was a member of the target guild. Late. Did this man appear at the sea to deal with Nineheart? Just to let that guy try this man's reach? Demaria smiled. There was no intention of attacking together at all, and he quietly watched and waited for the next battle. The same is true of Wall. They don't even think how strong the people in Fairy Tail are. And a large number of warship soldiers on the sea also noticed the people on the sea. Turn the guns one by one to aim at the target. You are too many, disappear. It was Dieter. After thinking about it, he still decided to eradicate the enemy on the sea first. Watching the gunboats align, Dieter held his hands up, grabbing the air like he was grabbing something. What is he doing? Demaria looked at Dieter's posture on the sea, feeling strange, and asked Wall curiously. Who knows, maybe it's a pretense, Wall said. Bang bang bang. A round of shells were fired, and the unique hands are also pulled down violently, shaking the mountain instantly. The two people on the shore widened their eyes and swayed their bodies. Balance is. The balance was destroyed, the earth was shaking, and the whole city was affected. Advertisement. The two were shocked. The shaking of the earth and the mountains cannot control its own balance. The whole city is in the quake of the earth. Tsunami, landslides, and the sea is divided into pieces, still cannot maintain the original balance. The sea and the earth were divided into pieces and overturned, and the ships on the sea swayed and slammed into each other. Not far from Harjin, the scales of the Snake Princess and the people in the Mermaid Heel Guild felt the same. What exactly is going on? The earth is constantly vibrating, like an earth dragon turning over. It feels like it will burst at any time. Look at the sea, unexpectedly unreasonable distortion. How come? The sea was overturned. How did this happen? Is the strength of 12 shields really that strong? Scary. Is this really the extent of what a human being can do? The guild members looked at the overturned sea in the distance. The gunboats smashed into each other due to the loss of balance, and the scene was really like the end. It's all gone. It's all gone. Those reinforcements on the sea were wiped out. Their ships were destroyed. Is it our people who caused all this? Who would that be? I'm afraid the 4 kings of Ishgar may not be able to do it. Shocked. Nuo Wang Zhao. Say something different. One by one staring eyes can't wait to squeeze out of their sockets. That terrifying appearance is too unbelievable. In the city. Demaria gritted her teeth and looked at the figure on the sea. Her heart was full of anger. It was this guy. This guy wiped out the army. He. Go to hell. Wall was even quicker, and Dieter, whose eyes swept across the sea, fired countless cannonballs at it. On the sea. Dieter overturned all the warships and looked at the city on the coast. Seeing Wall and Demaria, the two 12 shield members also noticed that Wall had launched an attack on himself, and a large number of cannonballs fanned out from the front to surround him. Its power is also not to be underestimated. Do you underestimate me? He raised his arm and slammed out the fan-shaped cannonball in front of him. Power burst. The air in front is full of cracks, extending towards all directions. Chapter 209. Defeat 12 shields again. Kill 2 people in 1 second. Brown. Finally, Pum's bang shattered. Instead, the large number of shells were also shattered by invisible forces. Is that all that matters? Dieter asked softly, walking towards the shore. Every step will be frozen in advance to support Dieter's figure. It's great, it's just great, let me destroy you. Seeing that the attack was dismissed lightly, Wall laughed even more. Body changes. The body surface is covered with layers of armor. Form transformation powerful type. Wall faced Dieter, who was approaching the sea with one hand, and a large number of energy shells were released by him again. This time, it came from all over the place. Its power is even more powerful than the previous one, and not all the shells this time were bombing Dieter, and the energy bombs that were looked at were also shot into the sea. Boom boom boom. The broken warships were once again baptized by shells. The soldiers who had hope of surviving in the first place are now very few. The waves were blown up. The figure of Dieter was submerged in the waves, and a large amount of seawater and some swimming fish were also blown out. Die. With a fascinated smile, Wall grabbed the eaves on the roof and dangled it, laughing and staring at the sea. Yeah, 980, you're going to die soon. Dieter's voice came out suddenly. And it was just behind Wall, which made Wall's scalp tingle, and it was too late to dodge. I want to take action. Demaria was amazed at Dieter's speed, but to her speed was the most ridiculous ability. Pause time instantly. Everything remained static. Demaria slashed at Dieter with a large knife, and a single blow was enough to decapitate the opponent. However, just as Demaria was about to slash Dieter, reached out and grabbed it, and a sword covered in pitch-black mahogany stood in front of him, successfully blocking Demaria's attack. She regretted that moment. How could you break my time? Pause. Demaria backed away immediately. Seal of time. Stop time, and only she can move freely in that moment of stillness. Advertisement. I have always used this method to inflict damage on the enemy, and every time I am inexplicably slashed, the result is today. How could someone break her seal of time? Very powerful ability, but unfortunately my strength is enough to break free from the constraints of time. You are vulnerable. Ah! The blade flashed, and time disappeared. A group of people reappeared in front of them, but Demaria's body was cut open, and the scarlet blood infected the clothes, making her red coat even more coquettish. Demaria, you actually... Wall was surprised when he saw Demaria injured. As a member of 12 Shields, he knew what Demaria's ability was, and in that case would he be seriously injured. Cough. Be careful, he's scary. Demaria did not dare to have any carelessness. The strength of this person in front of him has far exceeded their 12 shields. Ended. 2 thorn spears, 2 ice spears were created by ice magic on both sides of the body, and instantly penetrated Wall's body. At the moment of penetration, Wall's body was also frozen. Dieter lifted a pat. The frozen wall was instantly shattered into slag, and 1 member of 12 shields died. Then it's up to you. Dieter turned his head blankly and looked at Demaria as he slowly floated over, got down from the eaves and landed on the ground to meet Demaria's eyes. Tread. The ground underfoot was smashed. Dieter slashed with the long knife in his hand, without using any magic, just a simple exchange of swords. Demaria. knew that this was not the time to hesitate, and immediately swung the weapon to cut at Dieter as well. At the same time, I also want to use magic to temporarily determine the time. And Dieter can use the shake fruit ability to shake time apart every time. Coupled with the unique sense of seeing and hearing, even if the time cannot be shaken, he can be armed in advance, so it is almost impossible to hurt him. Block it. Broken pieces. The long knife in Dieter's hand slashes very fast, CFBB. That Demaria didn't take it seriously at first, but after a while, she found that her swordsmanship couldn't keep up with the changes. The pitch-black long knife cunningly cut out a large number of attacks. Drink. Hum. Another collision. Demaria shouted and slashed on the dark long sword with both hands holding the sword. Brown. Pung. The jet-black long knife, visible to the naked eye, had cracked and cracked spider patterns, slowly moving toward the entire long knife, and finally successfully shattered into pieces. Your weapon is broken. Seeing the weapon shattered, Demaria felt a sense of arrogance from the bottom of her heart, as if she was very proud of the small upper hand this time. Advertisement, yes. Dieter sighed when he saw the weapon. After all, it is nothing but a long wooden knife, not only has no edge, but also is not very hard. Even if he uses the weapon color to enhance the hardness, the wood is still wood. Hey. Dieter's body was surrounded by golden light, and Sarah pulled away after flickering. The left hand is surrounded by golden light. The light slowly took shape, and a golden long knife was made again. The golden long knife turned, was held in the palm of Dieter's hand, and swept in the direction of Demaria. Gravity knife, tiger, swept out horizontally as a strange purple energy wave. When Demaria saw this, she wanted to block this force with the weapon in her hand. But when the two were about to collide, a powerful sixth sense alerted Demaria, causing her to leap into the air immediately. The wave swept to the house behind him. The strange thing is that the energy wave actually squeezed the houses together, as if there was a force of gravity compressing the houses. How come? Demaria was taken aback by this scene again. If the powerful pressure hits people, I am afraid that they will be seriously injured, and their internal organs may be squeezed into a mess. It's time to end, at this time. Dieter clenched the golden long knife in both hands, and there was an unprecedented momentum in his eyes. Demaria, who was instantly shocked by that imposing manner, couldn't move. That guy's strength is simply unbelievable, after the Dieter people left. Neinhardt is very arrogant, but I have to say that he was really intimidated. Standing there immobile, Dieter made the knife and walked towards the periphery without looking back. But Demaria's body was shrouded in fear. The blade was light blue, and it was held high above the head and fell. No blood came out. Neinhardt walked over from the shadows, looked at the frozen and cut wall, and then looked at Demaria with a haze in his heart. How can there be such a terrible enemy? Yi Dao Lu Da and Shake. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Demaria wanted to move, but her legs and body seemed to be someone else's, unable to move no matter how she tried. How is it possible? There are such terrifying enemies. Tears welled up in Demaria's frightened eyes. It flows from the face and drips on the body. Chapter 210. Dieter, it's a pity that your companion was beaten twice by me. The goddess of the battlefield? Have you been frightened into such a day now? It's embarrassing enough. Neinhardt looked still unable to recover from his fear, and Demaria laughed unabashedly. Ding. Defeat Demaria, the goddess of galloping on the battlefield with 12 shields of the Guardian, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Ding. Beheaded the judge wall of the 12 shields of the Guardian, and got a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? 2 12 shields were knocked down again. Dieter also got 2 lucky draw chances. Then kill 3 to 5 12 shields and go directly to Akulonoia and Jeff. Take back your mind. With the weapon that captured Demaria, Dieter charged north, thinking about it and deciding to get in touch with Erza's mother, the creator of dragon-slaying magic, and better be badly wounded. North. The man with the blue horse and the sword-biting tiger is fighting the enemy. Quick, get out of here, death. Death is here, death is here. A group of soldiers who ran out of the forest shouted loudly, but they were killed just a few steps away, vomiting blood and fell to the ground to death. One was wearing a black cloak, with a red skull mask on his face, a dark body with white skull patterns, and black slacks with white ring patterns on his lower body. Come out of the forest. There was no life beside him, and everything seemed to be deprived of life. This guy. Rogue of the sword-biting tiger noticed something was wrong, and stared at the enemy who suddenly appeared, and at the same time knew that this person was definitely one of the 12 shields. Puff, puff, sudden. As the strange 12 shield members advanced, the surrounding people continued to climb towards the periphery, but they couldn't leave at all. Immediately after, some of the main combat powers also had problems. How could it be? Rogue and the others fell to the ground with their throats closed, and the scenery in front of them became more and more blurred, and they were about to faint. When needed. A huge sword energy slashed over from a distance, and a deep ditch was pared out from the ground. Advertisement: the sword energy slashed at the feet of the members of the strange 12 shields. Stopped his progress. Rogue and the others were able to breathe, immediately retreated and opened a certain distance again, looking at the place where the sword energy came from. The 12 shield bloodmen also looked over. A man holding a broad sword slowly stepped forward. Dieter, it turned out to be you. I didn't expect you to come here. Are you here to support? Be careful, Dieter, this guy's magic is so mysterious that we don't even notice any magic fluctuations at all. Don't get close, Rogue and others immediately reminded when they saw the person coming. In their eyes, they always thought that Dieter's strength should not be much stronger than them, so they instinctively felt that they might be attacked. Demaria's weapon. Bloodman under the cloak locked his gaze on the broadsword in Dieter's hand, and his hoarse voice sounded as if he was asking. Dieter stands in front of Rogue et al. Looking at Bloodman in front of him, he replied with a smile, yeah, unfortunately, her companion wall has died. Although she is still alive, I'm afraid she won't be able to fight in a short time. Shocked, Rogue and the others were taken aback. Listening to their conversation, does it seem that Dieter has already defeated the 2 members of 12 Shields before coming? Really or not, Dieter beat 2 members of 12 Shields before he came. Sting is a little skeptical. 12 Shields are far stronger than Ishgar's 4 Heavenly Kings, and Dieter can beat 2. Could it be that he said that on purpose to make the other party lose his temper? Maybe, he really can tell. Minerva's mood is very complicated. As a party to the Tartaros battle, she knows that the Dieter in front of her is not only handsome, but also very capable of fighting, and she will not be defeated by several demons in the underworld alone. If you really want to say that the members of that guild are most likely to be 12 Shields, then it is definitely Fairy Tail. Especially Dieter, a guy with great strength. It's okay, I'll kill you. Bloodman didn't say anything, just stated very calmly, and the dark magic particles that bloomed out of random body and looked at it spread to a large area around him. You back up, the 3 12 Shields here are handed over to me. Dieter waved his hand, and the release of gravity pushed Rogue and others behind him farther, falling into the range of magic particles alone. Ha ha, advertisement. For flowers, Bloodman watched Dieter fall into the confines of the magic particles and absorb a lot of them. But surprisingly, obviously absorbed the magic particles but did not cause any injuries. How come? Bloodman is a little surprised. Is it possible that magic particles have a chance of failure? Why doesn't it work? My fire is enough to burn everything. The surface of Dieter's body burned with a layer of flames, burning all the dangers that tried to approach him within the range of dark magic particles. Plus Dieter wasn't using magic at all, so the magic particles were useless to him. Enter your second stage, Demon of Zareth. Dieter clenched the broad knife in both hands, posing for the Bloodman in front of him, waiting for it to transform. I didn't expect. You know so much. A swirl of skeletons made of incantation appeared on the ground, and a large number of skeletons appeared during the period to grab Dieter. It contains the aura that bead is sacred. Dieter is not 100% sure that he can use the magic of fairy law, but in a sense, it can unleash moves that are far more powerful than the 3 major magics. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Therefore, the ability of the glittering fruit with the divine ray attribute is very restrained against demons. B. But Dieter had been thinking about why he had to use the devil fruit abilities before the battle. Why couldn't he fuse them or try to unleash the magic of the fairy tale world? In fact, it wasn't so stressful. Shu, the golden light represents divine magic. Horizontally at the waist, Dieter sharply drew his knife. Bloodman was a little concerned, but soon stopped worrying about it, and the magic power in his body was released recklessly. The power that can eliminate all darkness, under this power, can fully restrain the devil. After many experiments, Dieter is no longer limited, and can use some moves that can only be used in the fairy tale world. A golden light bloomed on Dieter's body, and that light surrounded the weapon in his hand. For example, the glittering fruit ability represents the divine light attribute. A sword energy made of golden light swept 180 degrees, destroying the large number of skeletons. Tiankong Cloud Sword, the second, mark, corpses everywhere. Chapter 211, Irene Belsirian, 5 swords in the world, Onimaru. Bloodman himself had no intention of defeating Dieter with skeletons. See the powerful slash immediately after being cracked. The cross slash opened the ground. The turbulent beheading towards the unique body. The speed is so fast that others will definitely not have time to resist. But for Dieter, it wasn't enough. One blade stream lion song. Front. The blade slashed, and the lightning fast slash collided with the cross. The seemingly powerful cross slash broke apart instantly when it hit Dieter's blade. Yichi Ryu Ihe dead lion song. After cutting off the cross slash, Dieter didn't stop too much and rushed forward. A sure kill slash across. The blade slashed through Bloodman's body, and Bloodman's body froze in that instant. The whole person split a bloodline, 997, from the very middle. Puff, blood spurted out, and the living demon was cut in half by Dieter. The dead can't die anymore. Break every, the spectators behind him gasped. Staring at the members of the 12 shields who almost wiped them all out, they were cut alive, and I was quite surprised. The strength displayed in that Dieter was simply terrifying to them. Guru Sting oozes cold sweat on his forehead, swallows a mouthful of spit and asks in a low voice, I haven't offended him before, have I? Rogue's body started shaking. The powerful and fearless power made his scalp tingle. Strong, too strong, how powerful is this guy's real skills? Rogue rubbed his fists and watched timidly. He couldn't imagine that the thorny enemy was killed by Dieter with 3 or 2 moves, and he couldn't imagine that the terrifying enemy was so vulnerable. I've said it before, he'll do it. Minerva exhaled, she was startled. Dieter's strength was originally strong, she knew it. But it's the first time I've seen it so strong. The strength of this guy is too scary. Let's not talk about being handsome, Why is he still so strong, if he is the most popular person in our guild? So handsome, so strong, so powerful. This is too handsome. It's easy to deal with 12 shields with this strength. The people of Blue Pegasus and the Sword-Bite Tiger are both breathtaking. Advertisement. They had thought that Dieter and 12 shields would be turned upside down, but it turned out unexpectedly. The strength gap is too large, and there are not so many impacts at all. Minerva shook her head. The battle between Bloodman and Dieter was very simple, and they didn't even destroy much land, which is enough to show that Dieter's power was not brought out at all. Otherwise, this piece of land will be overturned several times. Ding. Killing the 12 shield member Bloodman, the god of death, will get a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Close the knife. After listening to the prompts in his mind, Dieter swept across the scene and looked towards the forest deep in front of him. Aren't you two going to come out yet? Dieter shouted. The people of the two guilds all looked over. Want to take a good look at who the other 12 shield members will be. Da. Footsteps could be heard in the forest. As the two people appeared, a heavy pressure pressed on everyone's heart. Rogue gritted his teeth. These two guys are more powerful than the Bloodman just now. Magic. Magic is too exaggerated, right? Sting said. Minerva has long since lost his care. Even if he knew that Dieter's strength was very strong, he would be very worried for him. The magic power of the two guys on the opposite side was more terrifying than the other. Although it's easy for me to kill you, but... Dieter looked at the two members in front of him, murmured softly, and then locked onto the face that was very similar to Erza. Irene Belsirian. She was wearing a black cloak and black over the knee boots, and was holding a white antler-shaped wand with black spots. A slender figure with a hideous scar. The crimson hair is braided into 4 braids, and the whole body is brewing the charm of a woman. Irene, Belsirian, you step aside, I'll talk to you about Erza later, Dieter said. Then Irene was startled. The gloomy eyes kept scanning Dieter's body, as if thinking about when this matter leaked. What an arrogant guy, he killed all our companions, how can we not give you some color and see? Beside Irene, Larcade, shrouded in white light, folded his hands and looked down. And there is a light-colored light ball brewing between the hands. Rucket. Don't give me magic, Irene said. Nalakot had one in his hand, and the white light turned into white strips of light, which quickly wrapped around Dieter. Lala. The white light band wraps Dieter around without hindrance. Oh, you are defeated. Rakite sneered, and immediately activated magic to evoke the happiness in the unique body, wanting her to die in time. Desire magic, it's amazing. Advertisement. Dieter suppressed the pleasure in his body and stared coldly at Laquette in front of him. Interesting. To be able to analyze my magic so quickly, then you will suffer. Racket was a little surprised, but he immediately intensified the pain, wanting to use both pleasure and pain to drain the soul. It is a pity. The white halo enveloped the whole body, and the vibrations sounded in the body, and the white light band was shattered alive. Dieter grinned. I don't want to play with you, come here. Dieter light drink. A powerful attraction instantly acted on Rakite, drawing towards Dieter. And Dieter raised his arms high. White vibration ripples wrapped the fist. Draw towards Rakite. At that moment, Irene's pupils locked tightly, and she waved her antler-shaped wand at Dieter. Boom. The roar sounded, and the ground on which Dieter was standing erupted with violent explosions, shrouding people. Brown. The cracks spread all over Dieter's body, and the whole body released the ability to shake the fruit. The cracks extended around in Dieter's human form, and the space was torn apart. Pung. Dieter's face was ugly. He looked at Irene and sneered. You're not good, you're not even 1% of Erza's, so disobedient. How could he not beat a mere kid? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I didn't expect Ishgard to have such a person. Irene, on the other hand, looked at Laquette, who was not far from Dieter at 1.1. Really, a terrible person. If you didn't stop you just now, Racket would have died. Irene's tone was serious. Saying that, he charged straight towards Dieter. I really don't understand what Irene is doing. Although the white figure was a little embarrassed, it was fortunately still alive. Kill me. Rakite adored his eyebrows, and he didn't feel any murderous intent at all. At that moment just now, she felt endless killing intent. Definitely can't be careless. Joke. Rakite laughed wildly. Yeah, this guy is horrible, you can't beat him alone, Irene said. Everything is broken. That kind of power is even more terrifying than Zareth. If she hadn't intervened in time, then what this would have seen should be the corpse of Laquette. Chapter 212. Dieter vs Irene Belsirian. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in front of you. Dieter chuckled, and without showing any weakness, he fought closely with Rakite in front of him. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two has finally reached a high level, blasting the ground into large pits, and the speed of the battle is getting faster and faster. If you don't listen to a 400-year-old woman, you will suffer, son of Zareth, you know. Call. Shock fruit ability bombing. This blow Dieter was a little more serious and knocked Rakite to the ground. A huge pit stretched out from the ground toward all sides. Racket's body was injured. Although it is still very little, it also shows that his physical strength and magic power will continue to decline until his death. Additional hardness. Add magic at this time. Irene stretched out her wand and pointed at Rakite, and the two high-level additions immediately doubled his strength. Marvelous. Rakite only felt that there was a steady stream of magic within him. He smashed the ground and rushed towards Dieter. Bring your fingers together in front of your eyes. He murmured. Sleep. The sleep of death, rest in peace. A feeling of weariness came over 25. It made Dieter feel like he wanted to lie down and go to sleep immediately, a feeling that was strong but also accompanied by a great crisis. This move was a bit sudden. But Dieter's reaction was also not slow, and immediately used flames to burn his brain after he noticed some changes in his body. Wake yourself up instantly. Go to hell. In an instant, Dieter's hands became thicker, and human fingers became cyan beast claws. Tear and head towards Rockete. La la la. Suddenly, the paw prints came, and 10 animal marks were spread in front of Laquette. Thunder. Ming. 8. Close. Dieter's pair of animal claws crossed each other and held it high above his head, and the electric arc exploded. Bombarded with afterimages. Boom, boom boom boom. The earth with a diameter of 100 meters sank, centered on Unique and Laquette, and sank instantly. A deep pit with a depth of nearly 10 meters appeared. Advertisement: a cloud of scarlet blood flows under Rakite. Boring. Dieter whispered, turned and walked out of the pit. After coming outside, I looked at Irene in front of me and said softly, I want to know how you feel when you see your daughter again. This determines my attitude towards you. Ah. Irene sneered, looking at the Unique hands, visibly recovering from the animal's claws. Also, since I can't communicate, I'll just kill you, so that Erza will never know how irresponsible she was. Dieter figured it out. Originally, I was thinking about whether Irene should meet Erza, who is a mother and daughter no matter what. But forget about it now. The sneering expression annoyed Dieter. Simply kill directly. To hide this truth is to pretend that Erza never had a mother. What an arrogant kid. Go to hell. Irene sneered and waved her wand, pointing at Dieter and detonating his position. Firelight. Explode. Instantly detonated the air in Dieter's eyes. The scorching temperature and amazing destructive power rose in an instant, drowning Dieter's entire body in the explosion. The air vibrated and the shattering sound sounded. The explosions in front of him were shattered by Dieter, and all the explosions were broken open. Useless. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you are still much worse than me. All injuries can't shake my body. My ability is to shake. Can shatter everything. Some attacks don't work for me unless Zarif or Akulonoia are present. Dieter's figure reappeared in front of his eyes unscathed, standing at the site of the explosion to explain. Raise your right hand and point it towards Irene. A group of golden beams shot out instantly. The speed was extremely fast, and it was about to hit Irene in an instant. Pung! Irene immediately raised the wand in her hand to resist. But the power of Jingguang was far beyond her imagination. The moment the wand and the golden light touched, they were cut off, and they swept across her face with all her energy, and shot through one of the 4 strands of hair. Pa ha ha. The broken wand fell to the ground, and Irene raised her hand to wipe her face, blood coming out of the wound. How dare you hurt my face? Irene's pupils turned into Long Wei, and Haoshan's aura spread from her body. Overturning the stones on the ground, they rushed towards Dieter like a nest. Obviously she is an old woman over 400 years old, and she still loves beauty so much, it's not shameful to be ashamed. Dieter grinned. Even though your face is very similar to Erza's, you don't have Erza's kindness, grace, beauty, Yao Yao, your own daughter's face. Dieter scoffed. Advertisement that Irene was even more angry, her heart was burning with anger. Gritting her teeth, she angrily said, what qualification does that stinky woman have to compare with me? I am the queen of a country. Boom boom boom. Irene continued to explode the air around Dieter in her anger, trying to crush him completely. A circular thermal photosphere was detonated. Dieter was in the center, and it seemed that the astonishingly powerful explosion had crushed the ground into a deep crater. The bottom. Dieter held the huge circular explosion in one hand, and bursts of light spread. A gap opened from the palm of the hand. The small gap was constantly splitting at an extremely fast speed, and the rhizome-like cracks covered the entire spherical explosion wave. Boom. The spherical blast wave was shattered, turning into magic power and disappearing before his eyes. Dieter retracted his palm as if nothing had happened. So you've lived so many years to learn a little bit of this skill 997? Dieter was still unscathed. If Irene's attack was replaced by someone else, it would definitely be injured or even killed. But teammate Dieter is still a bit underwhelming. Couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. You wanna die? Irene roared. Her whole face was hideous. The skin on her pretty face was peeled off, revealing dragon scales. It quickly turned into a giant dragon. Long Wei looked down at Dieter, and the dragon claws swept over, carrying the gust of wind. The sharpness of the dragon's claws tore the air apart. Thundering gossip. Dieter didn't flinch either. His right fist was tight, and the arc kept jumping over his fist. Suddenly blasted out. In an instant, it met the huge dragon claw. Boom. An explosion resounded through the sky, and the aftermath of the violent collision caused the entire battle scene to crack inch by inch. The earth is torn apart. The strong wind swept all around like a 12-level typhoon. Bad and unusual weather has once again ravaged the land. It's very strong. The wind has stopped. The shattering of the earth stopped. The battle scene also recovered, and Dieter's fist met the huge dragon's claw. Due to the difference in size, Dieter's body was forced to retreat several meters, and half of his body sank to the ground. The land under Irene, who had turned into a dragon, was also cut off several layers. Chapter 213. Breath vs Holy Dragon's Roar. Defeat Irene Belsirian. D. Irene is angry, but also frightened. After her dragon transformation, her physical strength and magic power have been greatly improved. A single claw can destroy a city, but now, it was actually blocked by a child who was in the middle of the school, and even his breath was not affected. This kind of strength she knew she had seen in Zareth. Ishgar even has such a number one person. It seems that this guy is really qualified to stand in a row with people like Zareth and Akulonoia. Longwa, Dieter sneered. He took a deep breath, and a strange pattern appeared on his arms and neck. A blue tail appeared behind him. His arms were covered with cyan dragon scales, and half of his face and head were turned into dragons. That Xuanlonghui has an inexplicable majesty. For the dragon like you, the me now is enough, Dieter said. And Irene was a little surprised. The dragon nose spewed airwaves, and it could be seen that she would be a little impatient. Are you a human? A dragon? Her tone was a little anxious, as if she couldn't understand what was going on with Dieter. What's the difference between a man and a dragon? I'm satisfied now that I live well. Dieter disagreed. No amount of explanation would do him any good. He stepped forward fiercely, the ice in his right hand condensed into a mace of equal height, and he held the big stick in both hands and leapt into the air. The arc of thunder was wrapped around the mace again. Zizi. A beep sounds. True thunder. Cry. 8. Power up. The dragon like Dieter, the power of every move is comparable to that of Akulonoia's humanoid strike. Swinging his mace, he fell from the sky. Boom, a loud bang. The mace fell from the sky and hit Irene's dragon head. Immediately smashed her dragon head into the ground. Turn over the land and smash the original messy geography around. The land was once again shattered by devastating geography. Dieter stared at the dragon's head embedded in the ground with his frozen mace. He knew very well that this blow was not enough to kill Irene. It's a dragon anyway. Defense and anti-strike capabilities are absolutely nothing to say. Advertisement. Wow. After a while, Irene shook the dragon's head and raised his head from the ground, and the dragon instantly took on a strange quirk. Just staring at Dieter silently. Dieter also showed no signs of weakness and had an eye contest with Irene. About 10 minutes. The dragon like Irene, the dragon face rose with two blushing, like a shy yellow-flowered girl. And Dieter suddenly gasped. Have you been fooled by me, you old woman? What kind of strange eyes do you have? Dieter is like a fried animal. Without saying a word, he immediately retreated. The look in his eyes just now really seemed to be looking at his lover, which made Dieter horrified. You can't handle it, Irene snapped, turning her head away from Dieter. Dieter, however, still felt unwell. Forget it. It's time for the end. I'll end the fight after you kill me, Dieter said. And don't pay attention to Irene's weird look. He just needs to kill her. Damn brat, you probably didn't know that with the dragon transformation, my high-level additional magic became the ultimate additional magic, and you were the one who was destroyed. Limit. Additional God Star Collapse. Irene Dragon Roar, using extreme additional magic towards the sky. In an instant, a flaming meteorite fell toward the ground from a distant space, and the powerful impact was enough to destroy the entire continent in an instant. Now it's time for you to end it. With mixed emotions in Irene's eyes, she looked at Dieter regretfully as if she wanted to see him at the last moment. That's it. Dieter raised his eyebrows, looking at the meteorite without any hesitation. Hands up. Aiming at the sky with the palm of his hand, a purple energy wave slowly rose, colliding with the meteorite. Everyone on the entire continent could see the meteorite. Some are worried, some are cooing, and some are terrified. They looked nervously at the huge meteorite, all praying that someone would be able to dispose of it. Far behind, the tiger of the sword and the blue Pegasus huddled to the ground. Too terrifying. Whether it's Dieter or that woman, the strength is a little too terrifying. The earth has been constantly destroyed. How strong are they? Dragon transformation. Not only that woman, even Dieter can be dragon transformation. The tail and the dragon scales on his body will never lie. Sky. The meteorites in the sky are about to fall. Are we going to die here? Why did the meteorite fall? Advertisement. They were all very nervous. Whether it was Dieter's strength or the meteorites in the sky, he was very worried. If this meteorite falls, it will definitely destroy the continent. Sudden. The purple energy wave is pushed up in the opposite direction. It soon acted on the rapidly falling meteorite, and the meteorite was controlled in the air in an incredible state. How fast the speed was allowed to be before, it is now easily controlled in the air. Let's go back. Dieter twisted his hands, a purple energy wave exploded, and the huge anti-gravity sent the meteorite back out. Irene was stunned by that scene. How is it possible? Irene was really shocked. She didn't expect that the meteorite she summoned from space would be sent back in reverse. She even intends to end the fight with this trick. But I didn't expect it to be easily resolved. How is this possible? Dragon breath. Dieter wouldn't explain to Irene how this stuff works. Take a deep breath. The two cheeks are bulging, and the blue dragon breath mixed with the death of thunder is brewing in the mouth, and it can be released. That dragon breath turned into a beam of light, roaring at Irene. The ultimate destructive power is enough to kill Irene in an instant. Roar of the holy dragon. The two burst out with the power of the dragon, and carried out the final blow. The power of destruction unleashed. Irene roared, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and endless magic power erupted from the mouth. The two energies collided instantly. Soon Dieter's breath took the upper hand, breaking the holy dragon's roar and penetrating towards Irene's body. The dragon-like Irene trembled violently, and her body was blown out several meters by the penetrating breath. Astonishing power bloomed with splendid brilliance, attracting people to cover their eyes. Breathing hard. The same as the breath of the dragon. I will not lose. I am the queen, Nuo Jiao. Blood splashed all over the bottom, under that beam. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The land that was constantly being devastated finally couldn't take it anymore. On the ground where the two people's breaths collided, a bottomless crack opened and the crack extended longitudinally. After falling to the ground, it returned to its original form from the dragon shape. It seems that he wants to divide this continent into 2.5. Chapter 214. Erza's mother and daughter meet. Yes, you are the queen, but Erza is also the queen. Dieter returns to human form. Stepping on the bumpy ground and walking towards the fallen Irene, there were some emotional fluctuations in my heart. Is he a mother? He walked over with a wry smile, and was a little surprised to see the injury on Irene's body. Did you miss or rubbed your waist? It looks like you need a stab, Dieter said. On the ground. Irene was lying on the ground, with blood on the left side of her waist. Although it was unclear whether the injury was serious or not, it did not look like she would die soon. Hearing that Dieter was about to kill himself, he didn't resist. I just felt a little weird in my heart. In the end, the man who killed himself turned out to be a woman, which sounded very funny. Looking at the arms raised, Irene closed her eyes to meet death. Sudden. Irene felt her body light up and opened her eyes to see that Dieter didn't swing her weapon down, but a princess hugged her in her arms. Her face changed. Subconsciously, he reached out and hooked Dieter's neck. But she soon realized that something was wrong, and this strange princess hug made her feel shy. Embarrassed. What are you doing? Let me down. 997 celibacy for 400 years. She was still a woman after all, and it was unavoidable to be embarrassed to be held like this. Erza is a kind-hearted girl who thinks of her people. As her mother, I believe that you still have a kind side in your heart. It's very difficult for me to kill you. As Erza's man, I can't kill my own mother. Dieter rode her into the air. He quickly found Erza's whereabouts under the cover of seeing and hearing, and a purple halo spewed out from his feet, rushing towards the south of Fury. That's a pity. That's who I am, Irene said coldly. The oncoming wind blew her long hair tied up, and she did not protest whether the posture of the two was appropriate. Where are you taking me? Watching the sea in the distance getting closer and closer, Irene wondered where she was about to go. Take you to see Erza. I need you to explain your relationship to her, and after you ask for death, just let Erza kill you, Dieter replied. Dieter is indeed ruthless towards his enemies. But for Irene, this person is really not ruthless enough to kill without blinking an eye. It's Erza's mother anyway. Now Erza is his woman, and, CFBB, that Irene is also his mother. Let him try his mother? Joke. Advertisement. No cold-blooded person can do it. Also, it's also a good choice to die at the hands of one's own daughter. Irene didn't refuse. Dieter had defeated her proud strength, and she no longer wished to continue attacking Ishgar. It's also good to meet the woman who has been abandoned by him before he dies. Can you move by yourself? Dieter flew for a while, took Irene to the ground, looked at her and asked. He felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate to meet Erza's mother upstairs. Ha ha, Irene sneered, seemingly aware of Dieter's thoughts. On the contrary, it will be temperamental. There is no plan to walk by herself at all, as if it belongs to the mother's bad taste, who let this woman's man beat her so badly. Trouble. Dieter grumbled, and lifted her arm hard on her shoulders as if against a sack. You. Irene was even more uncomfortable, and the feeling of being carried made her feel humiliated. Wanting to rebuke a few words, the wound on her waist oozes more blood when she speaks, causing her eyebrows to stand upright in pain. Zizi. Dieter also realized Irene's wound, put his hand on it and used ice magic to freeze the wound, which stopped the bleeding. Port of Harjin. Support members like Erza and Lagoses are fighting the enemy. On the opposite side are 312 shield members. Among them, Nineheart kept appearing in front of the enemies who had been defeated by Erza and others. Lagoses, be careful. These resurrected ones belong to the power of the 12 shield member, and try to attack the main target. Erza swung the sword in his hand. She fought against Hyoka, a former Tartaros member, as well as Turtledove and Ozma, all of whom were very strong. The other members have several former opponents in front of them. Lord Leon, it's so cold. Lord Grey, Juvia feels a little cold, and her body is freezing. Yeah, how can it be so cold? My god, the air you exhale can be seen with the naked eye. What the hell is going on? A group of people discussing quietly. Leon and Grey looked at each other and could see the difference in each other's eyes. Grey, isn't it your ice? Leon asked. Grey shook his head. Of course not, but I already know who it is. Who? Leon asked curiously. Advertisement, and Erza smiled mysteriously. Our real reinforcements are coming soon. Laxa said unhappily. This guy is quite imposing when he comes on stage. Several members of the same group laughed, but judging from their faces, they were much more relaxed at the moment. The cold air is still coming, and the ground is covered with hoarfrost. The ice surface slowly froze the earth, and the figure in the distance was getting closer and closer. Hey, who am I seeing? Isn't this an old acquaintance? Dieter's voice sounded. He came up from behind, his eyes swept over the familiar figure that appeared, and finally landed on Demaria's face. Bang bang bang. Mutations protruded, and those who were summoned collapsed as soon as they saw Dieter. One by one disappeared. In the scene, the former enemies who entangled the group disappeared, leaving only Demaria, who was trembling slightly, and Neinhardt, who was nervous and dignified. Dieter, on you. Seeing the enemy disappear, Erza happily wants to say hello to Dieter. After turning his head to see the very hot woman on Dieter's body, he also put away his smile and looked at him with a little vigilance. Puff. Dieter threw Irene to the ground, then Irene was motionless as if she were dead. Irene, Belsirian. How come, even Lord Irene has been defeated, is this already dead? After seeing what it looks like, Demaria and Neinhardt both looked very ugly. I was quite shocked. Even Alvarez's double-walled Irene is no match for this man. Is there really no 12 shields that can stop him? 12 shields. The others understood immediately when they heard the words. The woman who co-authored Dieter is a member of 12 shields, which sounds like a very powerful 12 shields too. U2 Dieter narrowed his eyes and charged forward with a sharp rise. The ice surface under his feet spreads all around at an extremely fast speed. Freeze a large number of enemy troops when needed. And the unique right arm turned into a dragon claw, tearing half of Neinhardt's body in an instant. At that moment, Bing also successfully sealed his wound. Chapter 215. Irene's narration, because you laughed. I just spared your 2 lives, and now you dare to run out and make trouble, then bury the body here, Dieter said. Puff. Neinhardt stared, and fell helplessly to the ground. Instant kill. This power once again made Demaria stunned, and recalled the feeling of being shocked by the fierce momentum before. Helpless fear came over him. She trembled slightly, and immediately used the ability to pause time to flee the scene in embarrassment. Only a group of red-eyed soldiers remained. Dieter didn't go after him. Turning around and waving, these soldiers are left here. I have something to do with Erza, you guys, deal with the rest. After finishing speaking, Erza pulled her, and took advantage of the trend to pick up the turnstar Irene with her toes and carried it on her shoulders to leave. People are gone. Leon couldn't help swallowing, and asked curiously, Lagoses, has your guild's Dieter always been so strong? That's a 12 shield member? After hearing this, Lagoses did not want to speak. Juvia next to him whispered, Dieter's strength is indeed very strong. I heard that Lagoses never beat Dieter since he was a child, and he has. Ragusa turned his head to stare at Juvia in disgust. This made Juvia afraid to hide behind Gray, leaning too much on Gray's body and enjoying herself. That's why I don't want to fight him, Lagoses was hard-mouthed. Leon and the others also did not dismantle it, and looked at the city in the distance before they remembered the chaos that happened before the war. So Dieter was the one who overturned the sea and caused the city's turmoil. Lagoses did not analyze it carefully. After hearing Leon's words, he said, the tsunami is something that Dieter can do. Listening to what he said just now, it seems that he had already fought them in advance. One of the 312 shields was killed, and was later resurrected, came here. As soon as these words came out, countless people admired Dieter even more. Especially his strength has been praised by countless people. And this time, Dieter took Erza and Irene, who had woken up, to a humble house. You are too rude, do you treat women like this? Irene leaned against the wall and rubbed her body. When she learned that Dieter was going to take her to see Erza, she began to pretend to faint, and she couldn't let 12 shields others see her still awake. Advertisement. He was also quite dissatisfied with Dieter throwing himself on the ground. Dieter, Erza looked warily at the woman leaning against the wall, the face giving her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There is also a faint strangeness. Grabbing Dieter nervously seemed to require a reasonable explanation. And Irene also sneered when she saw Erza. Yes, you have a good idea at all. You are me, I am you. Come on, let us reunite. Roll your eyes. Dieter was speechless at Irene's words. He was already a prisoner and said such evil words. Her name is Irene Belsirian, the founder of dragon-slaying magic, and her mother. Shocked. Erza's eyes narrowed. The breaths were much heavier, and the eyes kept patrolling Irene's face, and finally took a deep breath. He said coldly, I don't have a mother, my parents are Makarov, my family is Dieter, you and everyone in the guild, I have nothing to do with her. Dieter tapped Erza on the shoulder. He calmed her down and said, I'm not asking you to recognize your relatives, but I think that before I kill her, I'll let you meet. After all, I've been pregnant with you for 400 years. Silence. Erza didn't deny it. She didn't feel anything different, nor did she feel anything strange, but the sudden arrival of her mother made her a little flustered. Irene said, that was 400 years ago. At that time, my country was in the kingdom of Dragunov, and at that time. Irene started talking about her and Erza 400 years ago, but she still remembers it clearly. Especially when it comes to pregnancy, her expression softens a lot. Looking at Erza's eyes also contains maternal love. Maybe it was Shigemu's complicated mood, or maybe she was sober after being beaten by Dieter, and she turned back into the kind and gentle woman 400 years ago. Your father was a general of a neighboring country. Humans were still fighting each other for territory. We had a so-called political marriage, and I went to war with him many times, and sent off Belsirian with him. There was no winner or loser in the end of the war, and the appearance of Akulonoia directly ended everything. In the end, he was the only one who won the victory, just like laughing at the countless dead. A week after the war, my body was covered with dragon scales. Your father even drew a knife to me directly, and even imprisoned me. He didn't even want his own children. For flowers, since then, my life has been miserable. Advertisement: tortured, insulted, beaten. When he was about to kill me at last, I turned into a dragon and fled from where? I do not believe, I don't want to become a dragon, it was crazy during that time, and you are still in my belly. Irene spoke of the torture she had been subjected to in a very flat tone. She will be like an abandoned woman. Erza and Dieter both listened silently. Although Erza was reluctant to admit that this person was her mother, giving birth to herself was the greatest kindness. I'm not human anymore, I just want to attach me to you, so I become human. A new life, a new body, a new life, you are me, but I failed, and there is no way to attach me to the child with attachment. So I lost interest in her and threw her away like rubbish, tossing her. Irene was a little crazy when she said this. Wrong. Irene and Erza looked at Dieter in confusion, and Dieter looked at Irene scrutinizingly. You're lying, the add-on technique didn't fail back then, but you didn't use it at all. Erza looked over. Silence. Irene was silent for a while before looking at Dieter. Who the hell are you? I've never told anyone about this. Lie? Erza's eyebrows stood upright, not knowing why she was lying. Ah. Irene smiled, lowered her head and didn't tell the truth for the first time. When he looked up again, the expression on his face was very soft and full of love. Yes, Irene did not use the additional technique back then, said. At this time, Erza asked, then why didn't you use it? According to what you said, you didn't know whether the add-on technique would fail or not. Irene looked up again. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down the stream, and both hands took the posture of following the baby. Because of you as a child, you smiled. As the strongest female wizard in the Empire, I can kill anyone, but I can't kill my own daughter. I don't understand why, until now. What is it? B***ch. Yes, it's because you were so cute when you were born, so I can only abandon you before my determination is shaken. Because you smiled and reminded me that I once loved you. B. Chapter 216. Bloody Battle. Akulonoia, defeated. Softer. The breeze blew into the house, dispelling the sad atmosphere a little. Irene wiped the tears from her face, took a deep breath and looked at Dieter. Come on, kill me. I'm very satisfied to see my own daughter before I die. Silence. Erza lowered his head. Dieter, you go out, I'll do it. Dieter leaves. Sitting at the door not far away and waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, Erza slowly walked out of the room. Came to Dieter and caught him. You didn't really kill, did you? Dieter was a little worried, he didn't want this to happen. Erza shook his head in his arms. No, I just feel so tired, this fight is going on too long. Dieter's heart skipped a beat. Pushing Erza out of his arms, looking into her eyes, he said with a smile. Then I will end this fight. Careful. Erza sorts out Dieter 997's clothes. Dieter nodded. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, opened his eyes, and instantly sensed the location of Akulonoia and Jeff. Chant, the sound of the dragon roars through the heavens and the earth. Dieter's figure jumped into the air and flew in the sky in the form of Jackie Chan. Black Dragon, Jeff, come and lead the death. Dragon breath. Blazing destructive power blazed towards the location of Akulonoia. Roar, next second. The black dragon slid with the wings of darkness and charged with a powerful dragon body. Dieter was not to be outdone. Attack and kill. The wind howled, 2 giant dragons trembled in the sky above the city, and the storm they set off destroyed the cities. The most primitive, most violent bite, bright red blood sprayed from the air, and more scars appeared on the black dragon Akulonoia. As for Dieter of Qinglong, the pair of Longli was covered in blood. Dieter's eyes were red at this moment. Without the slightest bit of defense, he carried out a shopping spree that exchanged injuries for injuries, and the bites, scratches, and the spit of the dragon's breath head to head. It is about to completely destroy the opponent. The roar of the black dragon. Akulonoia opened his mouth wide and spit out dark magic, which belonged to the power of slaying dragons. And Dieter is not to be outdone. With a wide mouth, a black energy wave appeared in front of him, and a swirling darkness appeared in front of the dragon head. Advertisement, Dark Water, Dark Fruit ability. This is the first time Dieter has shown its power. Boom, the black dragon's breath hit the dark water vortex. The breath that was terrifying enough to destroy the continent was actually absorbed by the dark water. Darkness, power. Dieter, have you fallen too? Why don't you destroy the world with me? Akulonoia said. Dieter sneered. What are you dreaming about? Let alone you. Even if Jeff joins forces with you, I'm not afraid. Why should I share the world with you? You die for me. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's breath, ability, and all kinds of powers with all their strength are constantly being released. Although the battle between the two was in the air, it still spread to the city on the ground. It's terrible. Is this the true power of the dragon? Black Dragon Akulonoia, Azure Dragon Dieter, these two are powerful enough to destroy the world. It's too strong. The power of the dragon can be so strong, I can't believe it. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth is simply the end of the world. It's really terrifying strength, not only the black dragon, I didn't expect even Dieter to have this strength, and it's a dragon. Awesome. In the city below, countless people looked up at the battle in the sky. That every collision whips up a gust of wind that destroys all that is on the ground. Trees, city, land, animals are destroyed by this aftermath. This scene is literally the end of the world. Roar. The black dragon Akulonoia's chest was covered with blood, and the pale bones leaked from the massive blood. It wobbled its body. Qinglong Dieter spat out the huge piece of flesh in his mouth. Your meat is unpalatable to death. How powerful do I think you are, and you have only this ability? Are you not the Dragon King? Your strength? Bring out your power to subvert the world? Dieter roared and charged forward again, and the bloody mouth recklessly bit the other arm of the black dragon Akulonoia. Various energy fluctuations continued to bloom in the mouth. Countless magic could not destroy its body, and the blood flowed against the black dragon's body. Damn it! I am the king of dragons, the black dragon Akulonoia said angrily, with the dragon-slaying magic brewing again in his mouth, and he was bound to slaughter Dieter. It's useless. Your dragon slayer magic can't hurt me at all, because I can devour your power. Dark Cave. The dark magic is released, and the cyan body is surrounded by dark power. Dieter seemed to be turning into a dragon at this moment. Advertisement: the heart-pounding power of darkness was released, turning the entire continent into night. The sky turned from day to night. The power of darkness covers this sky. Boom boom boom. In the pitch-black sky, only two giant dragons could be seen in their last desperate fight. The black dragon Akulonoia bombarded with a powerful body. And Dieter's dark power continued to erode the power of the black dragon, swallowing up some of his attacks. Blood rains from the sky. Boom, something terrifying fell to the ground in the dark sky. Countless people hid in the ruined earth, waiting for the destruction of the world. The crumbling continent seems likely to crack at any time. The darkness of the sky slowly subsided. Everyone looked at the battlefield. The two dragons in the sky had disappeared, and there was a figure with ragged clothes floating slowly. From his wobbly body, it can be seen that he is not in a good state. What a pity. It's such a pity. I almost got seriously injured by your fellow. Akulonoia. I won. Dragon King, hula. Cheers, shouts, and countless people looked to the ground. The black dragon that once brought destruction to the mainland has fallen to the ground, and several blood-colored giant wounds are all over the body. 1.1 Lente fell from the sky, coming to the side of the huge black dragon. A tired face smiled. Cough cough. On the ground, the body of the black dragon Akulonoia changed back to human form. Seeing Dieter beside him, he also burst into laughter. It's amazing. I didn't expect that 400 years later, you would be defeated by you today. It's amazing. It's amazing. Ha ha ha, it's so good. The long life keeps me destroying, and I didn't expect one of mine to be destroyed too. Akulonoia did not beg for mercy. As the black dragon who brought darkness to countless people, he never regretted his actions. Destroy, or be destroyed and destroyed. He looks so pale. As a black dragon who has ruled the world for 400 years, he never regrets it. It's his pride. Chapter 217. Fight Zeref again. Do your best. But before I die, I want to know what your magic is. Akulonoia looked at Dieter calmly, asked the most perplexing question. As a demon-devouring dragon, he should be able to absorb any magic power. But he couldn't absorb Dieter's magic at all, because what I use is not magic at all. Dieter smiled. The Tiankong Yunjian in his hand was chopped down. The head of the black dragon Akulonoia beheaded. Aftermath: a certain month, a certain day, a certain hour, and a certain minute. The blue dragon Dieter fought the black dragon Akulonoia, and the battle destroyed the two cities of Magnolia and Harjin. Beheading the black dragon at the moment of exhaustion. Tired. Puff. Dieter fell to the ground, watching the sky slowly recover from his injuries. This battle seems simple, but in fact, both Dieter and Akulonoia can be said to be 25 with all their strength. Let me deal with the alliance between Zeref and Akulonoia. I'm afraid I will die badly. It's okay. Da. The sound of footsteps approached slowly, interrupting the unique self-talk. Isn't it a bit too much to pick up leaks? Dieter sighed. You don't even have to look to know that it's Zeref that's approaching. If this guy gave him a few blows at this time, I'm afraid Dieter would be really hurt. It's amazing. You killed several 12 shields, and I also crippled most of your guild. I thought this would show that our strengths are almost the same. Advertisement. But now, killing Akulonoia completely, this is something I never dared to imagine. Zeref looked to Akulonoia, who was completely dead. Given the unique and highest respect. Ah, Dieter sneered, you kind of wait a minute, and I'll kill you when my stamina recovers. Do not. Zeref shook his head. I won't give you a chance. As long as I kill you, there's really no one in this world that can stop me. I will continue to wander through the eras. Ha ha. Dieter sneered again and stood up slowly. Although his body was very tired, his awakened devil fruit ability allowed him to recover extremely quickly. Come on, I said I would fight you too. I will fight you too. Dieter grinned. Although the body is very tired and the wound is serious, he still maintains a smile with determination. Okay, then I'll give you a ride. Boom, the second battle started again. The tragic continent was once again destroyed by two powerful people. Everywhere else. In the last 10 minutes of the battle, President Makarov sacrificed himself. Use fairy law against an army of hundreds of thousands. Although destroying a large number of enemies, but his life has also run out of wine. Lagoses and several other members who had been tormented by Zeref then slowly walked towards Fairy Tale Guild with Makarov's body in their arms. Within the guild, the original Mavis looked at destroyed cities and guilds. Look in the direction of Dieter. Advertisement. The old man didn't humiliate his status as the guild's president. He died of exhaustion using the fairy law, and successfully wiped out hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Lagoses mechanically reported the battle to the original Mavis. Lucy, Juvia, Mirajane, Natsu, etc., were seriously injured by Zareth during Dieter's bloody battle with the Black Dragon, and are unable to fight again. There are countless casualties within the guild, and other guilds are the same. Lagosas continued. Finally, he looked in Dieter's direction. Dieter has been exhausted from the bloody battle with the Black Dragon, and it is very unlikely that he wants to kill Zareth in his current state. Wait until he fails. We are defeated in this battle. A piece of news is reported back. The first generation of Mavis pulled her face, and she said without wavering, I know, Zareth will be handed over to me to sort out the corpses of the guild members. With strides, the original Mavis walked towards Dieter and Zareth's battlefield 997. Battlefield. Puff, blood spat out of Dieter's mouth. Dieter covered his body with a bleak smile. It's amazing, it's not bad that you are the oldest black mage. With less than 30% of my power during the victory period, I couldn't kill you at all. It's a pity. Opposite. The blood on Zareth's forehead continued to flow downstream. The clothes on the upper body were so tattered that the original shape could not be seen. Yeah, it's a pity. You really can't kill me in your current state. This is probably the most unfortunate thing. It would be better if you killed me first, Zareth replied with a smile. From the depths of his eyes, he could see how much he wished someone could kill him. It's a pity that no one seems to be able to do it. But even so, it's only a matter of time before I defeat you. Dieter charged up again. Physical strength keeps dropping. Feeling more and more tired, Dieter didn't know how long he could hold on, but he probably didn't have much time. Chapter 218. The Death of Zareth. It would be even more difficult to burst out a more powerful force in a very short period of time. Boom. One hit collided together. A powerful force erupted, pushing both of them back a few meters. Smell Dieter and Zareth both gasped. The sky does not know when it will change from day to night, and the only moonlight seems to be watching the battlefield. Waiting for the moment when the two decide the winner. Final blow. Dieter's right fist exploded with the only remaining power. Fire, ice, gold, darkness. Various possessed powers were squeezed out of the body by Dieter, and the last power was squeezed out. Opposite. Zareth is also not to be outdone. His last strength was wrapped around his fist, and the momentum between the two kept rising. The invisible aura shook the surrounding stones on the ground. Fall me down. Last power. The two ejected and started, stepping out of a big pit on the ground under their feet. The power on the fist was instantly released, fist and fist. Drink, the last strength of the two is still strong. The collision ripped apart the earth. The white clouds in the sky were torn apart, and strange celestial phenomena came out. Boom. Advertisement. The force of the explosion tossed the two out. Dieter fell to the ground. The endless exhaustion came from his body, and the scenery in front of him became more and more blurred. It's really difficult for one person to deal with two powerful enemies. Dieter passed out. Opposite Zareth lying on the ground watching this rare sky without saying a word. Zareth, the figure of the original Mavis, came. Zareth turned his head. I can't move my body. Although I didn't lose, I actually lost. Dieter is amazing. He is the most talented and powerful man I have ever met. But he is still too naive. I can be resurrected countless times. This kind of scar is nothing at all. It only takes a few minutes to fully recover. Mavis murmured. Zareth, you have hurt my companions and made them suffer so much that I will never forgive you. As the first-generation president of Fairy Tail, I have always believed in those bonds that are thicker than blood. So, I want you to disappear from the world right now. Zareth smiled and replied, it would be nice to die at your hands, but, You can really sleep forever. Mavis cut him off. If I could have believed in you more then, as long as I fell in love with you, I fell in love with you completely. I, who bear the same curse, but failed to take your life. That must be because deep down in my heart I don't fully trust you, and I don't love you enough. Zareth said. You don't need to care, after all, I have never been loved, and I also know that your feelings for me are not love, but sympathy. No, that's not sympathy, it's a contradiction. It's because I met you that I learned to use post-magic. Because of meeting you, I saved Magnolia. Because of you, I created Fairy Tail. You used to be someone I admired, but you brought me death, brought a huge change in my destiny, and you hurt my companions and wanted to use me to destroy Fairy Tail. Advertisement. I really hate you, but love you too. Because only I can feel your loneliness, and only I can understand your feelings. My thoughts are contradictory, and I can't make calculations. As long as I love you, I can kill you. As long as I love you from the bottom of my heart, I can kill you completely. This is my battle plan. Zareth looked. Mavis. Go to die. Go to die. I don't love you at all. You are dying. I will never see you again. I don't love you. I don't love you. You big B asterisk 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 D is the enemy of the guild, the enemy of the world. So, please die. Mavis threw himself on Zareth's body, beating his body frantically, with unstoppable tears in his eyes, hating Zareth as well. And Zareth didn't know when the tears came out of his eyes. Thanks to you, I can finally sleep forever. I really want to chat with you more. I really want to get back together with Natsu. I also want to compare Dieter to see who has a higher magical talent. Take me too. No Jiao. Zareth. You have to live. Do you really think so? Oops. The curse will make you too. Let's go together, Zareth. Mavis. It's so warm. Of course, because this is the city where Fairy Tail is located. So, it turns out that this is death, the power that even the undead can't overcome, that is love, the only magic foundation. Chapter 219. Let's get married. War is cruel. It destroys countless families and hurts countless hearts. Sometimes it's more ruthless than the Black Dragon Akulonoia or the Black Wizard Jeff. It has been a year since Akulonoia and Jeff died. Magnolia and Harjan were the worst cities. Although the country has been restoring order in the past year, some traces of dilapidation in the city did not disappear because of the restoration of the city. Likewise, a lot has happened in the past year. In X793, Lucy, who loves literature and novels, won the Newcomer Award. The whole guild came to congratulate. At this year's Kemsario Literary Awards, the newcomer was awarded to. She is the author of Elisa's Adventures, Mrs. Lucy Hartfilia. Wow, the host of the award ceremony solemnly announced the names of the winners. Countless people below applauded and cheered, wow Lala. In front of the dining table in the remote corner, a group of people devoured the food in front of them like gluttonous gluttons. Obviously came to congratulate Lucy on winning the award. But they didn't show any signs of applauding at all, just kept eating. Hip, this meat is so delicious. Natsu, you are eating too much. Hey, don't undress in this place. When did I take it off? A group of people eating food rudely and without any image at all. It formed two extreme scenes with the group of gentle aristocrats 997 who participated in the award ceremony. High-grade iron is delicious, that's not food. In other words, it's not iron at all. Our Lucy won the Rookie Award. Award, noisy and noisy is not in line with this formal banquet occasion. Lucy said, really, didn't we agree? You can come to the party, but be quiet. Natsu stuffed the meat in his hand into his stomach. Watching Lucy's willful rejection, can't do it. Hey, happy. Left. Lucy took a breath, really not sure what to do. Gray over there came over and said, by the way, didn't you know you were coming in formal clothes today? You better put your clothes on first, idiot, Natsu retorted. What? Do you want to fight? Boom. Seeing that Natsu and Gray were about to fight, Erza kicked the two out. This is a party to celebrate, no fighting. Advertisement drink wine. Celebrate, not so lively. What a bunch of energetic boys. Dieter sat quietly at the table, grabbing the food in front of the table with both hands very quickly and stuffing it into his mouth. His style of painting in the whole scene is the strangest. Glancing across the scene, he soon saw a woman who was somewhat similar to Lucy. Anna, the first celestial spirit wizard from hundreds of years ago, is the ancestor of Lucy. She is also a very tight woman, full of flavor and on par with Irene. He came here hundreds of years ago to destroy the Black Dragon Akulonoia, but he didn't expect Dieter to kill the Black Dragon first. Now we can only live in this era. Shout shish, are Gajeel and Levi going to have a baby? Under the perception of seeing and hearing, Dieter heard the conversation between Levi and Gajeel not far away, and then the two sneaked out to make a baby. See Elfman and Evergreen again, the two were getting better and better. This night, everyone was bitten and drunk, another few days. The guild has been restored, and all guild members are already waiting here. I don't know what the president will announce this time. Who knows, it should be the candidate for the next chairman. A year ago, the chairman injured his bones and muscles, and now he can only use a wheelchair. President, after all, I'm old. I don't know who will be the president, it should be Dieter. There was constant noise in the guild. The president also appeared in front of everyone under the impetus of Mest. What I want to announce today is the next president, Makarov said. The eyes of the people below all stayed on Lagosas and Dieter. The most competitive people in the guild were the two of them. Do you want to be the chairman? By the table. Irene Belsirian, in loungewear, looked at Dieter with jumping eyes. Ah. Dieter sneered and asked Erza beside him, why hasn't she left yet, when will the rest of our guild come in too? Yes. This woman, Irene, stayed, CFBB, because of her injuries after the fight a year ago. Now that the injury has recovered long ago, but there is no plan to leave at all. Staying with Magnolia, following Dieter and Erza all day. After all, she has nowhere to go, and she's my mother anyway, so I can't leave it alone. Erza was helpless. It can be seen that her mood is very complicated for Irene, but in general she is still willing to let Irene stay. Advertisement, why can't I be with my daughter? Irene retorted with wide eyes. The corners of Dieter's mouth twitched, he chose to ignore it, and listened to President Makarov's remarks again. So I announce that the 9th president of Fairy Tale is, Dieter. Wow. There was a commotion in the guild. Although everyone has no opinion on Dieter's appointment, Lagosas, the grandson of the chairman, should be the first successor. Dieter, come up and say a few words, Makarov invited her. When the new president succeeds, he naturally needs to come to the stage to speak a few words in person. Dieter got up. Slowly coming to Makarov's side, his eyes swept over all the guild members below. It is an honor to be the 9th president, but since I am too young to manage the guild alone, Lagosas will be appointed as the 9th assistant, Dieter said. Clatter the people below were startled again. They all looked at Dieter on the stage in disbelief, muttering something in a low voice. This kid is very emotional. Irene reached out and snatched the sentence from Erza's hand, scooped a sip of dessert into her mouth, and savored it. And Erza looked stunned. I wanted to scold a few words, but after thinking of her identity, I had to admit my fate. Makarov also looked at Dieter unexpectedly over there. He didn't expect Dieter to think this way, but the assistant to the president. Dieter continued. In the days to come, Lagoses will take over the full management of the guild in my place, and he will be the president when I'm gone. Then please let Lagoses tell you a few words." With that, Dieter slipped away. Mira Jane also stepped forward and came to Dieter's side to ask. Only then did I understand Dieter's intentions. This also disguised approval of Dieter's arrangement, and in the future Lagoses can justifiably become the 10th president. That's fine. Dieter will be the last city wall of the guild in the future, and he will always protect Fairy Tale. I am afraid that it can be regarded as the position of the president. So the uncles who don't like to read daily, thank you for your support for 2 months, we will see you in the next book. Makarov announced soon. Erza was also curious, let's get married. And the words come down. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Really worth it. With a grin, he stretched his arms around Mirajane and Erza and said. As Dieter's women, they knew that Dieter wanted to be the president of the guild. Dieter nodded. Chapter 220, Wedding, P.S. The next mission is 100 years, and a new book is also being prepared. I will meet you in a few days. Thank you for your support. October 1st, X793. For residents of other cities, this is an ordinary day. But for the city of Magnolia, it is very prosperous. The whole city was lit up with lights. Red bunting and big swastikas fill the corners of the city. Big promotion for selling blood, you can't miss it if you pass by. Love, bento. If you buy it, you will make your boyfriend fall in love with you completely, jump off the building and sell it. There was an endless stream of hawking on the street. The word, she, is hung on the door of every shop, and they are doing various business related to marriage and love. Everything can be related to the relationship between husband and wife. This, and this, Juvia wants it, I want to buy it for Mrs. Gray. Juvia's face flushed red as she splattered money like dung on the street. Anything that has something to do with love, she will buy them all with a big wave of her hand. Impressively became the fattest sheep in the whole city. Juvia, calm down, those are fake propaganda on purpose, why can't you see it? Kana, Lucy, and Wendy all travel together. They came out to buy some wedding utensils, items for Erza and Mirajane. After all, Erza and Mirajane are the most reputable family members in the guild. As a woman in the same guild, she is very attentive. It's so lively, I didn't expect Brother Dieter's marriage to lead to such a prosperous atmosphere. Lucy looked at the city and his eyes gradually became confused. Magnolia itself is more lively, but this is the first time that there is an endless stream of people. And it's not a special holiday, but the wedding day held in the Fairy Tale Guild can be so lively. There's no way. Dieter is now ranked as the head of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and is also the honorary president of the guild. The most important thing is that he saved the world, destroyed Jelal and Akrania. This kind of great achievement can be regarded as the same glory with the country. When Kana talks about getting started, time always goes by quickly. Nearly half a year has passed since Akulonoia was wiped out. Advertisement Dieter's brilliance in saving the world by himself cannot be blocked, so it is so lively. Get married, Wendy blushed, muttering about marriage all the way. For her young age, she has no experience in marriage, and she doesn't know what to do as a bridesmaid. Ha ha ha, is it possible for little Wendy to want to get married too? Then you have to work hard to develop, you are too young, I am talking about any aspect. Kana laughed and couldn't help touching Wendy's little head, jokingly teasing her. Sorry, I'll try my best. Wendy's brain is in the overload stage during this time, and her mind is full of marriage. No intention to work at all. It has been abandoned in the guild for a long time. After subconsciously apologizing, Wendy realized what Kana was saying. Immediately, I looked at Kana and Lucy, and Juvia, who was frantically buying, and then looked down at myself. Unremarkable. Suddenly sad mood is overwhelming. Let's buy things quickly. The wedding ceremony should be held at noon, but we can't delay too much time. Lucy looked up at the sky. The sun in the east is already, revealing a flushed smile, and the time has come to 7 or 8 o'clock. And the time of marriage is noon. Okay, buy it. Fairy Tale Guild staff dormitory. In the room where Erza and Mirajane are, the two are sitting in front of the mirror, dressing up. Mila, sister is so beautiful, I really envy Brother Dieter for marrying such a beautiful bride. Behind Mila is Lasana. As a younger sister, she needs to put on her sister's wedding dress by herself, and she needs to do it on many occasions. Erza is also very beautiful, I'm afraid the groom will be dazzled when he sees it. Behind Erza, for flowers, Merity and Ultir are also helping with dressing up. Advertisement. Although Erza has a mother, she has not been able to help with the wedding dress. Mainly as the woman's mother, Irene also has a lot to do. I didn't expect you to come, that means Jelal is also here, I'm afraid he's not feeling well. Erza looked at the 2 women behind her through the mirror in front of her. She knew that Jelal also liked her and admired her, but it was a pity that compared with Dieter, she just regarded Jelal as her brother. For him, being able to watch Erza marry you is the most satisfying thing. Ultir kept sorting clothes in the closet of the room. After hearing Erza's words, she naturally spoke Jalal's heart, and Jelal of Witch's sin could not bring Erza happiness. So Dieter and Erza are the perfect match. Knock knock knock. At this moment there was a knock on the door of the house. Erza's mother, Irene, walked in and smiled at the most beautiful bride of the day. Slightly different. Time has passed so long. Okay. Irene leaned against the door, motherly love overflowing in her eyes. After hearing her words, Well, very busy, but this time I came to ask Mila your parents, Irene asked. Erza and Mirajane were no longer delayed after they left. But in the end, she was the one who gave birth to her. Are you done? Mother shouldn't be so leisurely. Mirajane nodded immediately. Erza has been able to call out the word, mother, indifferently. In her heart, perhaps Irene has not fulfilled the responsibility of a mother. Mirajane and Lasana both stiffened. Although it was still early, there was not much time left for them. Seeing this, Irene immediately understood, nodding her head and proposing. If that's the case, how about making President Makarov your father? Today you are the most beautiful women. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After seeing this, Irene also understood. Then I'll go to Makarov, hurry up and prepare. The groom will come over soon to welcome him. Chapter 221. Welcome to relatives, many difficulties. Thanks to 180 ****46977 for the reward. Cathedral of Magnolia. A luxurious manor not far from the church was decorated in a dazzling array at the moment. This is the home that the Emperor of Fury rewarded Dieter with. It is also a wedding room. The information has been inquired. Lagoses walked in from the outside. His tall body was full of pride. His eyes fell on Dieter, who was arranging his clothes in front of the mirror. Who is there? Dieter asked casually that the process of getting married is complicated, especially the way to meet the bride will never be too simple. So I entrusted Lagoses to secretly inquire about the news. As for the bridesmaids, Lucy, Kana, Juvia, Evergreen, Levy, Wendy, Sha Lulu and some of them are in the guild. Also in the ladies' room, Ultir, Meridi, Lasana. It's more on the prescribed welcome team. Basically everyone I knew Erza and Mirajane showed up, so our team was definitely not 013, was very difficult. Lagoses recalled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but fear marriage. Along the way, there were countless people besieging the welcoming team, and it was a headache just thinking about it. In my heart, I decided to get married secretly in the future. Let Uncle Tilong beat them up and kill all the guys who blocked the way. Gajeel was even more excited to hear about the besieging teams. I can't wait to rush out and fight those people right away. I'm on fire. Natsu was also just around the corner. There were also quite a few people in the room, all of whom Dieter had chosen to be the best man. Dragon Slayer Natsu, Gajeel, Lagoses, and Gray, Happy, Ponce Lily. Of course, it wasn't much compared to the woman, but Dieter's battle strength was still stronger. This time, welcome to the relatives is definitely quite difficult. A simple fight is not advisable, and there will be many onlookers at that time, so we must not fight casually. There is a big possibility that it will be through an intellectual duel or something. Thinking about it this way, it seems that only me and Lagoses are more reliable in this team. Gray stated shirtless. You be *********** D are courting death. You idiot, you can't use your brain, and your brain is full of fights. You pervert, you play with fire, immediately. Natsu and Gray bump into each other again. Dieter pursed his forehead. Anyway, try your best, you can't just let me solve it from the beginning. This is his marriage. It must be held in a beautiful way, and there must be no mistakes. Dong dong dong. Advertisement. The great bell of the city was tolled. The time has come to 9 o'clock, and it is time for the wedding and departure. Dieter, it's time to go, outside. Mest pushed the door and walked in, telling Dieter. Here Dieter nodded and left the manor. Gray and the others followed closely, and when they walked to the door, they saw a large group of wildebeests with red flowers on their bodies, ready to go. Go, brothers. Dieter beckoned, leaping into the air and riding on a wildebeest in the middle, with a carriage pulled by 2 horses behind him. Also very luxurious. The team departs. When you leave the manor and enter the street, you can see a scene of people crowding with smoke. They all looked unique with smiles on their faces. Wow, the groom is out. What a handsome groom. I want to be his concubine. My god, look at the dowry gift at the end of the team. It's glittering and eye-catching. It's too extravagant. Cool, so cool, the most eye-catching groom, amazing. Both sides of the road, all the people who came to watch cheered enthusiastically. Move on. Soon came to the first stop point. Jed, Dwa, I didn't expect you to be the first to stand in the way. Dieter smiled. The first level of this road is too simple. Jade and Dwa had no strength at all, so that Ponce Lily could beat them. What are you laughing at? Don't think about the past if you don't take out some bonus money today. Jade and Lyle seem to feel underestimated. Shout out immediately. Seems to be trying to increase convincing. Haha, well, let's talk about what you plan to compare. Dieter nodded quickly. Jed came out and said, compared with speed, who will challenge you? Dwa also said, you can't use the specific speed of magic, you have to go into the magic formula after the battle, so you have to think about it. Kind of interesting. Dieter smiled. His eyes stopped on Gray and the others. Finally, he said, Gray, Natsu, who are you? Let me do it. Gray responded immediately. Although some are overkill, it is impossible to say anything unpleasant on a day of great joy. Just have fun. Then the game goes on. Jed has divine foot magic, although he cannot use magic power in the spell, he is still very fast. Advertisement. Gray was out of breath before the tie. Count you through, let's go. Jade and Dwa are not too embarrassed, their plan seems to consume the magic power of Dieter and others. It is very easy to let a group of people pass, then. A series of 4 or 5 roadblocks were resolved by Dieter and others. Soon it has come to this road of the guild. Next, maybe it's not easy to deal with. Dieter glanced at the groomsmen who seemed to have spent a lot of money and made a rough judgment. Those who blocked the way before were ordinary guild members. The most attractive person did not appear, and now think about it, it should be the final level. This group of people are quite powerful. It is estimated that there are people behind the scenes to help plan. It reminds me of Mavis, the original president. Lagos's was speechless. Levels designed from the ground up are arguably all sorts of nerfs against them. There is not much mana and stamina left now, completely passive. Ah, the first generation has been reborn. Maybe they were deliberately invited to design it by promising some benefits. Dieter smiled. The original Mavis appeared at Lucis' banquet. Later, Makarov tried to contact him, and the result was surprising. Even if it is reborn, that kind of military talent is still outrageously strong. This time 80% is a plan. A spell appears in front. Fried and Bixlow appeared, smiling and blocking everyone's eyes. You guys have caused me a lot of trouble along the way. Dieter's mouth twitched. The spell 1.2 is the most difficult magic to deal with, especially on this happy day. He can't be angry. You can only pass the level by following the settings of the spell. Sorry, it's mainly Kana and Evergreen who keep begging us, otherwise I'd rather be the best man. Fried had no remorse at all. Best man. There are still 2 hours left, and there is still plenty of time, so Dieter, you can take a good rest here slowly. Bixlow smiled. The puppets beside him were also giggling. Come on then. Dieter was speechless. Fried stretched out his hand for a while and revised the spell. He said, in the next spell, Natsu will face the knowledge of magic theory, and he can only go out if he passes. Gray will shatter the hardest stone in the world without the use of magic. Gajeel is going to eat a mountain of iron. Chapter 222. 4 Great Joys in Life. The Wedding Room Candle Night. One after another spell saying appears. It is divided into several enchantments waiting for everyone to enter. Ah, the exam. Natsu's face immediately filled with disgust. This thing was too difficult for him. Even using magic to break the hardest stone in the world is not easy. Gray also wanted to scold. And Gajeel frowned in love, and wanted to vomit just thinking about eating a mountain of iron. Not to mention it takes 2 hours. Do not, there is only 1 hour, after all. No one can say what more difficult predicaments will follow. You work hard. Dieter's mouth twitched. He really had no choice but to wait and see if there were any good opportunities. Soon, Gray, Natsu and Gajeel walked in. The 3 of them were desperately carrying out the regulations, while Dieter outside watched silently. Time ticks by. Just when the time was about to arrive, the 3 of Gray finally completed the task. Ouch, I don't want to eat again. Vomit, iron. Gajeel closed his mouth. My stomach was swollen like a ball, and I was about to vomit what I was eating. I'm so tired, I can't walk. Gray was pale. He fought hard to break the hardest stone. The power in the body has been exhausted, and even the throne potential is done. What a difficult question. Natsu's forehead was sweating. His knowledge is not so rich, but he still racked his brains to solve the exam. It's really hard. Hurry up, let's go quickly, it's too late. Dieter greeted everyone to go. There were only 10 minutes left, and without a word, he rushed up with a group of people. Arrive at the gate of the guild soon. There are a few women in front of you. Gray complained. The few people in front are so familiar. Advertisement, oh my god, Dieter had a headache. If there is enough time, he can take his time with whatever he says. There is not much time left now. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the quick selection plans in the hearts of the women in front of him. Gray hit Juvia and leave. Gajeel took Levi away. Natsu was a little more serious and said a few love words to Lucy, and I took the opportunity to rush inside. Dieter ordered immediately. Today is his big day, but no one else is allowed to come to disturb him. Even Gray and the others must obey orders. What, how can such a thing be done? Gray immediately retorted. Gajeel smiled, little man, just leave it to me. Why talk about love? And Natsu can't understand a little, he doesn't understand what love words are. Rush. Dieter wouldn't give them time to think. He rushed over quickly. Gajeel grinned, he didn't mind at all, ran up to Levi, reached out and touched Levi's head. On the other hand, Huang Bai's face was slightly red, and the original words were blocked in front of his throat. Follow me, little one. As soon as Gajeel's voice fell, he grabbed Miyabi's shoulder and turned his head and ran away from here. Levi stared blankly, and Gray over there rolled his eyes when he saw this and came to Juvia. Master Gray. Juvia greets Gray. However, Gray took a breath, came to her, and ran away without a word. Ah, Gray-sama, Juvia isn't ready yet. Go away. Lucy frowned as he watched the 2 companions being dealt with ease. Take a deep breath to cheer yourself up, even if she is alone, she must hold on. Soon Natsu is seen walking in front of him. Lucy, you, beautiful. Natsu is very awkward, he looked around with his eyes wandering, and he stammered in words. Hey, advertisement. Lucy blushed slightly. It was the first time she heard Natsu compliment her, and she was a little overjoyed for a while. Sudden. Her body was easily resisted by Natsu. Nicely done. Dieter rushed in happily and came to the front of the room. Then it went very smoothly. Marriage, promise for life. In the end, he was sent to the bridal chamber, but unfortunately it was impossible for him to be in such a hurry. Arrive on time at noon. There are long tables on a street in the city, and fireworks fill the streets and alleys. A group of people were eating and talking and laughing. It's really a big deal, directly entertaining all the guilds. Thousands of tables on a street were filled. I didn't expect that dieter from Fairy Tale was so popular. 013 who said no, and marrying a wife is simply envious of others. Marvelous. The residents who ate dinner whispered among their discussions. The cognition of dieter is beyond to a new level. What makes me happiest is the candle night in the bridal chamber. Complete book. Even the big figures in the Senate came to the banquet in person. The Emperor and family members of the Kingdom of Fury, as well as the presidents of major guilds. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 4 joys in life. Dieter's connections are indeed quite impressive, especially the guests at the main table. The new emperor of the Alvarez Empire, in a new house in the city of Magnolia. Dieter also sent everyone away after talking to some people in the guild. Night fell silently, and as they say, I'm coming. Because the 100 Years Mission chapter cannot find a place to watch the plot, so I will not write it, and this book will be completely over. Thank you for watching. Close black lens bracket. Soon he took a deep breath and walked into the bedroom. Even the Emperor of the Kingdom of Fury gave Dieter a noble title, but it was a success. Miss.